All right. Good morning, El Dorado County. It is Tuesday, August 15th, 2023, and it is my pleasure to call to order the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. So it's a pleasure to see a lot of our staff and community members in the room today, and we welcome everyone online. Thanks for being with us. So with that, I would like to call up Chaplain Betsy Vanderpool to lead us in the invocation this morning. Good morning, Chaplain.
Good morning. Would you all join me in prayer? God, thanks so much for the privilege we have to lead and serve in El Dorado County. And God, I pray for this time that we have together. Lord, please grant wisdom, please grant perspective to all the leaders and participants. And God, help us to lead with integrity of heart and with skillful hands, with everything you've trusted to us. And Lord, I pray especially for the board that you will grant them an extra measure of wisdom and discernment so that they can serve faithfully. In your strong and mighty name, amen.
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 Thank you so much, Chaplain. Appreciate you being with us. With that, I'd like to invite Supervisor Parlin to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. With that, we have the adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. So first, I'd like to start with my colleagues to see if they have any comments or any items, any changes. Supervisor Lane.
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Heidel.
No changes.
All right. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I'd like to pull items 20 and 21 for discussion.
And 21 for discussion. Thank you so much. And Supervisor Parlin.
No changes.
All right, great. And I would just like to make a few comments. I would, on item number 6, would like to congratulate and thank Jim Abram for stepping up and serving on the Behavioral Health Commission. We've needed to have additional folks that are dedicated to meeting that need in our community and really appreciated this dedicated service and willingness to serve. Like to thank Roger Berger for stepping in and being willing to fill my vacancy on District 3 for the Committee on Aging, and really appreciate your depth of experience and willingness to serve on the commission, on that commission as well. Important commission. And items 18 and 19, I have to commend our HHSA staff and our providers for coming together to successfully address the challenges with our contracts with our specialty mental health services for children and youth, which is part of the whole Callium initiative. You moved heaven and earth, both of you, to come together to make that work. I'm really delighted by those items. So with that, we will do public comments on the consent calendar, but I believe our clerk has an announcement to make about our timer today. So Kim.
Unfortunately, Zoom has done an upgrade. Our timer is having issues joining the meeting. So you will hear the timer go off, but the timer will not be visible within the room or for our attendees. So I apologize. Hopefully we have it resolved by next week.
All right, so thank you for your patience and for kind of monitoring yourself for our 3-minute limit. So with that, if anyone would like to speak on any item on the consent calendar, we ask that you let us know which item you're speaking on. So Kim?
Not taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone in the room wish to speak on the consent calendar? Let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning and welcome back, you all. I've got my timer set on my phone. First of all, I would like to acknowledge Child Support Awareness Month that is on the agenda. As somebody who runs a lot of payroll, sadly with a lot of union and public works people, I have way too many people sent to us as apprenticeship and training people who have child support liens on their paychecks. So I am grateful that we are acknowledging that it is a problem universally, and hoping that our county takes a stand in cracking down on women and men who are entitled to care for their children. So I think that's a great awareness that it is still a huge problem in people taking care of their responsibilities, which are obviously our number one responsibility is our children. That does lead me, and it's just more a comment and a thought as I was going through the agenda. We are allocating today over $22 million in various mental health, rehabilitative, child, wonderful groups like New Morning, Willow Glen, Wellspace, Stanford Youth. We're dishing out a lot of money today. That comes to actually about $11,000 per citizen. I know my mental health suffers every time I look at that number. So hopefully I'll get a check soon. But my point is, I really am wondering, are we just simply spending to spend? I say it all the time, looking at this agenda, we're giving a lot of money to a lot of organizations. They call it the grant hustle. We don't have to participate in CalAIM. It's not a requirement. It's just we have to follow their rules if we want their money. The way I may be wrong. Starting to read it yesterday, but I really am concerned on, are we being redundant? What about our navigation center? Aren't they going to be providing a lot of these services for wellness and outreach? The Missouri Flat beautiful healthcare clinic is there. I just really wonder if all of this is overlapping and that we're just dishing out money because it's a grant hustle and we get it, but eventually it is somebody's $22 million. And I had 18 seconds left when I started. So thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate your comment.
This is just a reminder. That was the 30-second reminder, and then you'll get a reminder.
Oh,
So you
Perfect.
have an additional time.
I already logged off.
Thank you for clarifying, Kim. Next caller, please.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is Lyle Bennett Cochon. I'd like to echo Kelly's welcome to everybody back. Hopefully, even though your staff kept working, you all got a well-deserved break. Everybody great public servants. And also, I'm affirming the Child Support Proclamation. I said this in the last proclamation for Christian Heritage. I feel if a proclamation is important enough, it shouldn't be on the consent agenda. It should be you have the time to read it, the whole thing. I would ask that you pick one good sentence and read it. That would be great. I remain concerned with consent item 2, which is I've expressed the community funding district. Just a little confused. The dates are still July 25th, just a technicality. Says there are less than 12 registered voters, so that the vote's kind of already been held and that it's already predicted that it's going to be 100%. Again, in my experience, it surprises me that fiscally conservative boards use this particular mechanism. Last time you stated that you might already be locked into it. I would hope you look forward and look at it in the future. Mellow ruse, very easy to overturn, and it really is taxation without representation from my perspective. I'm happy with consent item 14, Proline, that you're using local content. I'd ask that you pull item 24, which is about fleet vehicles using an optional state contract and not paying it for local. It may be cheaper up front, but there's always a multiplier, as one knows. When you spend, I believe it's somewhere around $180,000 for 5 more vehicles, replacement ones. When you buy local, just that money, whatever you might be saving will probably be lost in terms of the local economy. I commend that item 11 will be considered. I wish it wasn't on the consent. I think celebrating our cemeteries, the good work people are doing is so important. It'd have been nice if there had been a PowerPoint so we could actually see all the wonderful work that's being done in the Pioneer Cemetery in Lake Tahoe. And this is just an aside, but according to the background, only 10 of the 120 graves are actually marked. And Elizabeth Peters, who we know was very important in maintaining Peters Station, helping her husband, and survived him by 25 years. I'm just curious if she has a marker. Is she one of those 25 known? Because even though we want to respect history.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate you calling in. All right.
There's no additional public comment.
Thank you all. So at this point, I will bring this back to the board for consideration, and recognizing that items 20 and 21 have been pulled. Do I hear a motion?
So moved. Take it. Second.
Moved by
We're in
Super-
sync today, huh?
Moved by
Be a long
Supervisor
meeting.
Lane.
Can I read it in?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Second by Vice Chair.
Adoption agenda and approve of the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull items 20 and 21 for discussion.
Thank you so much. All right. So with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion. First was Supervisor Lane,
Lane,
second was
second was-
Vice Chair Heidel. Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you. So at this point, we will hear item 20. Supervisor Turnbull, you pulled it?
Yeah, there's both of those particular items are actually,
Okay.
Gotta read the item.
Sorry.
Yeah. Let everybody know what it is.
all
Do
right.
you want to address them together?
Yeah, I want to address them both
Okay,
together.
so Kim, go ahead and read both of them together.
Okay.
Item number 20 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a covenant and agreement between the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region, and the County of El Dorado to protect future health and safety and the environment as a result of potential risk related to the possible presence of hazardous materials. Item number 21 is from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to accept an irrevocable offer of dedication from Michael D. Lindeman and Laureen D. Lindeman, trustees of the Lindeman Family Trust, for the road right-of-way in fees, slope of drainage and public utilities easement and temporary construction easement pertaining to the property identified in assessor parcels number 051-25054.
Thank you so much, and good morning, Raphael. Good to
Good
see
morning,
you.
Madam
Thanks
Chair,
for
Board of
being with us.
Supervisors. Thank
I'd-
you, George, for pulling this. Yes.
I'd like to hear Supervisor Turnbull.
Of course.
Okay.
Thank you for
All right.
being here.
So I have a past relationship with this project area. Have not heard the status of the remediation problem that's been going on for a long time. And what I want to understand, why can't we need a comprehensive mediation plan. And I think we need to do that before and have a study done, because the posting the pH levels in that particular area has not been posted, especially when I took a pH level of 13.5. Anything above 12 is hazardous. The problem is, why are we purchasing property that has not been mitigated yet? And to me, there's other surrounding properties there that has a problem. We had Waste Connections clean their section up. They had to go down to the bedrock to remove it. The problem is, I feel it's going to open a can of worms so the county could be liable for this particular area. And we need to go down the bedrock to be able to clean this up. And not only that, cost factor is one of the biggest things. And when you open this up, it could end up costing the county more money than it's actually even worth. So I think that, the property owners should be responsible. I think when we do clean this up, they should be cleaning their property at the same time, because I don't think it's right for the county to clean up sections of their property. There's a problem there, and it's been going on for decades. And when they did this project way back when, Heller Foundation, instead of cleaning it up, they covered it up. And they brought topsoil or soil or loads of dirt from Highway 50 and dumped it in that particular area and sealed it. But the problem is, this stuff has been leaching through the bedrock. There's been also reports of contaminated wells in that particular area too. So we need to mitigate it first before we end up purchasing it, this particular property. And I just feel that we need to pull this maybe and not pass this today. I think we need to do this mitigation study prior to anything being done and anything that's being voted on today.
Thank you for voicing your concerns. And Raphael, thank you for being with us today.
Yes, once again, good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. And I want to thank Supervisor George Turnbull for bringing this up because I think it is very important for us to get the information out to the public of the fact that the county has done an extensive amount of analysis, research, and investigation in terms of the property that is being utilized for the ultimate alignment of the Diamond Springs Parkway. Over the course of the last 10 years, the Department of Transportation has been working with the Water Quality Board to find out what the extents are, find out what the impacts have been to the surrounding property owners, what their mitigation has been, what their impacts and costs have been. And only due to the fact that Supervisor Turnbull's experience and knowledge in this property over the course of several years, his beginning tenure, he brought this information to us, where we then brought to light the extent of some of the impacts that some of the adjacent property owners had, such as El Dorado Waste Disposal and the impacts that they had and the extent that they had to remove the lime and the further impacts once they got into it. So with conversations that we've been having with the State Water Quality Board, we were going back and forth as to what the threshold should be for the actual removal, which is the remediation of the lime that is within the soil. As Supervisor Turnbull stated correctly, the previous owners were the culpable parties that actually allowed the lime to stay in there instead of remediating it when they should have. At the time, the county probably did not take the most extensive steps to secure and assure that the residual lime was removed. Neither did the Water Quality Board. Moving forward, we do now recognize the extent of it. We've done well over 35 borings to find out exactly what the extent of the lime pocket is within the subsurface, where the bedrock is, where the supersaturated portions of it are, and to the extent of where the lime is turning into residual lime that could be found natural in topsoil and compacted soils. So we've actually mapped it out along with the Water Quality Board to give us a 3D visual of where the extent of this lime deposit had been, as Supervisor Turnbull said, buried and given a topsoil above it. And with that back and forth arm wrestling with the Water Quality Board, we finally came to the conclusion, whereas the Water Quality Board stated we needed to work on adjacent property owners and other residual impacts that were not part of the Diamond Springs Parkway, the El Dorado County Department of Transportation held firm on the fact that it would be a gift of public funds to do any additional remediation for properties that did not belong to the county and were not going to be within the footprint of the Diamond Springs Parkway. So once the Water Quality Board recognized that, working with them, we identified where the supersaturated portions are and what the residual portions are. And at the residual portions, we will be removing anywhere between 5 to 10 feet, leaving what would be a normal occurrence amount of lime that would be satisfactory for the Water Quality Board and actually provide several locations with a compaction mixed with typical AB to provide a subsurface that could be constructed for roadway construction. But in the areas that is going to be supersaturated, it is actually going to go all the way down to bedrock. So in March 14th of 2023, I provided the board with a copy of what the RAP is, the remediation action plan that we approved with the State Water Quality Board. that stated that any supersaturated areas of Lyme was to be removed that is within our jurisdiction, within our footprint of the Diamond Springs Parkway. As much as we felt that wasn't going to be necessary because of George Turnbow's experience and some of the pictures and some of the examples that he gave to us in terms of the impacts of the Lyme, we agreed with the Water Quality Board. We said, you know what? We should go down all the way down to bedrock and remove all the supersaturated portions of the Lyme that is within our jurisdiction, that is within our footprint. And so we feel very confident in this document that was advertised to the public for a month. We got no comments back from the public, as well as, like I said, we've got a green light from the State Water Quality Board saying that going to bedrock in the areas of the supersaturated areas where the Lyme is located will be able to remediate any of that depository Lyme that is flowing down into the storm drains, into the underground water, and flowing into some of the stream beds and the ponds that are in the area. So we feel very confident about this. It's finally going to allow the county, as well as the property owners, once they have access, better access into their neighboring facilities, to then for them to actually remediate their portions of the Lyme, as well as any contamination that they might have. So that is why the Department of Transportation is very confident in our RAP, our remediation action plan, in the project, in the design, in the removal of the Lyme, and the subsequent project that we have, which is Diamond Springs Parkway. One last thing that I did want to also mention, the removal portion of the Lyme, we are estimating to be anywhere between $750,000 to $1 million for that remediation. Just that portion, just the remediation, which the remediation is essentially it's removing that Lyme and then giving it to a third party for their own processing purposes, whether it's for processing and then reselling, whatever the case may be. Some portions is going to be mixed in with subsurface and creating a structural base underneath the roadway. But the portion, the cost of just the remediation will be approximately $750,000 to $1 million. We have $3 million in contingency on this project. We can't foresee any portion of the remediation plan going beyond 100% of that, of the extent of removing the Lyme. If anything, once the mobilization, once the cost factors of getting construction in there is accomplished, the further removal of any additional Lyme that either Water Quality Board or the Department of Transportation or any other agencies feel that need to be removed, or we see any further deterioration, it should be a fraction of that $1 million that should take us to remove any additional Lyme out of that area to create a subsurface that will be compliant, that will provide better circulation, better location for the neighboring property owners, as I said, to then work on their properties to do the same as what we're doing, and El Dorado Waste Disposal. So thank you very much, Supervisor Turnbow, for bringing this forward. If the board has any further questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you for that very thorough explanation of
Sure.
what's before us today. So Supervisor Turnbull, do you have any additional
Yes.
comments or questions?
When's the last time we done a CEQA study on that particular
I
project?
will have my senior engineer come up here, Dustin Harrington, to give you that explanation.
Okay.
Good morning, Dustin.
Good morning, Board.
Morning, Justin.
Justin Harrington, Transportation. CEQA was completed in 2011.
Mhm.
That was a EIR.
So you think we need to revisit it? With
Everything that we
especially
are
with
doing
CEQA,
is,
with all the, all the different laws that have changed and stuff like that, don't you think we should revisit it before we do anything with this particular area?
Everything we are doing right now is consistent with that document.
Okay. One of the things that I just don't understand is why are we purchasing property that's contaminated? It doesn't make any sense to me, especially when it's the property owners that should be cleaning this property up, period. And what it does, it opens a liability for us, especially when we purchase this thing. We don't know what we're getting into. And the problem is it opens this county up for liability. And I'm worried about that. So I think that this property should be mitigated at the same time. If we're purchasing this property, we do this bypass, they should be doing the same thing at the same time. Because I don't want this county to be liable for something down the road when these other property owners are not mitigating their property properly.
Understood, and that would be a board decision. This is kind of, we followed the board's direction up to this point. We have dedications, so we're not purchasing the property, we're just simply accepting a dedication.
I
It's an easement.
understand
It's
that.
an
I
easement.
understand.
From the Linden Family Trust, but that would, if that was the board's direction, that was something that we could, pursue. I will say that for years, the water board had pushed on the previous owner, Lindeman Family Trust, to do exactly this. And it just wasn't financially viable at that point.
You remember when the illegal grading took place in that particular area?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of the things that I'm concerned about is the holding ponds. There were several holding ponds in that adjacent area. And these pits are anywhere from about 50 feet deep. They were doing some test samples on that particular property, and they were pulling down 25 feet. They were pulling a pH 14. That's unbelievable. The scale only goes to 14. So to me, it's very, very highly caustic.
Supervisor Trimble, I'm sorry, when was that? The holding ponds that you're talking about?
That holding ponds were put in place when they had the Diamond Line plant was put in place.
So that would have been picked up in the EIR?
Right. And the problem is those holding ponds, instead of mitigating it, they covered it up. They covered these holding ponds. So basically it put a lot of pressure on it. That anyway seeps into the bedrock is what it did. So we need to address this problem. It's been a big problem for decades. And the problem is Heller Foundation, which is a part of Gallo Winery, didn't mitigate it right. It was a Superfund project, but instead of going by the right procedure, instead of cleaning it up, they covered it up. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed, especially with these lime pits, because they're huge. And you just can't cover this stuff up because it's sludge. Look how long it took Waste Connections to dig down, and they got 2 excavators stuck in that muck is what it was, because there was holding ponds all in that particular area. And it could end up costing this county a lot of money. And I don't want to see this county be liable for these, of the cleanup, especially if something happens down in the future.
Thank you for your comments. Let's go to Supervisor Parlin.
I agree with Supervisor Turnbull. I've been raising this issue before I got on the board. I was there when we did the pH 13.5 videos. And since being on the board, I've worked really hard to stop the county from funneling the tribe funds, especially to Diamond Springs Parkway, because in my mind, those tribe funds were intended for the entire county for projects, not just one. And you have to go back and remember, this is part of a bigger issue, I think. This Diamond Springs Parkway, this area has its own financing plan. Yet next week, we're going to be asked, because it's not paying for itself, to put in an additional $5 million of tribe funds. And those tribe funds are now being used, I think, quite well throughout the county for road projects. And it's like, when are we going to say enough is enough? This MCNFP was set up, it was supposed to go out and get bonds to pay for itself. And instead, we've been paying general fund money, diverting sales tax away from the general fund for this project. And I have asked every time we've accepted a piece of property, every time I have asked, are we going to be taking in any property with hazardous materials? And I was assured we weren't, because I did not want the county to pay for that. I felt the property owners I mean, honestly, it feels like we're taking property off of people's hands to mitigate their problems. And I just don't think that's right for the taxpayers to bear that burden. This project, it's just not been done well, and it got started. It's one of those things where we keep saying, well, we've done this, we need to keep going. I think we need to pause and really look at our options. And I'm not going to support the item probably next week. I don't think we should keep throwing money after a project. And especially when I was guaranteed that we weren't going to be taking in any
Let's
properties.
not talk about next week's item though. That's
Well, it's
we need-
related to
I
this
understand
project
that,
and the
but-
funding, and it's about the taxpayer dollars and the money. And we've been funneling millions of sales tax dollars and tribe funds away from the general fund into this project. And in 2012, this project was supposedly touted for its economic development value. And we all know that that is not happening. So it's time to take a good look at this project as a whole and see where we really should be spending our money.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, in previous discussions, what I remember part of the discussion being is there were core samples taken in various areas. Do we have a good mapping of this IOD area to understand the contamination levels there versus the other rest of the property? Because I think we're on the edge of it where the ponds are probably more centric, but I don't know the details. What have we learned from the core samples?
Supervisor Heil, what we've learned is that there are two saturated trough areas, is what we've described them. One on the very western area of the property, and then one on the eastern area, which is almost directly below Throw It Away.
Okay.
Those two areas are where the bedrock is the lowest and where groundwater has been found annually throughout the year. Those are the two areas that Raphael was describing as saturated areas. The water board has agreed that full remediation down to bedrock in those areas is necessary to remove the groundwater from, coming in contact with that and becoming a water quality issue. Outside of those two areas in the center, if you will, middle of the parcel, bedrock is relatively shallow, fortunately. And so the residual, if there is any residual lime waste in those areas, it was not found to be contributing to the groundwater and the water quality concern. And that's kind of where the land use covenant comes into place, because we've got these two areas that we're going to completely remediate within the county's new right of way, and then that area in between where we have that bedrock high, that waste will remain in place, but by nature of the project, it's going to be capped, and we're going to convey stormwater around that area. So this covenant kind of solidifies the understanding between both agencies, what's going to remain, what's going to be removed, and how to mitigate those risks of the lime waste that would remain in place in perpetuity.
So in terms of cost exposure, I mean, we have a sampling, we know where the worst areas are, we know where the better areas are. Is every level of excavation measured for pH to determine that particular sampling can be used on the site as lower level construction because the pH is below 12 or 11 or whatever it is, versus the ones that may be more hot from the standpoint of the high alkalinity? And is there a determination there of where those two sources go? If it's used on a project, low cost. If it has to be exported somewhere and used for repurposing, another cost. If it has to be taken to a formal waste facility because it's extremely high and dealt with at that level, much higher cost. So have we been able, within this $750,000 estimate, been able to define approximately what we think is going to be that high cost remediation, response?
So our estimate is based on the assumption that we are going to remove, I think it's on the order of about 20,000 cubic yards. And that's between the two areas.
So that's not reusing it, that's removal from the site.
Well,
somebody's going to export it, right?
Right. So the first step is excavating it all,
right,
which is a task in itself. And then similar to what Waste Connections did, we intend on repurposing as much of it as we can up to a 1-to-1 blend with the existing or either native or imported clean material that can be blended and then placed back above what the water board has agreed is the annual high groundwater level. So that recompacted material would then not be in contact with future groundwater. That's completely consistent with what Waste Connections did. The remaining waste that cannot be utilized would then be transported offsite, and that's really where the expense comes in.
Okay, so of the 20,000 square feet and with 20,000, whatever it
Cubic
was,
yards.
cubic yards, how much of that do we think is going to have to be exported? Is it all 20,000? Is it half of it? Is it?
No, it's roughly about 8,000 to 10,000 yards, so just a little bit, or right about half of
Just
that.
less
we
than
think
half,
would have to be
okay.
exported. We intend to repurpose the remaining portion, like I said, mix on site. Lime actually does very well as a subgrade stabilizer at the right concentrations, not when it's, as you know, Supervisor Turnbull mentioned, pH 13 plus. At that concentration, it's almost like a toothpaste consistency when it's excavated and it's saturated. So it's very difficult to deal with. The contractor has to basically spread it out, let it dry, so then they can actually work the material, and then mix it in. So there's cost in that, and that's all of what Waste Connections had to deal with also during their scope.
Okay, and then one final question. I know we looked at alternative routings as opposed to this particular property and the IOD associated with it. Has there been any revisiting of those alternatives to determine, is there a preferred routing? My recollection was there was more harm to be done by taking property in other areas than it would be for this particular site, even with the remediation costs.
And that's exactly right, Supervisor Heidel. I think it was back in either 2009, 2010-ish, when the board had looked at those alternatives in preparation of the EIR to come up with a preferred alignment. I believe there were on the order of about 4 or 5 that were explored. The Lime issue was known then, has been known since the 1970s when that plant decommissioned, and this was simply the lesser of all the evils. There was a cost that was anticipated as part of that, but like you point out, the impacts to adjacent properties, developments, existing developments, and just the overall cost of, if you were to use a different alignment that maybe was a little more, kind of around, try to skirt around the line, the former lime plant area, you'd simply have a much larger roadway. So then you have additional roadway costs. It ends up being, something that just isn't a desirable outcome for everyone. So at that time, the board had concluded and that was the superior alternative, and also looking at environmental impacts too. There's so many different things that are cultural, environmental, as you know, that are go into that decision, not just, yes, we have this environmental issue, contamination issue one here, but we also have to look at the big picture. And so that was just one of many facets that were evaluated.
So it's fair to say this is a low cost alternative of everything that's been looked at, and anything that we're done to reroute it would be significantly higher cost. And I don't know what the significant means. It's 10%, 30%, whatever, but higher cost. So,
yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I needed to understand.
All right, thank you very much. Supervisor Lane.
This is a great example for me of ignorance is not bliss. So I thank you, Supervisor Turnbull, for bringing forward some of this information that I didn't have a background on in just looking at this item. What was the actual product that produced this hazardous waste? And when was that last shut down?
So it's limestone, lime rock that was excavated from a quarry approximately 3 miles due east. It was brought over in an aerial tramway for on the order of 50 years and processed at this plant. That excavated limestone that was mined was cooked in these large kilns, and through that, that heating process, it produces something called quicklime, and it's used in a variety of applications, textiles and construction, agricultural use, but it's highly caustic. So this, was a legacy site that operated for over 50 years, producing this, and then decommissioned in the 1970s. 1970s decommissioning standards are not what they are now, obviously. And yes, things were buried, things were covered up, by the operator at that time that was, getting out of town and walking away from the site. And it kind of just sat there for decades, until, ownership had changed and there were new uses for that site. So I believe the actual product is calcium oxide is quicklime. And then calcium carbonate is the virgin limestone rock that's excavated. So when they cook that lime in a kiln, it becomes calcium oxide. There's a chemical reaction, obviously, and it creates that caustic material that's extremely high in pH units.
Can I add to that? I believe that Gallo Winery was using this lime for their glass production because they were making a large amount of glass for their wine industry. And so they were using this and exporting it, taking it down and putting it into the glass factory.
Yeah, as far as I have researched, it was used for probably a dozen different purposes. It was very well utilized. It served many purposes in industry and agriculture. It's just the byproduct and what's left of the site now. It's not the fun part that we have to deal with, make these decisions.
So my next question has to do with the California Regional Water Quality Control Board. I have a little bit of experience up in the basin when we had MTBE contamination. That's a supplement that was added to gasoline in California only. They didn't have the problem in Nevada. It's kind of weird, but when it leached into the soil, we had gas stations that were responsible for the cleanup. And there were, of course, major lawsuits. And bottom line is Lahontan Water Quality Control Board up in the basin took responsibility for some of the cleanup on sites where the owners didn't have the wherewithal. So my question is, what were the discussions with the Water Quality Control Board in terms of their obligation for the cleanup?
So Supervisor Lane, the Central Valley Water Quality Control Board has jurisdiction of the site ever since, I believe, 2012, when these initial complaints came in, of the high pH water. And so since then, they've overseen all of the regulatory activities, the investigations, the cleanup work that has been done. And we early on explored, hey, what are our options as a local agency with this project pending? Are there any grant or funding opportunities, from the state to improve this? Because it's in the interest of everyone, right? And there are certain funding opportunities for cleanups, brownfield sites, Superfund sites. Unfortunately, this project and this site kind of never really fit into the box nicely to where those grant opportunities would be available. It never was to the threshold what would be a brownfield site or a Superfund site where you have like significant hydrocarbon plumes from a gas station or something that are reaching out, and spreading out over time, and they have to contain those plumes. This material kind of just sits right there and it doesn't really move. When groundwater touches it, it can kick the pH up, and then the groundwater, can, depending on how far it is, and whether it's able to become, more neutral or not over that distance. But like when the water board looked at this site, they said, okay, what is the ultimate threat to, human health and the environment? Are there any wells in this area that's impacting drinking water? That's a big thing. We could not find any records of any wells. Everyone in this area is on domestic water, so that wasn't able to be checked. Is it, affecting, the environment or humans otherwise? The water board sent out surveys to property owners in this area within maybe a half-mile radius to get more information. Are you seeing impacts due to this? And they just didn't receive, anything that could then, they could attach as justification to seek out these funds to help us out. So it's kind of one of those things where it's a nuisance. Yes, it's caustic material, but it appears to be confined to a relatively kind of small area, if you will, because if you go, a short distance in any direction, downgrading is north towards Weber Creek. And so all the water testing sampling that was done by the water board, 200, 300, 400 feet north, everything had kind of gotten back down to the water quality goal levels, which is a pH between 6.5 and 8.5. So there just wasn't that compelling information. Yes, they want to see it cleaned up, but they weren't able to have that justification to then really give it some leverage to where it would be able to compete with, the big Brownsfields and Superfund sites that, that exist. So kind of a long story, but that's, what we ended up coming up to. And unfortunately, we always try to seek out grant funding for any kind of project, whether it's, infrastructure or remediation. In the Department of Transportation, we really don't do much remediation. So this is kind of a first for all of us to deal with this, and that it exists within the footprint of this roadway, but it just kind of is what it is, and this is where we are today.
Was there any consideration of a lawsuit?
Not that I'm aware of.
Why would we not? I mean, Gallo Wine exists. Why would we not hold them responsible?
Well, at the time of this project, Gallo Wine just wasn't involved. That might have been prior to. The water board was, simply working with the current stakeholders, which primarily are those property owners. And there are about 4 of them that have been continually engaged with the water board. Waste Connections is one of them, and then a couple other adjacent ones. The county has not been a property owner up until this point when we are looking to acquire this property through this dedication. So, the coordination that's been done, even though we are not a property owner, we did, spend money on, studies, site characterization. We did a phase 2 environmental site assessment. And then we did a further, site characterization study in the request of the water board to kind of do some more borings, figure out what are the limits of this. And then finally, we prepared the RAP, the remedial action plan, which basically says, okay, this is what we know. This is what our project is that the county will build. This is the right of way that the county will acquire to build this project. And so this is what the county will do, respective to their own property in coordination with, other site owners doing their portion. So the remaining portion of this property, that property owner is still on the hook very much. It's actually a new property owner that acquired it last year. And so they've been involved with these meetings and this coordination. They're aware of what the county intends on doing with this property, but they are still very much on the hook with the water board, and the water board posts everything on their site called GeoTracker. It's a public website, has all the correspondence on there. And there are currently, I believe, 2 outstanding letters to that property owner, notifying them of their obligations, notifying them of the project and its schedule and what the county intends on doing, and then asking them for their proposed plan of action. So that's kind of between the water board and that property owner, but they are not relieved of those obligations. We're simply just having to address what is happening or what exists within the property that we are looking to acquire.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. I
All right.
really appreciate all of your deep insight and knowledge.
I did have one follow-up question. Go ahead.
I'd like to ask a few questions.
Please,
Then
please.
I'll turn it back over. All right, so based on the questions that my colleagues have already answered, can you briefly describe and highlight at a higher level the analysis done in the EIR in regards to this issue? It's been a while since we've read that.
Yes, so Madam Chair, the EIR was prepared in 2010. It was adopted by the board in 2011. The EIR identified this as a significant environmental condition. It gives into the history of the former Diamond Lime plant, what they did there, what exists at that time. But at that time, no really additional studies had been performed. It was kind of just a 30,000 foot overview based on research that could be done from a desktop, and then deferred for future studies back to the project CEQA lead, which is the county. And said, okay, basically to continually investigate this site, the county needs to prepare a site investigation, which we typically call phase 1. And then if we need to do more, we'll do a phase 2. That's an environmental site assessment. That's basically just a fancy term for more research and then potentially field exploration, which we did. And we kind of just go from there. We look at each study, what are the conclusions and outcomes of the study, and what's recommended, if there's additional studies or site characterization needed, or if we feel like we know enough information to then come up with a solution. So starting with the EIR, it was clearly, transparent that yes, this existed. Everyone knew that. We just didn't know the extent of it other than here's the footprint of the old plant. So we would anticipate finding lime waste anywhere and probably closely adjacent to that footprint. And that's largely been kind of what we have found when we spend all this money doing these borings and everything. We kind of find that, you go beyond that old footprint, not very far, and suddenly the soil goes back to neutral. It really is kind of confined within those, which is convenient for us because it takes some of the uncertainty out of, how big is this? Like I said, if this was a brownfield plume or something where you've got hydrocarbons and other these, VOCs and all that kind of stuff, it can go on for miles, and migrate like they're doing down there at Aerojet, and it's just a huge global issue. Fortunately, even though this is not a fun issue for the county to deal with, we don't like this, but fortunately, we kind of know where everything is. We know the footprint of the plant. We kind of know where what to expect. Yes, there may be, unexpected things once you dig, that's always an issue. And that's why we have contingencies as Raphael had mentioned. We have to do that for everything. But, I think based on the characterization that we and the other site, stakeholders have done, we have a pretty good idea of where everything is. And so we're able to, fairly confidently put an estimate together. Here's what the costs are. Here's what we anticipate being able to repurpose this. Here's what we think we'll find. And then we also, when Waste Connections did their remediation a few years ago, we were able to kind of, verify, yes, did what you guys, dug out, took it down to bedrock, did that match the borings? Did that kind of match the intent of your scope? And more or less it was. Yes, there are things that they found that, okay, this is kind of a different situation, but I think more or less it was consistent with what their initial study was.
Okay, so am I correct in assuming that we've done all that additional level of analysis, the phase 2, and all of the other different types of analyses that you've described as part of the Diamond Springs Parkway project?
That's correct,
Okay.
Madam Chair. Yes, I guess we refer to it as like site characterization work, but yes, we did phase 2. We did the wrap. That's consistent with what other stakeholders have done. The Water Board has reviewed everything. All of this is uploaded on their website, GeoTracker, for anyone to pull up. It's all public information. So yes, the county has fulfilled its obligations in regards to what the EIR stated the county needs to do in order to get to a point where they can now construct the project. So that's where we are today.
Okay. And so
I know it's a lot to take in.
It is. And so we've been working with the Water Quality Board every step along the way of the Diamond Springs Parkway project. So this is not a surprise. We've working in conjunction with them to mitigate and address this issue that we know exists. For our information, actually, do you know briefly how much of the footprint of the old lime plant is under the scope of the Diamond Springs Parkway? Is it?
So I don't know off the top, area wise, but if you've seen a schematic of the project, the parkway, basically it's an east-west arterial road. It just bisects the site almost exactly midpoint. If you look at, it's a regular shaped parcel, but more or less it kind of just bisects the site right in the middle. And I think our right of way is probably on the order of maybe around 80 to 100 feet wide, from, edge of right of way on both sides.
So 80 to 100 feet wide.
And I'm just shooting from the hip here, but that's kind of customary to what we have,
is our potential exposure.
Yeah. And so, and our right of way, fortunately, we're only required to be responsible for what is within our right of way. So our right of way goes from back of sidewalk to back of sidewalk. So everything in that essentially is either concrete or asphalt. So it has a more or less an impermeable cap. And as stormwater, is collected into closed systems, that's then conveyed out, bypassing, so it doesn't get into contact with this material. That's been the kind of the issue, because you have infiltration, when you don't have that impervious surface, and that increases, the groundwater table, increases the potential for this contact. So the water board has acknowledged, yes, essentially, everything the county is going to acquire will be under a cap impervious surface. So that certainly helps with our risk moving forward, and the potential of this ever coming back. Long term, is this something the county is going to have to reopen again? We feel like that risk is very minimal due to the nature of the project, if you will.
Okay, and so also the staff report noted that the remediation work is part of the Diamond Springs Parkway project. So if we didn't do the project, then this work, how would remediation work on this plant be done? It
wouldn't happen. If the county does not ever accept property and become a property owner, then we would never have any obligation to do any remediation work. It would stay with that property owner, that existing owner, right? But once we become a property owner, then there are obligations that are associated with that, and this would be one of them. As part of these two items, the IOD acceptance, we would be accepting that property that was dedicated to the county about 10 years ago. And then by nature of that, we would implement our scope, which is in the RAP, into our construction project. And that'd be probably one of the first major activities the contractor would do. They'd go through, start excavating, drying the material out, sorting it with clean imported material, and then off hauling everything that's in excess of that.
But none of this is new. We've been studying it. We know what scope of work to do, and we're working in conjunction with the water quality.
Yes, we've been working with them for over 10 years. This has been anticipated that entire time. It's not fun.
Just part of the project.
It's just part of the project, unfortunately.
And then I think the last question I have is probably for Raphael. So Dustin, thank you very much.
Yes.
Deeply knowledgeable, really appreciate it. There's a lot of developments that are predicated on this parkway being constructed, which I believe includes the sheriff headquarters and the waste connections.
The improvements to waste connections, the sheriff's safety facility, the new park that is coming in, the bike park, as well as connections to the pedestrian overhead crossing that we have that's going to be going over Missouri Flat as well. So all of that is tied in to a circulation and a general plan that was approved by the board,
Right.
and given the direction to the Department of Transportation several decades ago.
And I want us all to understand that this is not a small project. This is something that has been part of our comprehensive circulation plan and general plan that we've been working on for a long time.
Sure.
And so if this parkway was not constructed, what would happen with all of those other projects, several of them that are already done?
We would continue to have failures in circulation along Pleasant Valley Road within the town of Diamond Springs. Currently, there are approximately 18 to 19,000 vehicles traveling on Pleasant Valley Road in front of crosswalks that pose hazards to pedestrians and motorists, because it is at a below level of service that is acceptable by the county and the state of California. Now that school has started, those impacts are even greater. And so what we are attempting to do is to provide the residents of South County an access point that gives them much better ingress, egress, in and out of the region, to circulation, to traveling to work, to school, that currently is not present. Both Pleasant Valley Road and Missouri Flat are impacted roads that have no additional capacity. And so this is our last opportunity to make sure that we provide an acceptable level of service for the area, as well as safety conditions for the town of Diamond Springs.
Not only the town of Diamond Springs, but our neighbors out in South County.
Yes.
That as we are here in fire season, the Diamond Springs Parkway will be a critical evacuation path for the residents of Diamond Springs as well as South County residents once this is constructed, as it is a much more direct route to Highway 50.
Yes,
And so there are large ramifications on this project.
correct,
And,
correct.
all right, so I see districts 2 and 4, and then we need to get public comment. So District 4.
I just want to kind of correct what you said when this is nothing new. This is new. I have been asking every time that we have talked about the Diamond Springs Parkway to make sure the county was not accepting any property that was contaminated. And I've been guaranteed every gosh darn time. And yet here we are today being asked to accept a property that has contamination. So it is new, and it's kind of, I don't have nice words right now, so I'm not going to say anything more, but I was guaranteed all these years, Shiva Frenson was on the board, and we kept asking, and we were told, no, we will not be taking in contaminated properties for this project. So somewhere there's a big disconnect. And so it is a new issue. And there are other ways to fund this besides general fund dollars. That needs to be said.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, one of the questions that I have, the county met with Leonard Bartley. Leonard Bartley is a geologist and environmental engineer. And he was the one that was a manager at that plant. Talking to the county, he brought these problems and addressed these problems, you know, especially when it comes to the future of this county. And what I don't understand is some of this stuff, this pH levels have not been posted. Why hasn't it been? That was one of the questions I got. And the thing is, if you know Leonard Bartley, a lot of people don't know him, but also he interviewed Dave Johnson for his position in environmental management way back when. Leonard gave me numerous pictures of that particular plant. And that lime kiln plant, basically, you're talking about they heated that up to 2,500 degrees. And basically that residue of that sediment and stuff leached into these ponds. So they used water in it is what they did to mix it and stuff when they grind it all up, and they heat it to 2,500 degrees. And then this stuff has went in there. Now, has anybody even addressed the Fish and Game report that happened when Linneman basically broke through the cap, and it was like an artesian well that drained all the way down through the walking trail all the way into that particular area across the way where animals were killed? Because let me tell you, pH 12, you start losing your skin at pH 12. It's caustic. It burns you. Kathy Amro, do you ever heard about her? She was set on the state water board. She was addressing the problem at that particular time. And we were looking into different ways that we could solve this and fix this problem. It's been an ongoing for a long time, and it's just been a big cover up. Kathy ended up falling in that area, and when she was testing it with these test strips, the same test strips that I got from Granger, which I did. And Don Neslick did a report. If you look online, you can find that report to Don Neslick. He was on the Solid Waste Advisory Committee with me, and we tested that area. And then also Dan Kelly, which was an ex-FBI agent.
Okay.
No, wait a minute. Let me get down here, and then we'll get public comment. The problem is, I see, is there's a problem there, and we should not be liable for any of this cleanup. It should be put back on the property owners. And to me, it just beats me. It's all about getting certain areas done and projects. And it would be great for Diamond Springs. We need to clean the property up before we move forward with any of this.
My only question would be to you, Supervisor, who would we be liable to?
Basically, it should be Heller Foundation should be responsible.
Who would the county be liable to?
Okay, let's just put it this way. You seen what happened when they uncovered that cap on Lindeman property,
What
that
I'm
one
trying to say
illegal
is-
grinding, and this stuff
Supervisor,
drains in. It's possible the property owners, we could be liable
The
for people walking along
the
walking
overarching
trail.
agency is the water quality state, the
All
state
right,
water
okay.
quality board. And so then that's why we've been communicating with the state water quality board for decades regarding this project. And we have an existing example, and you brought it up, and I appreciate you doing so. Because waste disposal did have, it did cost them a little bit more because they had to go further deeper than they anticipated.
I think it was
But
over $4.5 million.
But it wasn't to that extent Supervisor. But they did have additional remediation that they had to do. And because of their example, we were able to then base our design and our wrap off of that example. And Supervisor Parlin, I agree, where there's some missteps, miscommunications that were done with some of my predecessors. I can't deny that. But what I can tell you is that since I've been here, we have been trying to communicate that the alignment was dictated by the board as of approximately 12, 13, 14 years ago. And so then this is the direction that were instructed to go in. And as Dustin said, any of the other alignments at the time when they were chosen were going to cause further either property acquisition, eminent domain, impacts to the community, further costs to the county. And so because of a failing circulation on Pleasant Valley, the board at that time set the Department of Transportation in this direction. I can't turn back that ship. That ship has now sailed and I'm going this direction. The county has expended a significant amount of effort, cost, discussions with the Water Quality Board to make sure that every step we take, we are not going to be liable. We are not going to be responsible. That we are working very closely with them so that we can make sure that we do remediate that portion that we are going to be acquiring, but then that we are going to be working with the property owners adjacent to the Diamond Springs Parkway. And then they are going to remediate, and that the Water Quality Board is going to make them accountable for that purpose. The actions and the missteps of either previous property owners or boards, that's not what's here today. Today is we have a failing circulation on Pleasant Valley, a failing circulation and level of service and hazards on Pleasant Valley in the town of Diamond Springs. And we've got an opportunity to remedy that. And we are halfway there. Phase 1 has been completed, was completed a year and a half ago. And now we have phase 2 before you. This is the first step of phase 2. And so that is why the Department of Transportation is asking for the board to just continue the direction that they've been given to us as of many years ago.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
This has been a really important discussion. There's a lot at stake here in a lot of different ways. We've been almost an hour at this. I'm not quite ready for public comments, Chris, so have a seat and you can come up when I call you. I'd like to just throw this out there before we take public comment. That a lot of questions have been raised, and it's like I said, there's a lot at stake. So I think I'd like to explore continuing this item so we can get a deeper dive. We can all look into areas that we are perhaps, concerned about. So I'd like to throw that out there before I go to public comments, just for the board to kind of
I
consider.
actually like that idea.
Okay, good. All right. So with that, Kim, let's take public comment on both items 20 and 21.
Now taking public comment on items 20 and 21. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hi, Chris.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, formerly of Department of Transportation. I was one of the original project managers for this project. It goes back to 1990s, late 1990s, and then into the 2000s. I left in 2012. It's still continuing to move forward, though slowly. As you know, you've spent multi-million dollars on phase 1A. That's the piece that goes from Pleasant Valley Road towards Sacramento. That's 4-lane parkway right now. You're missing this important piece. I want to highlight that this plant, this old plant that we're talking about, was connected to the quarry, which was on Quarry Road. It was an overhead system that had buckets, and it took lime from the quarry to this plant where it was processed. That system was miles in length. It has a lot of history. Some of it still, you can see it on the ground in the form of lime, dry lime. Look on Google Earth or anything and just run it from Quarry Road and you'll see it. The second part is, the question's got to be asked, do we need phase 1B of the Diamond Springs Parkway? Yes, it's critically important to have this section built because there is no acceptable alternative. I went through that, 6 alignments. This was generally the alignment that I had gone through the public with, and there's a lot has changed. We have developments now that are on the ground, built, residential, that had it in their environmental impact reports that this would be built. We have the public safety facility. This would be built. We have the parks, the bike park. This would be built. So for anyone to even consider not building it is ludicrous. And I believe continuing it will do a couple of things. I would expect that we might have some visual aids to show the surrounding area, maybe over to Quarry Road, how this all comes together. And then finally, I believe that that there is good information. A lot of it that I've brought to your board. Is that 30 seconds?
Yep.
A lot that I've brought to your board in the past and provided as public resources. Supervisor Heidel, you've seen some of my drawings. I do a lot of things for the public to have, and I do it for myself. Thank you very much for
Thank you,
your time.
Chris. Appreciate the comments. Morning, Jim.
Good morning, Jim Abram, Pollock Pines. I support Supervisor Pollen and Turnbow's concern about this matter. And I think it's a good idea to bring it back for further discussion with some more possibly information that can be presented to show exactly where the alignment's going to go. I think that it's interesting that I've heard a couple of times in this conversation that several of the property owners find it too expensive to do the mitigations. And so passing it on to the county is an expense getting passed on that the actual property owners were worried about having to pay for. And yes, we need a right of way. Yes, it's congested, but I think that before it moves forward, there's no, I have heard nothing in today's conversation that says all these surrounding property owners have committed to mitigating their properties and cleaning them up. And if this easement goes through, and then all of a sudden, one of these property owners goes, oh, well, we need help. And then it's brought back because we need this too for the county. And then the county gets brought back in for more expenses to be involved on this. I remember that I've been here for 44 years. So, I mean, I remember this whole thing going on and on and on. And the Diamond Dorado Shopping Center was just going to pave the parking lot so the dust wouldn't be, flying through the air and contaminating the surrounding areas. So it's a big political issue. Yeah, we do need a right of way, but we also need not to have to be paying for it. The Lindemann family owns a lot more of the property than just this parkway easement area. And so, and I heard in this conversation that it is an expense they're having trouble considering to be able to carry. So that's my comment. I think moving forward without having some commitment from all the surrounding owners and really having a direction where how this is all going to be solved and an overall view and commitments from everyone is just spending county money. And yeah, we'll have an easement, but then we're going to have to justify why we put it in besides getting people out when they evacuate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Morning, Roger.
Good morning. As a resident of Diamond Springs, I've watched this project slowly progress to where it's at right now. To me, I'm kind of shocked that this is 2023 and these pH tests were done in 2010. So they already knew the pH level in that area was going to be caustic. I can't understand why, since they drew the plans up, why they didn't at that time decide, well, let's take care of it now instead of waiting until now. To me, the money you've spent so far on the bypass kind of reminds me of the sheriff's station that we got built in Diamond Springs. The original cost, I believe, was $45 to $55 million was my understanding, the original cost factor for the sheriff's station. On the grand jury, we took a tour of the sheriff's station. The final cost was over $100 million to build that sheriff's station. I see this same faux pas going on with the bypass. You spent millions and millions and millions of dollars already. I see that growl on your face, John.
Related to sheriff's facility. Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't understand why the county should be held accountable to take care of that property. It should be the property owners. I don't know how you can do it. I don't know the political aspect of it. But as a resident of Diamond Springs, I live off of Patterson and Tullis Mine. When I left this morning at 8 o'clock, it took me 45 minutes to get here because of the traffic. Took me 15 minutes to get off of Patterson because of the school traffic. And then from that point on, it was just bogged down along Missouri Flat Road. So this is a godsend to get the thing done. Whether it will be done before I see it done is a challenge. It is a godsend. That traffic needs to get out of Diamond Springs because Pleasant Valley Road through Diamond Springs is terrible. I would hope that they would resurface Pleasant Valley and go up Missouri Flat Road because those roads are terrible and they need to be fixed. And I know it's not part of the project, but it would be nice if that area would be fixed first. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the room? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Not taking public comment from Zoom participants. Not taking public comment from Cheryl Leicester.
Good morning, Cheryl.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I encourage you to continue this item to go forward. There's been a lot of misrepresentations here, possibly because it's being presented to you by advocates who are transportation engineers and not your independent environmental management department, which is probably who should be providing these displays for you. I suggest you get a special master, somebody maybe from the district attorney's office, to kind of manage the information flow so that you don't, so that you know when you're getting advocacy information and not straight in, the straight scoop. I would say that there's a lot of ways to fund this without the county ultimately being 100% on the hook for it. The Regional Water Quality Control Board should have by now identified all the principal responsible parties, which should not include the county. So the county is not liable for doing any of the cleanup. The county can loan the Regional Water Quality Control Board the money to have the cleanup done. And then the regional board would, have to ultimately probably sue the landowners to get it done. But they would at least get it paid for and get it cleaned up. The deed restriction covenant that you have should clearly state that the remedial action plan needs to be in place and completed 100% before the road can go in. That should be right in the deed restriction. And it should also be in in any other documents that you have that discuss what you're going to do. I don't believe that the EIR contemplated a $5 million cleanup. That was not in the EIR. And as I don't remember who it was that said it, I think it might have been you, Chairwoman. I think that this was supposed to pay for itself, and it's obviously not paying for itself. So that alone has to make you revisit how to get it paid for. I kind of agree that it's now at a point where it's beyond the point of no return where you have to get it in. But how do we get it in a way that the county, the public are not paying for it, and that we recognize that there will be an ongoing hazardous waste problem in property that we have a dedication for. So I think you should continue it. I think you should get an independent special master who can look at this without an advocacy point of view on it one way or another, with the point of getting this bypass through if we can, in a logical way that doesn't put extra burden on the county and the public taxpayer.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it.
Now taking public comment from not taking public comment 525.
Good morning.
Good morning again, Leo Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. Just from a good governance perspective, perhaps consider how in the world did this get on consent when it has had this great conversation. To me, it's echoes of the past, as I've shared growing up. Lots of discussions around the family table, friends that were engineers, dealing with what I call the sins, blessed, they didn't know what they were doing, of the generations before us in terms of gravel pits, mines, dumping everything you could think of into San Diego Bay, just on and on. And I hope you can find an alternative, but I agree with Chris. You shouldn't continue this. It needs to be done. This is the nature of public work projects across so many years, and I'd hate to end up with a road to nowhere, a bridge to nowhere. And my pessimism is, in all of these projects, those with the gold, pardon the pun for up here, but they made the rules. And it always ended up being the taxpayers that had to remediate these really old environmental issues. Appreciate George's passion. Wish there was a better way. But going forward, hopefully we can do better than the prior generation. So I agree with Chris. Passed it today. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Morning, Kelly.
Good morning again. I have never been more proud of you. Well, I have been proud of you, but thank you, Lori Parlin. I think I've mentioned before as a paralegal that I think it's rare for many paralegals not to have gotten their first motivation from, let's say, Erin Brockovich. Let's not be that. I've always dreamed of working with her. I do not want to work with her because we are being sued for ruining the lives of adults, children, elderly, animals, and the environment. There is no relief of traffic worth mitigating somebody's health. I don't care what it is. I don't like to sit in traffic myself. I understand we're developing El Dorado Hills like we're trying to become New York City. It's already becoming 30, 40 minutes to get all the way across the boulevard. I don't like it. But I also would never want to interject a big fat asbestos vein in the argument of having easier traffic, because I have 2 small grandchildren. When we moved here, a couple of years after we moved here, 2 young boys, both happened to be the ages of 9 years old, died of brain tumors in El Dorado Hills. You may or may not have been familiar with those families. I have always wondered to this day how odd that is that we had 2 young boys in the beginning of Serrano when we had all of this construction, dust plumes, asbestos veins, and all those things. I've always wondered what was our responsibility and what potentially was. I assisted at one of those young boys' funerals, and I will never forget that day as long as I live. And I would never, ever risk us creating something that could destroy families, such as losing their children or even any loved ones. So I support the pulling it. Let's get, as George said, let's get updated environmental impact reviews from a non-biased source. Let's not risk people's health just because we want to be convenient. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Don Nislek.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Don Nislek, and I am the Vice Chairperson of the El Dorado County Waste Advisory Committee. I've been on the committee for over 16 years and also served while Supervisor Turnbull was also on the committee. I just wanted to quickly just kind of make draw a little comparison related to the assignment of risk. As Mr. Turnbull had said earlier, Waste Connections was also on that property, and they had to do their remediation in order to move ahead with their modernization of the material recovery facility, what we call the MRF. So back in 2014, when we extended their franchise agreement for 3 years, there was a contingency on there that it would go forward another 10 years if they finished the MRF modernization within a certain amount of time. And under the proposal that they put in to get their extension, they had estimated at the time that the MRF modernization would be somewhere in the range of $8 million to $12 million for the entire modernization. And it was to be completed in 2017. We've made a lot of progress, but it still isn't completed in 2023. But in 2020, they were granted a rate increase, which had something unusual in the past, where not only did it have the normal cost of living rate, which was pretty high of 6%, they also asked for and received an additional rate increase under the allowances for what they call unforeseen circumstances. And the unforeseen circumstances that they had chosen or that they brought about was the increased costs related to COVID and what happened with labor and costs and shipments and getting materials. And the other was the amount of the cost that they hadn't perceived for the cleanup of the same material, basically the same method that we're proposing here. So in that 2020, their consultant that did the rate study or the financial statement, he estimated that they reported that time that the cleanup cost in 2020 had reached up to $25.6 million compared to the estimated $12 million. Now that was for the complete modernization. That wasn't for the cleanup, but the cleanup costs were pretty high. So I was just going to ask that I would assume that there was some sort of a risk assessment that looked at the risk comparison between purchasing the property and doing remediation and then or purchasing the property after remediation. It looks like we're kind of going down the same route with purchasing.
3 minutes are up. So thank
Thank
you.
you.
Appreciate you calling in.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. At this point, I'll bring this back to the board and I move that we continue items number 20 and 21 to September 20th to allow us all time for further investigation and analysis.
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion? Yes.
There's not a meeting on the 20th. It's
I'm at 12th.
or the.
Did I say 20th?
Yeah.
I meant September 12th. I am sorry.
Meetings.
Okay, no special meetings. September
Yeah, no,
12th. To amend your second Supervisor Turnbull for September 12th.
Yes.
Okay, great. Any further discussion? Yeah, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. So will give us all time to do further investigation. So thank you all very much. All right, so with that, we are done with the consent calendar. It's 10:30.
Sorry about
All
that.
right, but
I think it was very, very important that
Was
people
important
need to know
discussion.
what's going on there.
So let's move on to our 9 a.m. time allocation. Item number 36, Kim, which is a hearing.
Item number 36 is a hearing from Health and Human Services Agency recommending the board, acting as a governing board of the El Dorado County Public Housing Authority, receive and file a revision to the HHSA PHA updated 2022 administrative plan, approving the changes made to Chapter 4 applications waiting list and tenant selection. Supervisor Thomas, could you please open the hearing?
With that, I open the public hearing and welcome Ms. McMillan. Thank you for your patience this morning.
That was riveting. I never knew so much about lime plants.
Well, come back on the
Now you
12th.
know.
I'll tell you more.
I'm gonna tune in.
All
To be
right.
continued.
To be continued. I'm very sorry that this is not going to be nearly as interesting. Well, good morning, members of the board. Thank you so much for having me. I am Allie McMillan. I am here representing the Public Housing Authority on behalf of Health and Human Services. The Public Housing Authority is also known as the PHA. The PHA provides rental assistance to very low income residents in our community through the Housing Choice Voucher Program. This pays a portion of their rent to private landlords in our community. And the PHA is federally funded through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD. It is highly regulated with many rules and requirements, and the PHA is required to maintain an annual administrative plan as well as a 5-year plan. Later this year, we will present to you an update of the administrative plan that does have updates related to updates to federal regulations, state regulations, and other Items such as the fair market rents and utility allocations, those have not all been released yet. So we'll be coming back with that annual update. This today is to update local policies. Specifically, how the local PHA will prioritize households applying for vouchers on our wait list. So we do anticipate opening a wait list within the future. All households must meet the federal eligibility criteria. From there, however, local programs can determine the order in which households are selected to receive their vouchers. This is based on a set criterion of local preferences, and the local preferences we are proposing today are as follows. 10 points for persons living, working, or receiving public benefits in the county of El Dorado. That's the residency preference. 4 points for households, including a person with a permanent disability. 2 points for households with a minor child or children. 1 point for households, including a veteran. And 1 point for households that can demonstrate that their current housing cost burden, so the cost of rent and utilities, is 50% of their total household income or more. Okay. In addition, the proposed change would include an opportunity for special admission to the waiting list, so not waiting for a wait list opening event. This would allow someone who has been permanently displaced due to one of two situations: a government declared, local, state, or federal, natural disaster within the state of California, or someone who has been permanently displaced as the victim of domestic violence, dating violence, or sexual assault. An additional point would then be added to the aforementioned point system for someone who's added to the wait list, and they would also be given the points ranking system mentioned before. We are also proposing a second limited preference special admissions wait list. The second wait list would happen where 1 out of every 10 vouchers issued would prioritize someone with a homeless initiative. So these referrals would come from coordinated entry or a homeless system provider. And they would certify the homelessness and assist in finding suitable housing. Okay. So we have provided you with copies of our 2022 administrative plan with the updates. There is not a resolution today, but completion of the public hearing is all it takes to certify this. We have presented these updates to members of our Housing Choice Voucher Program, as well as posted these updates in the Johnson Boulevard office in South Lake Tahoe and 3047 Brew Road, also known as Baby Brew, for public comment. The information about this public hearing was posted in the Tahoe Tribune as well as the Mountain Democrat, so it has been noticed. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. District 2.
Okay, question I have, with the residents out in Grizzly Flat, and a lot of them are living in RVs. Have you looked at any kind of housing, especially the people that had no insurance because they can't, or they're not being able to rebuild? Is there any grants out there that maybe that we could offer them to help them maybe rebuild? Because here's the thing, there's one particular family of 9, and she had to take 3 of her children and place them with other family residents because there was not enough room in this particular RV they're living in right now. So is there anything that we can do to help these people? Because this has been an ongoing problem. The individual assistance been turned down 4 times. I've been an advocate for these people. I care about these people, especially the way they're living. And if there's any kind of help that we can give them, or any kind of grant that we could look into to be able to help these people rebuild, I'm all for it, and we need to look into it.
So again, this is Public Housing Authority, and so one of the reasons why, one of the reasons why we're looking at this special admission to the wait list is for households like that. So with a state, local, or federally declared disaster, we could now open up that special admission wait list where they would then be, if they met the federal criteria for the program, where they could then be eligible for a voucher without waiting for a wait list opening. So that is, as we anticipate future fire seasons, as we anticipate future things, it wouldn't be a rebuild grant. And unfortunately within PHA, for an RV placement, those type of things, I know that's not what you're asking about. We can't do RV placements because they have to have a permanent chassis for mobile homes, but we are looking at that because we do anticipate fires as being a future cause of homelessness in this community.
And so this is a new addition to the.
This is a change.
Which,
yes.
which will help address that in the
Right,
future,
right.
which I think is a really
Yeah,
lovely
because one of
addition.
the things that I'm doing is we're co-sponsoring McClintock and Kevin Kiley right now is writing a letter to FEMA because there's
I think we
FEMA.
need to stick on the public
Okay.
housing vouchers,
Okay.
Supervisor Turner,
Well,
if you don't
anyway,
mind.
there's modulars there that can be placed up there. So anyway.
Thank you. Supervisor Parlin.
Just a quick comment. Thank you for the updates to the wait list criteria. And I really appreciate red lines. It just made it really easy to go through and figure out what changed. So thank you.
You're very welcome.
Great. Any other comments or questions? No. I just really applaud all these changes. I think they really address some of the issues that we are seeing in our community, whether it's folks that are dealing with homelessness or folks that have been displaced with fires or find themselves as victims for various reasons. I think these are really important additions to helping secure housing for those in our community. And you mentioned that we anticipate opening a wait list soon. How often, refresh my memory, how often do we generally open a wait list so folks can, get on the housing voucher program?
So the answer to that is actually the wait list has not been open since October of 2016.
Yeah, I knew it'd been a long time.
It's been a long time. So the common practice is that you open the wait list when there's wait lists vouchers don't become available unless someone gives them up, either passing, they've had a situation where they no longer need them, or the community gets more. And so we call that, a nutrition situation. So you open the wait list when you have enough vouchers becoming available and a few enough persons on the wait list that you anticipate that you will need more wait lists within the next 24 months. So we're getting to a point now where we're planning for that. So it's difficult because you really have to have this either very few people on your wait list and open it more frequently, or looking at it in those lenses.
It shows us how critical housing is in this county that we need to continually be aware of. So thank you for helping highlight that. And this is such a critical program for our county. So thank you. All right, with that, let's take public comment in this item, Kim. Thank you, Ally. Appreciate it.
Now taking public comment on item number 36. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Just want to highlight a couple of things. Chair, thank you very much for identifying that you're not the Board of Supervisors now. You're the Public Housing Authority. So I'm speaking to the Public Housing Authority. In that regard, your question about how does this system work? Application, waiting list, and tenant selection. And now we hear, this goes back to 2016, no changes. I think there's something wrong with that. Because as we know, time does make changes. Supervisor Turnbull, you were speaking as a Board of Supervisor, but not as the Public Housing Authority. I think we need to look at this Public Housing Authority and obviously I accept the changes that are proposed today, but we need to look at this a little differently. As you being the Public Housing Authority and wanting to have the most efficient, effective system in place, you may have that. But I don't hear that that's the discussion today. I'm hearing of these changes to the rules. So I just bring that up as something that I think might be important to you. I've seen a lot of movies where there's this Public Housing Authority embedded in there's high rises, and some of them are not being taken care of. I know that's not the situation here. It's a different system, but I think we need to know what our system is. And then how can it be improved? Thank you very much for the time.
Thanks for your comments. All right. Let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Hi, Lyle Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. It's probably me, but I appreciated the presentation, but I can't find the specific reference to points. So I'm just relying on memory that there's 10 points for residency. I'm drawing on my experience managing Section 8 properties for my mother. And I can go back when there wasn't a waiting list, believe me, believe that, but that's the fact of life. It's horrible. And it's just, I'm assuming all these numbers get added up. And the problem I would see as waiting lists became this overwhelming burden is, as was shared by Supervisor Turnbow, people have to cope with the real world as they're trying to qualify, and sometimes they move out of areas, so they no longer get the residency points. Now, they may have lived here 20 to 30 years before something happened that they had to relocate. And it's not always an emergency. It can just be change in household composition when, back to the child support proclamation, somebody leaves and doesn't live up to their responsibilities. So that's just kind of my question. I mean, like was pointed out previously, we have such a big waiting list, but it's just how all of these variables get weighted, because to me, it's getting the children adequately housed should be the outcome, as long as we're having to triage in this horrible crisis, as pointed out by our chair. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Good morning, Tracy.
Good morning. Respectfully, I'd like to say I don't like when you interrupt George. I think it's disrespectful. So I wish you'd stop that. He has some great points to bring up, and he represents my district. And I don't like when you silence his voice. Moving on, we have people on a waiting list since 2016. My question is, how many have been on this list? How many have been on this list seeking help for 7 years? And how many are currently on the list? And what's the federal criteria? And then would this be retroactive to add Caldor victims? We have people homeless for 2 years in this county. And what did you guys get? 34 million from the COVID cash scam. So I feel like there was money that should have been used to take care of these people. Also, George forgot to mention the flood victims. There's people over here in Cameron Park who may not be dirt poor, but they are not living in their house because of the flood. And so those people, nobody's ever bothered to do anything for any of us in this area as far as that goes. So just wanted to make that point. And then I think that was all of my questions. I do want to know what's the federal criteria, since that was mentioned. All right, thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
At this point, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Would like to follow up on Ally, if you don't mind coming forward again. On the question is, are like Caldor fire victims that might qualify for this eligible to be put on this special waiting list? Or is it just moving forward? Are there any retroactive abilities?
That's a really good question. And at this point in time, I would need to double check, but let me double check and I'll get back to you.
And get back to us. All right, great.
Yes.
And as far as the briefly, the criteria to get on the wait list, just so folks understand.
Yes, so there is
or where they could find that information.
Yes, so that information is on the website, which is on the El Dorado County website as well. It's under the Public Housing Authority. There is an immigration residency requirement, so U.S. citizen or lawful status. The income must be, we have an income targeting guideline, which requires that we assist 75% of persons that we, as households that we assist, must be under 30% of the area median income, and the remaining 25 cannot exceed 80% of the area median income. That is based on household size and income. So a family of 4 has a higher income than a family of 2. And that changes every year, which is why I said some of that's coming out later this year and we'll represent. And then there's just various other criteria. We'll need birth certificates, social security documentation. So
excellent. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I just wanted to add, first, can you provide some clarity? I guess, I think I heard some confusion and now I'm confused. when you say the waitlist hasn't been open since 2016, but people are added to the waitlist based on criteria, correct? I mean, it hasn't been a stagnant list since 2016. Is that correct? How does that work?
So that's a really good question. So our main waiting list has not been open since 2016. So that list has been stagnant and
Okay.
people do. So we had a different prioritization, and I have it in my folder back at my seat, which had a veterans preference and it had some other preferences. The residency preference was similar. We added receiving benefits in El Dorado County because it was working and living in El Dorado County. That one was the same, and people recertify. So if their family situation has changed, they can increase their points value and rise their situation on the wait list. Now there's other special programs that we have. So we have our veterans vouchers, VASH, VA supportive housing. Those, we get referrals from the VA, they can get on at any time. We have family unification program. Those are a special program that we work with the child welfare assistance program. So CPS. Those are programs for which the family has been separated and they are working towards unification. The only barrier to unification left is safe, stable housing. So that's a separate wait list. So people are getting added to the wait list as we go. But the standard wait list has maintained stagnant since 2016. And that's one of the reasons why we're presenting this now, is because we are looking at the opportunity to open the wait list soon, because it's time.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Farland. Yeah. All right. Excellent. And I just have to sing your praises. Our HHSA staff is deeply knowledgeable and committed to our community. And just really want to thank you for your expertise and your great care for those that need your services the most. Deeply appreciated. So, all right. Do I hear I will entertain a motion at this point?
I'll move. Did we close the public hearing?
I did.
Okay,
Yes,
I'll move.
I will second. All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor of item number 36, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so
you.
much. All right. We now move on to our item number 37, our other 9 a.m. hearing. Kim.
Item number 37 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, recommending the board consider the following regarding Serrano Village K6 subdivision map amendment and Serrano Village K6 Unit 2 Plan Development redivision to amend recorded Serrano Village K6 subdivision map and amend, and plan development revision to remove a portion of the vehicular access restrictions over the southern portion of the subject property. 1, find subdivision map correction and plan development revision to be categorically exempt pursuant to section 15305, minor alterations in land use limitations of the CEQA guidelines. And 2, approve amending recorded subdivision map and plan development based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval as presented.
Rob.
Mr. Thomas, can you open?
With that, I open the public hearing. Thank you, Kim, and I'd like to welcome Rob and Matthew. Appreciate you being here. And once again, I apologize about our delay this morning.
Thank you very much. Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Again, thank you for having us, and no problem for the wait. It was an interesting conversation. So yeah, myself and I have with me Matthew Asalagi, who is the staff planner on the project. And I'm going to go ahead while we prepare and provide our staff report, share a couple screens here. This one. Okay, so as was read into the record, this is a request to consider a subdivision map amendment and plan development revision for Serrano Village K6 Unit 2, which would result in the amendment of the recorded map and a plan development revision to remove a portion of a vehicular access restriction over the southern portion of the subject property, which is identified here in red. The approximate 4.15 acre property is identified as being on the north side of Greenview Drive, approximately 0.7 miles northwest of the intersection with Serrano Parkway. And so this is the location exhibit, and many of the homes you see here were also part of those subdivisions. and some of these larger lots that border this other neighborhood. So the Serrano K5 and K6 subdivision and plan development was approved by the Planning Commission on July 26, 2001. The approved subdivision consisted of 212 residential lots ranging in size from 6,708 square feet to 177,725 square feet. It included a 3.74 acre park as well as open space lots and a golf course lot. And so I'm going to go to the subdivision map real quick so you can see. Now, this is just one page of the subdivision map, but it includes the lot in question. And so this is one of many pages in that total 212 subdivision. But the lot in question here is item 73, which includes the setbacks, some easements, and other things on the recorded map. So the project would result in the allowance for a separate driveway across lots 72 and 73 instead of a shared driveway. And so I'm going to jump to the proposed exhibit.
Thank you for the exhibits. We like visuals.
Yeah, so this is the sort of the proposed plan development revision and map correction. And you can see highlighted in here in yellow is the area of the restriction that we're talking about removing on this item. And again, lot 73, you can see here this easement to lot 72 is what was proposed originally as a shared access for those two lots. So this would again result in 73 being able to have its own driveway improvements, which you see depicted here as a proposed driveway to a new single family residence in lieu of having to share the access with lot 72, which is located here. So in review of the records, the original intent of the access restrictions for the map, which was included, I believe, in condition number 5 originally, was to, let's see here, for lots having access to intersections and minor roadways that came with Greenview Drive. So you can see access restrictions along lots on these internal roadways. However, they applied this restriction to the lots facing Greenview Road that were larger in size. So the applicant is here to, well, I don't know if they're in person here, other is requesting that vehicular access restriction be removed and the maps and plan development be revised accordingly in order for them to achieve this shared driveway. And like I said, 72 would continue to utilize that existing driveway access, but probably in a lesser degree because it doesn't provide 2 access ways instead of 1. So with that, staff is making the following recommendation. Find subdivision map. Oh, I apologize. There were 2 public comments that were received, one in favor and one in opposition to the proposed project, and those should be included in your Legistar item. And with that, we are recommending that the board find subdivision map correction TM-C 22-0003 and plan development revision PD-R 22-0003 to be categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA section 15305, minor alterations in land use limitations of the CEQA guidelines, and 2 approved TM-C 22-0003 and PD-R 22-0003, amending recorded subdivision map J-113C and plan development based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval as presented. That concludes my staff report, and I would be happy to, Matt and I, to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. We don't see any buttons. Any questions from my fellow colleagues?
I'll make a comment.
Please.
What, I'm pretty consistent. I always get concerned when we do one-offs like this, and going back to when the project was approved as a whole, and you kind of showed, Rob, how there was access restrictions on that main road thoroughfare, to limit the number of accesses, and the one property owner that did write in that opposes the change looked into that when they bought. So I do have angst when, people buy into an area knowing what's there and what's planned, and then the board comes behind it years later and changes it. That always causes angst. for me, because there's often unintended consequences when we do something like that. There's another board action we took a couple years ago. I'm still dealing with the unintended consequences, and it seemed like such a innocuous thing that we did that year. And I'm learning not to do these one-offs without bigger looks at them. So I don't think I can support this. I don't see why we can't just stick with the original plan, and the fewer accesses on the main road, in my mind, the better. That was the intent there. I don't know why we should come back behind this when people have bought into this and change it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments before we take public comment?
Not at this time. Anyway.
At this point, Kim, let's take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 37. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment.
Oh, yes, we have one, Kim. Thank you. Come on down. Good morning. If you can
Good
state
morning.
your name for the record.
Wayne Smith. And the property in question, what it is, the original map anticipated a bunch of production houses. And so along the Greenview Drive where this lot starts, they're all production houses, and they put a large fence, stone wall, and you enter into that community, if you will. So for some reason, this particular lot after Parker, that's the owners of the subdivision, they sold this lot off individually. It was originally designed to be a community of about, I think, 22 or 23 homes inside of that 4.5 acre parcel. So the restriction was from to access through a little isthmus going back to a lot behind it and in this lot, and that's where they actually would come, like all the rest of the ones in production. This is the only lot then, if it's an individual lot, that would not have a driveway to its own. I would have to go around through somebody else's driveway. Every other house in Serrano has its own driveway except this one, because of that fact that was originally designed to be a planned development community. And so I'm just asking, since they're not doing that, and now I have an individual lot to have the same right as everybody else has in Serrano to have a driveway into my house.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for the explanation. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the boardroom that would like to speak on this item? All right, let's go live.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, and we'll bring this back to board. for
I'm gonna
additional
move,
discussion.
request or move staff's recommendation on both, find the subdivision map correction, and then also approve the amending.
I'm sorry,
recorded
did we
subdivision map.
close the public hearing?
Oh, I do apologize.
Okay.
I will close the public hearing at this point. Thank you.
So I'm gonna move the item as recommended by staff.
And I'm going to second that because of the clarification that the restriction was originally designed for a production subdivision, which would make sense and be consistent with the rest of the neighborhood. And based on the explanation we just heard from the property owner, I'm going to second your motion. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion carries 4-1. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here, staff. All right. And with that, it is 11 o'clock. So we are back on schedule. We will move on to our 11 a.m. time allocation, which is a presentation item number 38, Kim.
Item number 38 comes from the Department of Agriculture, recommending the board, 1, receive a presentation by the University of California Cooperative Extension Central Sierra of an overview of the programs, their accomplishments, and future needs, and 2, direct staff to include the additional funding in the amount of $41,330 in the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget and return to the board with an approved amended contract.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you guys so much for having me. I think we have a PowerPoint. Excellent.
Great.
I'm Jo-Lynn Miller. I'm the Director of UC Cooperative Extension in the Central Sierra, which you guys know is El Dorado, Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne. I came before you board a few months ago to introduce our new advisors and talk about our wonderful programming. Since then, we've had our multi-county partnership advisory committee meeting. And basically the request is that over the last 11 years, we've only had one increase in our budget. And we're getting to the point where we cannot continue operating without having another increase. So I'm going to explain some of the impacts and try to make my case.
All right. Well, thank you for being with us.
Next
Jo-Lynn.
slide. Okay, so as you can see, for the amount that El Dorado and the other counties put in, you're getting a lot more. This is just El Dorado's portion of the 4 counties that we bring in $1.4 million in grants. I can't see that far. $1 million, almost $1 million in university funds through our advisors. And then our volunteerism rates, the hours and the amount of work that our huge network of volunteers provide to our county's community members. Next slide. This shows the number of staff and the funding that we've had over the course of however many years. You can see the dotted line is when we were in a financial crisis and we had to create this multi-county partnership, where in essence, we're leveraging funds across multiple counties so that we can provide more services. And so you can see that our funding decreased significantly when we created that multi-county partnership, which was the idea of the multi-county partnership, was to save money. And I think we did a really great job. In the interim, though, we have increased services using those same funds over the course of however many years. Next slide. So the 3 stars on these programs, 4-H Master Gardeners and Master Food Preservers, those are the programs that are directly funded through the monies that the counties put into the multi-county partnership. The rest are funded through the university, through grants, through university and through grants. We're also in the process of hiring an integrated pest management advisor that's going to be sitting in El Dorado County. We are hopefully getting that offer out in the next week or 2. I'm really excited. And then we are under recruitment for our community nutrition and health advisor. We have a disaster resilience advisor that's coming up in the next few months, but plus all of the other programs that I talked to you guys about a few months ago. Next slide. So just to give you an idea of our current statistics and the impacts that we're making in El Dorado County. Right now we have almost 450 youth enrolled in the 4-H program. 242 participants is what we call our outside of our traditional club 4-H program. So when we're doing events at like Farm Day or work in the schools and things like that. So we're reaching over 600, almost 700 youth currently right now, served by 74 volunteers. And one of the really cool quotes that I like, I always try to bring in quotes and really bring home why it's important that we're doing what we're doing. But what kids feel about their experiences, not to be embarrassed or scared to do something you love, said one. And another one said, meeting new people is amazing. And so as we know, kids in 4-H are more connected to their more connected to their community, more likely to give back to their community, higher instances of grades, making positive choices, lower instances of risky behaviors. So 4-H is an excellent program in our community, as you all know. Next slide. Okay, our Master Gardeners in the West Slope. So when we started the MCP 11 years ago, we only had 1 Master Gardener program. We now have 2, mostly because we know that Tahoe is such a different gardening environment. So we have an entire set of Master Gardeners in Tahoe. And so it's basically managing 2 full programs. But on the West Slope, we have 145 volunteers. That's a significant increase from, I believe, I can do numbers, but when we started, we only had 93 volunteers in 2011. So huge increase. And so we talk about our Sherwood Demonstration Garden. Have you guys been to the Sherwood Demonstration Garden yet? It's phenomenal. It's one of the best demonstration gardens in the state. Our volunteers do a really great job. I don't even know the acreage, but it's more than an acre of, I think, of really, really amazing stuff, showing our community members how to garden and how to grow food and things like that. Next slide. So again, our Master Gardener program in Tahoe then has 26 volunteers. We have children's field trips. From the newspaper article, students describe the uses for incense cedar, snow plant, wild strawberry, and other common plants of the Tahoe Basin. They got to draw plants for identification, and they're now young botanists, we're hoping. Next slide. Master Food Preservers is another fantastic program. The Master Food Preserver volunteers basically teach people how to save money by preserving the food in their harvests. They do it through canning, freezing, drying, all sorts of different ways. Our Master Food Preserver program in the El Dorado County, I believe, is a model for the state. It's really kind of one of the counties that set off this huge movement of Master Food Preserver programs across the state. In El Dorado County, our Master Food Preservers run the entire preserved foods competition at the county fair, all on volunteer dime, and all run just by our staff. So some of the things that people that have taken Master Food Preserver classes say is they're starting to watch the time that food is left out over cooking. Hopefully we're saving lives. They didn't like using bleach for sanitizing, but now they understand the importance of it. Some really cool practical experiences that these people are learning through our programs. Next slide. So this is one of our grant programs. You see CalFresh Healthy Living. We have over 1,200 youth that are, or 1,200 participants that are going through these programs. In one example of a tasting event, first grade students sampled and tried apricots. I think it's really, really cool that for 81% of the students, this was the first time they had tried an apricot, right? And some of us think that apricots are just a really typical, normal, that's an every summer type of fruit, but some of these students had never tried apricots before. So one quote from the kids, "I enjoy cooking lessons. They have taught me new things, and they've also been able to try new things that my parents at times can't afford." Another really cool outcome of this project and this grant, these grant funds that we are able to bring in. Next slide. Ag and Natural Resources. This is Scott Oneto's kind of program. I think you guys have heard about his field guide, but he developed a field guide that's specific to the Central Sierra on weeds, forages, and natives. What a great usable weed ID book. I got a copy at the Farm Bureau dinner, concise, complete, and easy to use. All ranchers should keep this in their glove compartments. I can't believe the UC is giving them for free. Keep up the good work. And I believe that he got grant funding and donations to print those so that we could give them for free. So really just a lot of great work that we're doing to keep noxious weeds at bay in the community, hopefully keep farmers and ranchers profitable and make them more profitable by giving them opportunities to manage their land better. Next slide. Continuing with Scott's work, he's been working on 28 years. He hasn't been doing it for 28 years, but he's continued the 28th year of this annual rangeland forage production study. And he's basically going out across the four counties in multiple locations and measuring forage in certain locations. Part of the idea of that is remote sensing. So hopefully they'll be able to make some sort of predictor model when satellites are flying over. They can detect and determine potentially what some of the protein and the content of these forages are to make better information choices for our ranchers. Next study. Or next slide. We also have a new livestock and natural resources advisor. She's doing some really cool work on climate smart commodity through the Climate Smart Commodities board for examining carbon sequestration. She's working on a grant for virtual fencing technology. I know that she's doing a lot of work with potentially getting USDA slaughterhouses into our communities because it's a big need that I've heard it for years from our ranchers. So she's really leading this effort across the four counties to figure out ways that we can move that forward. The Scott and Flavie have been instrumental in helping the ag department do the livestock pass program. So obviously they're not the only ones working on it, but they're helping. And so Farm Bureau events and things like that, this program is working towards, again, helping our farmers and ranchers be more productive. Next slide. Forestry and Natural Resources, Susie Coker is doing some amazing work. She's got some really big grants around forest stewardship education, which is a 9-week workshop series on forest management planning. We've had 17 participants so far go through in El Dorado. I got a lot from this field day. It was very informative to tour the prescription burn site and compare it with untreated areas. So that's something that she's really working on, helping move forward these El Dorado, but especially Amador, excuse me, my goodness, I'm talking so fast because I want to make this quick for you. El Dorado Amador Prescribed Burn Association. So she's helping move that forward. And then in addition, we have another grant that is working on post-fire forest resilience workshop. So what happens after the fire? We know we've been always talking about this prescribed burn, grazing, things like that, but now we're starting to have this conversation of what happens after the fire. And this is all work that she's doing. Again, these last few, when I talked about Scott and Flavie and these other ones, those are staff, those are advisors that are paid out of the university funds, but we're directly impacting El Dorado residents. Next slide. As you know, I also introduced Cindy Chen. She is our woody biomass and forest products advisor. She made a presentation to the El Dorado County Ag Roundup Dinner. She's helped with workforce development programs, creating math, science, and engineering. I don't know, I'm trying to read it. So conducting Folsom Lake College Dean of Instruction, Math, Science, and Engineering with the school district to develop expand work training program. And so she's also working with the Forest Service to discuss how they can take advantage of the wood products market and some of the challenges that she's facing. What's really cool about Cindy is it's a kind of a unique skill set. She's not a forester. She's not really an economic person, but she's in the middle, right? She's really helping figure out what do we do with these forest products and how do we make our communities thrive because we are in these forested locations. Next slide. We have Hardeep, who is our local food systems advisor. And so again, he's working on impacts around sustainable ag practices to increase efficiency of crop production and further resulting in improved individual and household financial stability. I went really fast because I wanted to give you guys time to think, mull it over, and ask me questions. But really the point of the presentation, I think you guys know already what UC Cooperative Extension brings to the county, but I'm just trying to hit it home and let you just really, you know, for the amount that that the county has put in and the amount that we're asking compared to what we've been brought in, what we've increased in revenue over the last 11 years, I think indicates that we do need these funds.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation, for highlighting your great work. It's always wonderful to refresh our minds and to give us continual updates on the good work that you're doing in cooperation with our community.
Yes.
So always appreciate that opportunity. District 2, Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, for the presentation and what you guys are working on. And I talked to Brian Annetto, which is my cousin. He's a Amador County Supervisor. Sorry if I'm related to everybody, but anyway, he was talking about virtual fencing. And there was one particular rancher there that absolutely loves it. And they've been doing a study. And not only that, you take this phone and you put the app in there and it'll locate your cows where they're at.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. He was showing me all about that, telling me all about it and showing me things that was on the phone. It's amazing the technology and stuff we have today, especially when my particular, my cousins, the Nielsen family, especially 50 miles of fencing was destroyed in the Caldor fire. Exactly. So this is something that we need to work on, especially when it comes to this virtual fencing, because this is the future. And when you can locate these cows, because I've been out there, I've helped. And it's hard to locate these cows. They really are. The only way you can do is hear the bell, and that's when they're in that particular area. So I think this is a thing that's going to be a great thing for for our county, especially when it comes to rebuilding, but
Yeah.
also for the ranchers, you know, that are they're having their cows, especially in the mountains for grazing purposes. So
Great. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, great programs. I'm familiar with a lot of them and huge successes. We get a lot of value in El Dorado County on what UC Davis brings, UCC program brings to us. My question is, how did you arrive at the $41,000? Was that a gap in funding that's only accrued this year? And then what do we see coming in the future? Is that going to be stable for some period of time? We have to do budgetary planning. I'm just trying to get a feel for what the trend is here.
So, I mean, we've had one increase in 11 years.
Right.
So we are trying to manage our budgets the best we can in the last 11 years, which includes salary increases and things like that. So we've just been reducing services or cutting and cutting and cutting as much as we can. And at this point, I can't cut anymore.
I understand.
And so how I arrived at that was I took the funding that you guys gave us last year. I looked at our budget gap. Really what I need is at least 20%, which is more, but the other counties, the 3 other counties have agreed to 15%. So I'm asking what you, the same that they've agreed to is 15% increase, which is the 41,000.
Got it. Thank you for the explanation. And what would you see the year after this? Would that stay stable for a while, or would you come back with maybe a different number?
That's a really hard question. I mean, I think that we do our best to not ask you guys for money because we want to stay under the radar.
Yeah.
But again, what I needed was 20%. I'm settling for 15 and I'm going to make some adjustments. It depends sometimes, you know, when people leave and there's gaps in staff, we can save money and stuff here and there. So, I mean, I think in a long-term solution, instead of asking for 15 or 20% every 5 years, we have some sort of, you know, 1 or 2% every year or something like that. But it's, again, I haven't felt like I've wanted to just come and ask for money every few years. So I think that there's probably discussion for a more sustainable way to do this instead of coming and asking for such a large sum every 5 years.
Thank you for that, because a 15% increase after 11 years is insignificant in the big picture, right? So,
Yeah.
but if there is a way to look at inflationary aspects of it, it just helps us with our budgeting process to know that we're going to need to increase things. But if it's stabilized, it went to how the programs run, right? And what you can do to reduce costs in other places. If it's stabilized in a number for a couple of years, 3-4 years, then we don't need that forecast of where you're going to go from here.
Absolutely. And I will say that generally we have our annual meeting with one board of supervisor and CAO from each of the 4 counties in January or February. So we're able to have these discussions sooner in the budget process. This year, we just couldn't get people's schedules together. And so we're doing it later than I normally would have preferred. And so normally we would start having these discussions in January or February.
Thank you, Jolene.
Absolutely.
Good question. And I can also imagine that as your program goes on, you are responding and evolving as issues and circumstances arise that we need to study or deal with, which would impact your budget too going forward.
Yeah, and I think that's what the cool thing about having the university funds, funding these advisors, is because the research that the advisors do, again, which is funded by the university, allows for a little bit more leeway. The money that you guys support is those 3 main programs: Master Gardeners, Master Food Preservers, and 4-H, plus just supporting all of the staff and the admin in the counties. But even in Master Gardeners and Master Food Preservers and 4-H, the way that we adjust is based on the needs of our clientele, because that's all we are, is we're responding to the needs of our clientele. So yeah, we're nimble, we're able to adjust and change how we do things. I will say this, we've had an extreme amount of growth over the last 11 years with potentially even reduced FTE because of these budget issues. But if we really want to grow 4-H, if we want to, you know, to really make this program fly in El Dorado County, you know, even more significant contributions would be needed. The current FTE is at 80% in El Dorado County, and that's enough to manage that program. That's as is. We don't have a lot of time for growth and expanding into in-school projects. You know, we could be doing embryology in multiple schools. We could be doing a lot of other after-school programming, but the capacity at our current budget is as is, we're maintaining.
So it's helpful to know maybe what we're giving up, what the potential is. Yeah. with
Absolutely.
additional funding. So, all right, Supervisor Parlin.
Thank you, Jolynn.
Absolutely.
I know it's hard to come and ask for money, but you haven't had to do it very often. So I would suggest at our next annual meeting, we do talk about this, having an escalator and maybe ping the counties in between to get some feedback and thoughts on how we do this. Because it is kind of hard to have a big jump every once in a
Yes.
while. And we're learning this with so many other fees that, and, costs that we deal with, that we're learning that the little every year is a little bit easier to deal with, just generally speaking. So I think that we should talk about that, and let's get that meeting on our calendar sooner than
Yes.
later. And feel free to ping in between. But I do think our county gets so much value out of the programs. And what I was going to ask, and it's really not for you so much, is for Leanne. I know that I think the county, we're doing a website update. We're in the process right now of updating. And I'm wondering if somehow we could promote these programs more in the new website, because I'm not really seeing a big connection right now. And so since we are paying for these services, and they're already wildly popular, but I think we could help grow it also. So that's another thing. And just a quick comment, going to the fair, the county fair this year, and seeing the volunteers there and their enthusiasm for the things that we got to demo. I can't remember what I demoed, but one of them I really, really liked, and I got the recipe, and I haven't had a chance to make it. It was one of these yummy cucumbery, pickly something.
Oh, yeah.
But it was really fun being there at the fair. So,
Our master food preserve.
Yes, Sue's back there
Yeah.
too. So hey, Sue, thanks for being
They
here.
pickle all sorts of things that I didn't know could be pickled, right?
It was kind of fun. So anyway, yeah, a much loved program, and I'm glad that we're supporting it.
Thanks, Lori.
And thank you for
Supervisor Parlin.
helping support those conversations at the county. Appreciate
Yeah.
that. Yeah, great. Supervisor Turnbull, your button.
Yeah, I just want to compliment you guys have done a great job. You really have, and especially pushing different issues and stuff, especially when you're talking about forestry. Was one of biggest things that I had to speak down to the Natural Caucus Natural Resource Committee, and I had to testify on the Caldor fire and basically what the residents in Grizzly Flat. But the biggest thing you guys are doing, you're doing a great job, especially when it comes to forest stewardship and education. And it needs to be, everybody needs to be educated on what's going on in our natural, our forests. And then also the post-fire forest resiliency workshop series. I think that's a great thing that you guys are doing. Because I think people need to be aware of kind of what's going on, especially when we have these horrific fires prior to having these horrific fires. So anyway, you guys have done a great job. I just want to commend you on that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Piggybacking on that, I also applaud the multi-county partnership and our ability to leverage the expertise, the curiosity, and the research of the university system in just supporting our community on a larger level. That's huge benefit.
If we weren't in a multi-county partnership, we would maybe have access, El Dorado would only have access to one, maybe two advisors. And so while we don't have, 5 or 9 advisors sitting in El Dorado County, those 9 advisors in the MCP are still dedicated to, helping El Dorado County residents.
That's huge.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
thank you for being with us, and look forward to figuring out a perhaps more sustainable system going forward. So
Great.
thank you. So let's take public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 38. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Good morning, Leo Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. I hope there's a long line behind me. What a wonderful presentation. What a wonderful positive note as you come up towards lunch and all of that. It's just wash clean the hard and necessary conversation about the mitigation of toxic land use and all of that. I am so biased My children went through the 4-H program. Lots of relatives have benefited from Master Gardener. Excited about the food. Didn't even know about the Master Food Preserver. Grew up with one, my mother. And, you know, I've heard all your great compliments. I urge you to be a light, to be the forward-thinking county. Give them 20%. By my math, that's like maybe $2,000. That's just like the package for that, the fleet vehicles you're buying for $40,000. This is so important. While you figure out your great ideas to get more sustainable, please give them a little bit more this year. They've earned it. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Kelly.
I hate going after Lyle because he's always so positive. I really enjoy that. Although we may not always see eye to eye. Just a few things I was wondering. I know these things come and they're needed now. So these are valuable programs. I am a very failed canner, though I love to bake bread. I don't like to meet the animals that I consume, though I'd like to consume them. So I did not buy at the fair because I was afraid if I purchased one of their beautiful livestock that I would have him in my backyard right now. And I was told that wasn't allowed, by the way. I would like a Wilbur the pig, personally. I do wonder when we see these amazing programs, you know, it's very easy to look to the taxpayer. And I would agree with Lyle that we would love to fund them. And then I go back to requests that were made and so needed by our local ranchers when they couldn't even feed their livestock because many of them could either not afford or they could not produce the alfalfa, the grass from our fires and our floods. And making sure that we also are not denying those kind of emergency needs in lieu of maybe non-emergent needs. If we're in that time where we have to balance our emergent needs versus our non-emergent needs, I would wonder if there's a better way we can reach out to local donors and the community to understand that, you know, if we love these programs, we need to individually help with these programs because I just feel like our local agriculture small farmers have been so directly impacted in a way that they were not helped the way they could be, that maybe in the future we make sure that gets a little bit of budget fund also. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, we will bring this back to the board. This is, let's see, this is to receive a presentation and a request for additional funding. So,
Move to approve.
I'll second.
all right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And look forward to your ongoing good work on behalf of our community. All right, so at this point, let's take item number 34 from Building and Planning, Kim. And before we do that, is the board okay? Does anyone need a break?
All right.
What's that?
I'm all right.
Okay. All right, well, powers, anyone else on the right?
through
Okay.
Check in after this item.
All right, we move forward.
Thank you.
You bet.
Item 34 comes from Planning and Building Department seeking board direction related to the Cemetery Advisory Committee formation resolution.
Well, good morning. Thank you for being with us.
Absolutely. Good morning. Chris Perry, Assistant Director of Planning and Building. I have Julianne Melchor here with me and Sherry Busby sitting over there. Our cemetery staff is alive and well and present.
Oh.
We're here this morning seeking your board's direction on the Cemetery Advisory Committee's resolution. The last update to this resolution was back in 2002.
And as you can imagine, the landscape has changed quite a bit since that original resolution. There was a set of bylaws that govern activities within the Cemetery Advisory Committee. Those were approved by the committee last year. But in subsequent conversations with our county council, it was determined that some of the items in the bylaws may conflict with the 2002 resolution, the formation resolution. So this path forward became, let's go back to your board, since we haven't had a conversation about the resolution in quite a while. Let's go back, have that conversation with your board. And then when we're done with that, we'll come back with the updated resolution and the bylaws as one package for your approval. So that's what brought us here today. The item was pretty dense with information. It kind of showed what has been accomplished, what hasn't been accomplished. Most of it was accomplished. Some of those items were very specific to that time. So what I'm going to do, if you don't mind, I will walk through the list of recommendations that both the committee has made and staff have made, just to kind of decipher that from the report so you guys can chew on that. And with that, we'll get going. And by the way, these recommendations by the committee staff do support as well. So first off, we're looking at removing the requirement for committee members recommended by board members to be residents in that board member's district. And that's because we have historically had a little bit of trouble recruiting members to be on this committee. So obviously your individual supervisors, you still control who that may be, but there may be an interested applicant from another district that really wants to serve that could get on. So that's number one that came from the committee. Another would be updating the membership to include a veterans organization representative. Veterans obviously have a demonstrated interest in a lot of the history associated with our cemeteries. We love to celebrate veterans and all year round, but especially on those holidays, and we would love to have veterans representation as well on that committee. And finally, from the committee, updating the term from 2 years to 4 years to mere supervisorial terms. That just provides a little bit more continuity, coincides well with each of your terms, and it made sense to us as staff to support that as well. So those are, I'll go ahead and pause right there. Yeah.
Chris, sometimes I think it gets confusing, 4 years versus coterminous.
Yeah.
Because if somebody's in between, I don't know, maybe county council can help me. What do we normally do with that? Or is it every committee is kind of different and does it matter? I don't know, as a new supervisor, you come in and there's a slate of existing appointees, which can make it awkward or not. I mean, I don't know what is the best practice.
Well, I don't know if I can answer which is the best practice. But I think I can confirm that, as you note, I think we've done it different ways for different committees. There are some where we do have it as a fixed term that might not necessarily coincide with that of the appointing supervisor, though I think the vast majority are done in a way where they are, I think, as you might describe it, coterminous with that of the kind of appointing or nominating supervisor, so as to ensure that when a new supervisor does come into office, that they have the opportunity to appoint those who might best align with their particular views. So I think it's really up to your discretion as to how you might want to handle this particular committee's appointment structure.
Okay, I appreciate that, because in my mind, when you come in as a new supervisor, if it's coterminous, that person understands that there could be a change, but the supervisor could also retain those people too after talking with them. So I just feel like it's an easy opportunity. Whereas if we just say 4 years, that kind of makes them, it makes it more difficult on the incoming supervisor if they want to make a change, I guess. However, I don't know how else to say it.
The issue, only a practical issue that we'd have to figure out is to the extent that there are any at-large or industry members who aren't really nominated directly by a particular supervisor. So there is no supervisor to whose term they would be coterminous.
Okay,
Again,
that's a good point.
All things you could work through depending upon how you choose to move forward.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay. So those are first three as recommended by the committee. Now moving on to staff recommendations for updates. A couple changes to the membership. While the committee is recommending new membership with a veterans organization, We're actually looking at, from a staff perspective, removing the county coroner and the cemetery director from the membership of the committee. That doesn't preclude them, me being one of them, from participating, still be full participation. There just is no need necessarily to vote on any of the action items related to the committee. And frankly, there's not usually a large number of action items. And, you know, that's one of those committees where sometimes we have a challenge getting a quorum, and, you know, it wouldn't hurt to have, you know, a little smaller membership. You can get closer to that quorum number as well. So again, just a thought, just something to chew on for your board. We've had that conversation with the sheriff's office, and, you know, they're fine being, you know, a participant, but not being a voting member per se. So again, county coroner, cemetery director being removed from the membership. Obviously, from the 2002 resolution, we'd want to remove committee goals that have already been completed. Those were enumerated on the item itself. Happy to go through them if you would like, but in the interest of time, the goals that have been completed, we can just say confidently we can remove those from the O2 resolution. So we do want to keep a goal on there, and that is to research and identify potential funding sources for specific cemetery projects. That's grants, private endowments, legislative initiatives, fundraising drives, volunteer efforts, all the like. Obviously, given the constant challenge with maintaining our cemeteries and making sure we have enough money in our budget, we always want to be mindful of how we can pull additional revenue from wherever it may be. So we'd like to keep that as a goal and a task on whatever the new resolution might be. I'll pause there just for a second. I'm giving you a lot of information. So, okay.
Okay, good.
All right. And we would like to add a goal, and that is committee members to perform site visits to the county managed cemeteries, particularly those that staff don't get to visit frequently, and report back to staff at committee meetings on the state of the cemeteries and the issues that they see. Just kind of be another set of eyes and ears out there in the community. You know, Julianne and Mary and our staff are out there quite frequently with a lot of our cemeteries, a lot of them the active cemeteries where burials are still occurring. So they're marking plots and doing the active work of the cemeteries. But some of the cemeteries that are not active, currently accepting new burials, those ones, you know, could use another set of eyes. And it's good just for the committee members to be fully aware of the full breadth of the cemeteries throughout the county anyways. All of them have their, well, Mike's in the audience too. Mike knows every cemetery like the back of his hand. But
And he's my appointee, just might make.
yeah.
Shout out.
Others, obviously, in the area that they live, they visit those cemeteries with regularity, but it'd be good to see the full universe of those cemeteries. So that would be a goal we'd like to see added to the resolution. Also, we would like to see right now, the committee meets roughly every month if there's quorum. There are a lot of informational items that we discussed. There are not, as I said, a whole lot of action items. Because of that, we would advocate for pulling back to quarterly meetings for the Cemetery Advisory Committee. Just putting that out there for consideration. I mean, you know, with our work plan that we've shared with your board the last couple of years, getting this resolution in place, the bylaws, and then we'd be coming back later this fall to discuss the cemetery ordinance, which I've mentioned before. Getting all that work accomplished is our priority. And once we get those done, we're going to be back to the homeostasis point from an admin standpoint on the cemeteries. And I think we'll be in a much better position to do some of the other type of work that's on the work plan. So the frequency of the committee meetings, just, you know, all the prep that goes into making sure we have all the updates, you know, Legistar and so on and so forth. It would be frankly a better use of our staff time if we were able to push it back from a monthly to a less frequent meeting. And obviously outside these recommendations, you know, what we're seeking direction on is any other ideas that your board might have on this. I know you all have unique experiences with cemeteries in various capacities. So obviously you know, any ideas you have on what you would like to see come from the committee, whether it's, you know, the annual report or whatever you might think makes sense, we're certainly open to that and would love to take that back to you with the reso. So I'll go
So-
ahead and pause there. Yeah.
Great. So before we move on with my colleagues' questions or comments, so will you be looking for a motion, an official motion today, or just direction?
I
And
think-
I'm having a little hard time kind of going through the staff report to understand what exactly you're looking for
Sure.
today.
So yeah, I completely understand that. I don't believe we need a motion on this. I think so long as there's concurrence that our ideas make sense at
Okay.
a basic level, we can fashion that into a resolution that you would obviously get a chance to vote on at that point in time.
All right, I just kind of wanted to, for us all to be thinking
Yeah.
how we might want to do this. So.
And then, well, okay, so I'm having a hard time. So I'm on the cemetery advisory committee. And I'm having a hard time with remembering, because we have been talking about updating the resolution for years. And I just can't remember, did we actually have an agenda item on one of the community cemetery advisory committee meetings and walk through the resolution, the existing one? Did we do that?
Years ago.
Several years ago. Okay, this is why my brain is not remembering. And so I appreciate Supervisor Thomas asking, because I think that the board should give its thoughts and direction, then staff should take that back to the advisory committee to really walk through it, make sure we're all on the same page. And of course, we have the final say. There's no doubt about that. But I do think that we should get the advisory committees, their thoughts on it. And it'll be interesting to see how this goes. So I'll leave it at that. I do have a couple specific things whenever.
Actually,
if
why don't
some-
you just go
Does
right
anybody else
ahead?
want to go first?
Absolutely. Please
Go
go
ahead.
ahead, since, especially since you are our appointee.
Oh, okay. I was gonna wait, but okay.
Go for it.
So I'm on the Legistar staff report, and it's item number, I guess there's a number on it, number 5. Coordinate compilation, I don't know, and recording written documents. It says it's completed. I'm really confused by this item because my recollection is our database system is not fabulously pulled together, and it's still being worked on. And volunteers had been historically helping with that effort. So I'm not sure if what's this says and what we've done are meshing. Can you help me, Julianne? I know you know.
Most of the information that we have was compiled by the committee early on in the process. Our hard copy files, we have a whole file cabinet of documentation on most, if not all, of the cemeteries that we know about. Our database is only the list of burials. And
Okay.
yes, it is cumbersome and it's not the best database and it's not the best way to maintain the information, but that's kind of a separate issue.
Okay. So that's why I wanted to understand. So in your mind, the reason to say this is completed is that the community and the volunteers and their work of collecting is done.
Yes.
We just need some staff figuring out how to get it into a database or in a helpful format or something.
We need to scan documents.
Okay.
It's a huge job.
It is.
And it's not a job that we've been able to do. We've ticked off some of it. We do it when we can, but
Okay.
That would help with getting our records digitized. Other than that, we have plans for another database, but that, like I said, that's a separate issue.
Okay, so the committee's part's done on
Yeah.
that. Now it's up to
Yes.
staff to
Yes.
fulfill preserving those records. Okay,
Right.
got that. And then on item 8, where it says research legal titles, and it says completed, and in my mind, or maybe, okay, so this is for the resolution of the Cemetery Advisory Committee. So I guess their role is done, because I looked at the attachment and Bryant Cemetery is on there and it says it's a public, and we've determined it's not, right? Or is that a fluid one?
Well, there's public and there's public. There's
Yeah.
public. Bryant is probably considered a public cemetery because we have over 500 burials there.
Right.
And they're not all family members. In that sense, it's considered a public cemetery because anybody could be buried there.
Okay,
It's not publicly owned, however.
right. That's so messy.
Yes.
The ownership of cemeteries, you guys, is just a weird world. So,
Yes.
okay, so in my mind, again, the cemetery advisory committees, because this was done in 2002, their role is done, but that list will be updated over time because we have, Cold Springs's ownership, I think will change someday. I'm hoping.
The status of a cemetery doesn't change
Mhm.
frequently, so there won't, yes, we would update as something would change, but
Okay.
there isn't a lot of need for that.
Right.
It's not a real dynamic situation.
No, but it does need to be revisited because as we said, when there's no longer an owner of a cemetery, it defaults to the county. That's my understanding of the law. We are ultimately responsible for the cemeteries if the private ownership, it defuncts for whatever reason.
Yes, but that doesn't happen that often.
Sure. Right,
Um,
but I have one right now. I'm trying to get it figured out. So I know the list does change and it's just that something that, will have to be updated when it happens. And we've talked about how we possibly could anticipate more and more will happen as these pioneer families no longer are around to take care of them. They're going to fall in, they're going to need, so, there could be more happening over time. We just don't know.
If they're not on private land already,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, and depending on how they're owned. That's another thing.
Yes.
So, okay, got that.
Pointed at me, right?
Yeah. Well, you always want to be known for your
I
cemetery.
know that.
And then just lastly, I was looking at the attachment B, which was from the 2002 board minutes or something. Oh, it was the advisory committee report from 2002. And on the bottom of the first page, it talks about based upon the committee's findings, it was decided that a method for nurturing respect for and encouraging preservation of our cemeteries is necessary. And it talked about this ongoing resolution in our education of the public. And then on the bottom of the next page, it talks about the Adopt a Cemetery program. So I just feel like those are things that we've been talking about for a long time. And I feel like we need to nurture the nurturing to get that a little more out there. Because these are our historical assets. They just are. And we need to take care of them. So somehow if we could grow that bit of the program, and I don't know if that falls on the cemetery advisory committee to somehow do that or on staff, but somehow we really need to get that somewhere in our work. It needs to be out there so that we're doing it. Because I know we talk about it a lot.
One of the interesting things in going through the process to develop this board item was that I discovered that apparently back in 2002, I think it's mentioned in the bottom of that memo
Yeah.
you just talked about, was declaring October as Cemetery Appreciation Month.
Yeah.
And I think it happened that first year, and it sounds like that was supposed to be an ongoing thing, and it's never happened since.
It kind of did. Yeah. So I thought that was interesting too. Okay, that's all I got.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments? Supervisor Heidel?
From my previous service on the committee, one of the things that was going on over and over is maintenance of the grave sites, maintenance of the surrounding areas to where the graves are, et cetera, due to collapse and headstones falling and everything else. Have we come up with a plan that allows us to go in and make those changes without having to try to find all the relatives and get permission and stuff? Because that just seems like an onerous task. Is there anything new there that legislatively or anything else would give us the authority to do reasonable, maintenance on those grave sites?
So there are a couple levels of maintenance, I think.
Yeah.
So there's, we have money in our budget, and thankfully we got a contract now to maintain some of our cemeteries, which is great. And facilities maintains the other portion of our cemeteries. But that, to your point, is kind of, they go in and make it generally look good. But as far as the finite work that goes around gravestone, headstones and all the, we do, because we don't want folks in there with weed whackers getting too close to those headstones.
Right.
So there's two levels of maintenance: that general maintenance that's provided in our budget, and the maintenance I think you're referring to, restoration of headstones.
Right. That's what I'm talking
Things
about.
that, yeah. And that's, Julianne probably can speak to that more, but that is some of the work I know Mike has been intimately involved in those types of efforts as well. We don't necessarily have a line item specifically for that type of work, but it's something we work closely with, in this case, Save the Graves, our partner on this at this point in
Right.
time, but.
And actually,
Sorry. Go ahead.
we'll finish comments and then before we do public comment, I will invite Mike up to have any questions. So just be ready, Mike.
The adopted, we have developed the Adopt a Cemetery program and we have been using that pretty effectively. We have several volunteers who are very interested in restoring headstones. And we require that they do some research first to make sure that they cannot find any family members that would require us to ask permission before we do that. But they have been doing a lot of the headstones, veterans headstones, particularly in the El Dorado Cemetery, Mormon Island Cemetery. They've done some for Placerville Union Cemetery, and they're doing a good job. So the program is working. Plus, we've been working with Save the Graves. That organization has kind of effectively taken over some of the responsibilities that might have been determined for the CAC to handle. And it seems to be working a little better for us as well. Last year, we raised $28,000. That has been, the committee is working on developing how to use that money. Mike can talk more about that because he's very involved in that as well.
That's remarkable.
So I had a quick second question. That's vandalism and those kinds of things. Are we seeing an increase? Is it pretty stable? Because I know certain times of the year you see things happening. Halloween seems to be one of those periods where people like to go out and walk through grave sites, but are we seeing any substantial changes in that
We
situation?
have been lucky enough to not have a lot of vandalism over the last few years.
Okay.
Our primary cemetery that seemed to have more vandalism than others was Placerville Union. And we used to lock the gates there.
Yeah.
We have been leaving those gates open for about 4 or 5 years. And while we've still had a couple instances of vandalism, it's been much less than it was in the 5 years previous to that.
That's a good sign. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
going to speak a little bit on
Supervisor
our cemetery.
Supervisor Lane
side.
has her
Oh, she
button
does?
pushed,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. Just a kind of an observation. So in my few months here on the board, I have recognized that the board has paid particular attention to what committees do and how they do it. The resolution that I believe, Mr. Perry, you'll bring back at some future meeting. In the second whereas, it really kind of captures the overarching goals of the committee, of the advisory committee. So I'm just wondering if it would be advantageous going forward to not specify, like in section H, the
Yes.
actual goals, so that we don't have to, that should be what you're, what you decide. There's going to be short-term goals, mid-range goals, long-range goals, but they're always going to change. So maybe that be left out of the document, and I'm seeing shaking heads, so.
Sure.
thinking-
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That I can track. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
To go to a
Good
work
idea.
plan format that's done annually or something like
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. And as your board knows, and Supervisor Lane, I think we did a presentation earlier this year on the work
You
plan.
did.
We do bring an annual work plan for cemeteries that, yeah, absolutely could dovetail nicely into a whereas in the resolution. Absolutely.
Excellent comments. Great.
Yep.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to comment, our cemetery used to be open, the gate was, but we had some vandalism, especially, people trying to remove the brass plates that are there that, on the headstones and stuff. And that was one of the reasons why we did put a lock on it, because there's been a lot of vandalism, especially going around, especially when it comes to that type of thing. One of the things is we started that association, and I was just commenting on this, but you got RCA, Bridgetown RCA. Can you tell me what it means?
Sorry, Rural Cemetery Association, and you may or may not still be organized as a Rural Cemetery Association, but it kind
It's
of is a
actually the Frenchtown
catch-all.
Cemetery Association
Yeah,
is what it is, and that was formed in 1915.
right.
So. just
It's
wanna let you know.
probably defined by law as a Rural Cemetery Association, though,
Okay,
as a catch-all,
all right.
you know.
Okay, I wanted some clarification on that. Yeah.
All right. And before we have Mike come up, there are a few questions that I had on the resolution. Are any of, when we list the members on the committee, other than the recommendations that you brought forward today, are any of these memberships historically problematic to fill? And I'm talking about either a recognized fraternal organization or an archaeologist?
We've been lucky enough to have several archaeologists involved.
That's wonderful. Yeah.
John's appointed representative is an archaeologist. Unfortunately, the archaeologist who was serving on the committee until this month, her term expired and she has chosen not to be reappointed. But so we might need another archaeologist, and they are not all that prevalent. So that one may be difficult to fill. Our District 5 position has been difficult to fill because it's such a distance for people to come, especially monthly.
And if we take out that recommendation that they have to be from the supervisorial district, makes sense from that. Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly why we wanted to.
Well,
add
and
that.
we have a cemetery in Tahoe that has its own managing board
Yes.
and it's full. So
Yes.
that really leaves Pollock Pines as being the obvious closest. And I did reach out to a member of the community and asked her if she would. And one of her problems is her ability to physically be able to get to those meetings. So I appreciate you recognizing that, and I can get back on it if you need me to fill that seat.
Well, and District 2 hasn't had anybody for a long time either. And
Just saying.
has caused us some quorum issues. If you would, I keep reminding him.
I know. There's some.
Help me out there, man.
So the recommendation from our staff is a solid one too.
Yeah.
Or committee to remove those.
That's another thing that is brought up. I mean, it's really hard to find somebody, especially in the district, that even wants to do it. And if we can find other people that outside the district, I mean, I think that's a good point. I think that's what we need to look into.
And maybe our new CAO would like to be our in-house archaeologist.
There you go.
Yeah.
I don't know all of you know that her background in that runs deep, which is she's a woman of many talents. So
Another job for you, Tiffany.
we won't write that in your job description just yet, though.
We figured she might be a little busy.
Yeah, we're keeping her a little busy otherwise. So at this point, once we have public comment, I think we'll just go through and just walk through the recommendations and see if the board has, concurrence on all of them, and we'll just, walk through that very efficiently. But at this point, I'd like to invite Mr. Roberts up as a deeply dedicated member of the Cemetery Advisory Committee to see if there's additional recommendations or insights for our consideration. Good
Thank
morning.
you, Supervisor Thomas. Yes, I am Mike Roberts, the cemetery guy. Couple just reacts. Supervisor Lane, great suggestion. Keep it high level. The goals do shift. And as the Cemetery Advisory Committee becomes more effective someday, our goals should become more aggressive. But right now, the challenge is that this is technical work. Funerary science is a thing you can get a college degree in. Land use, and this is not just garden variety land use, this is complicated old land use. Cemetery laws are old and gray. The archaeology aspect, how to restore a headstone, the materials, it's not intuitive stuff. And there's no training, of course. If there were, it would be a 5-year class. So it's very difficult to get qualified people. It's been maddening to attract not 1, not 2, but 3 archaeologists. Have lost the first one due to county policy, lost the second one due to county policy, and the third one's hanging on by a thread. So, and that's yours.
Yeah.
She's frustrated as hell. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough. These people have jobs, big jobs, sometimes little kids, big jobs. Little kids have to show up in the middle of the day physically, no choice. They're gone. That hurt. The most significant things the Cemetery Advisory Committee has gotten done in the last 5 years were done by that woman who just resigned. She got us our cemeteries, El Dorado County cemeteries, registered on the national or the statewide, the West Coast Clearinghouse. So developers, when they want to develop a project, they go check this clearinghouse to see if there's any cultural resources on it. Our cemeteries now show up. Thank you. And now she's got grad students from Sonoma State coming here looking at doing work for us. So including ground penetrating radar, possibly. So that's all good. And she's gone, sadly. Supervisor Hydall, thanks. These guys softened. This guy softened over Creighton's position. He let us do some work. Common sense stuff, you know, the county is responsible for maintaining the cemeteries. We should be able to clean a darn headstone.
Yep, I agree.
Without doing a genealogy project.
Yes.
We now can.
Okay.
I've taken church groups out there. I've taken youth groups out there. There's been some really beautiful moments out there with multi-generations cleaning headstones. And what we're doing, we're cleaning the old marble. It's a lichen which devours the old marble to the point, I mean, it literally eats it up. So we're not just, it's not, and it's very special products. They're expensive. Save the Graves buys it all. And I train them and it works. Supervisor Parlin, thanks for holding their feet to the fire on some of this stuff. Your role is incredibly important. I've got some specific comments for what the CAC should be, but I'm going to take that back to the CAC and we'll bring that back to you. I'll open it for questions for me.
Just really want to thank you for your deep dedication and that your Save the Graves, which is an amazing organization that is really helping to, you know, increase funding for these projects that we don't have the resources for. It's just a really meaningful partnership and just really wanted to acknowledge that and thank you for that. I don't think we have any further questions at this point.
I have one.
Okay,
You
please.
mentioned a policy that we lost 2 archaeologists. I'd like to understand what that is. Is that a county policy?
Meeting laws.
It was meeting rules, COVID meeting rules. One
Okay.
was a political difference with the county's policies on COVID rules for meetings.
All right.
That one was gone. And then this one is the fact that meeting attendees must physically be present. You get like one exception a year, I think.
Okay.
She
all
already
right.
burned her exception.
So it's a Brown Act related
Right.
stuff is what it is.
Right.
We're
Okay.
frustrated by that too.
Yeah,
Yes.
understand.
Well,
Thank you.
sorry, but
it's tough.
No.
Find a solution. Find a solution. These are real problems. We can't be the only ones having them. Please,
Mike,
find us a
Mike,
solution.
I'm just reminding you, it's the state legislators that did that to us. And we
Mhm.
are trying,
We are working on it.
all
Okay.
of the counties that I know are advocating to change
All right.
it. We're
I'll-
trying.
We are.
Thank you. I'll back off.
We are.
Okay.
And, you know, bounce it back to me because a lot of the problems in our cemeteries, we're not the only ones having these problems, but you know, like so many of us in El Dorado County, we put up these walls and it's just, you know, we'd rather fuminate about our problems than ask Amador County what they're doing. And so these are the types of roles that I would like a more functional cemetery advisory committee to be more actively involved in, to know who's running the cemeteries in Placer County, to understand about these cemetery districts that everyone but us has. And right now, I don't think it's viable. You know, us passing a cemetery tax it's just not going to happen. There's no advocacy group. The only potential advocacy groups are the Cemetery Advisory Committee and Save the Graves, which is a 501c3. It's illegal for either of us to advocate for a ballot measure.
Yep.
Really frustrating.
We're screwed.
Boxed in.
All right.
And we're dependent on you for money.
Well,
That's all I
thank you,
got.
Mike. I appreciate your comments and we'll take public comment on this and then we'll provide direction to staff and look forward to this coming back and seeing what our staff and your committee comes up with. So.
Last quick comment, vital partners in Save the Graves. I mean, she's literally a board member. Okay, so this Save the Graves, which is doing a lot of restoration work in
Yes.
cemeteries now, is a joint effort between El Dorado County and this nonprofit we've created.
That is
Thank you.
awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Excellent. Love that. All right, Kim, let's take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 34, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, formerly the president of El Dorado County Historical Society for 17 years. Therefore, I was very active with the Cemetery Advisory Committee in those days when I was active with the Historical Society. I just went to the Cemetery Administration website. You'd find it by going to the homepage, Government Cemetery Administration. So it's important then to define that what we have here today is really the Cemetery Administration who's speaking in behalf of this item. And then you also have the Cemetery Advisory Committee, of which you're speaking about, related to making changes. The other part of it is that to note that the maintenance and operation is 17 cemeteries. However, there are more than 100 cemeteries and burial sites in the county. And so therefore, there's a long-standing history between the discussion about cemeteries and your board. Your board has had over the years, my 30 plus years, I've been to numerous discussions about cemeteries and pioneer cemeteries specifically. And there has been a lot of change, which you've been part of collectively, as not you personally, but collectively as the body. So the other part of this is that I wanted to identify with is that I see really no reason why you couldn't go to quarterly. Sometimes it's difficult to bring people together, but if you did it on a consistent basis, to cancel a quarterly meeting would be a bigger deal than to cancel a monthly meeting. Therefore, coming back and making sure you have that consistency, that your board member or your committee members are buying in, that they will be there, is a very critical, important of your success. And then the highlight, Save the Graves, and also Buried History, because they've split and they have their own functional efforts that they're both doing and pursuing. And thank you for your committal of time over the years, Lori. Thanks a lot. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Chris. All right, let's go online then.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good afternoon, Kelly.
Hello, good afternoon. I know we're all ready for lunch. One of my favorite hobbies, I guess maybe that's a bad word. I love cemeteries. As a original native of New Orleans, if you've ever had the privilege of seeing our amazing cemeteries that are above ground, I happen to be fearful of being buried underground because I grew up with above ground. It's probably not part of this conversation, but it will maybe add to something with our cemeteries and our respect for the dead. We all have, whether it's religious, personal, fear factor, we all have different plans. And I hope everybody is planning. It is very important to plan your funeral, not an advertisement. I hope that our county, with our beautiful forestry and all that, will be one of the first groundbreaking Northern California areas that are soon going to have more eco-friendly blueprints on our environment, whether it's forestry, whether it's encouraging aquamation, which is a new way not to get all of those carcinogens in our air from crematories. I know that the funeral business is a very large business. They probably don't want to hear that. But the fact is, I hope that our next conversations is how we move forward with utilizing what we have, protecting our environment, and looking at where the word cemetery, burial, final resting place is moving towards the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon, Leo.
Good afternoon, Leo Bennett Koshan. Honored and blessed to follow you, Kelly. Everything she said, I would have said. So I'm going to relate a personal story, which I grew up and remain very Catholic. And every Sunday, my mother took us to the Catholic cemetery where we did our maintenance work and honored our past elders. And over the years, it was more and more of those grave things. And then there's this generational shift, and my mother chooses to be cremated, which of course we honor, and the cremains are in a shrine, and we're still kind of trying to decide what do we do. You know, the culture is shifting. I also grew up in a place like Kelly was sharing, where above ground wasn't the burial, but you stayed there because the ground was frozen. Quebec, Canada. And I had a deep fear of cemeteries. And since I stayed with my uncle, the priest, there was a cemetery next door. And I went and spent many an evening working through that fear. So love cemeteries now. A little curious about the one that was on the agenda in Tahoe, whether that is on the west slope, and that is referencing the number of unmarked graves. I was visiting Portland, went to visit some of their cemeteries, and they were working on a project because they had a similar imbalance in their pioneer cemeteries where the majority of the graves they found were unmarked. And they were going to just come up with a monument to recognize all of those that had come before us. I'm assuming you're not doing rubbings anymore for headstones, but is there a digital project? Unfortunately, it's hard sometimes to stay ahead of the deterioration. So I'm just wondering how much of the current is being memorialized. As a retired teacher, just throwing out there, teachers are always loving to find out field trips, and I'd be happy to help. I think it would be great to get the younger generation to experience the same thing I did with my mother and family and go to the cemetery and experience truly buried, but also, in the current day and how we're living, everything, history continues through us. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thanks for your comments. All right.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. We are into our lunch hour now. So what I'd like to do is like to go through this efficiently and provide direction for our staff. Per the staff report, the recommendations suggested by the community members include removing the requirement for residency in the board districts, adding a veterans organization, and moving from 2 to 4 years. Is the board in agreement without those directions?
Yes.
Okay, looks good. Super. Now, staff recommended that the removal of the coroner, the cemetery director.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You said 2 to 4 years.
Yes.
Did you say coterminous too?
She didn't.
I didn't, but would you like to add
Yeah,
that
I
for
think
the,
for the supervisorial
For the super-
appointments to make them coterminous.
not the at-large?
Correct.
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
Sorry, I was trying to.
no
okay.
problem. So for consideration, yes, sounds good. Okay, so under staff's recommendation, to remove the county coroner, I can't say this, coroner, and the cemetery director as voting members of the committee. Are we in agreement with that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, looks good.
Yep.
And then remove the committee goals which have been completed. And I like Supervisor Lane's suggestion that H in the resolution just, be taken out of the resolution so it can be fluid.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Not
Right.
have to come back.
Or
for
submit an annual work
changes.
plan to the
Yeah.
board of supervisor or something, so we
We'll
get some
let you figure
communication.
that out
Yeah.
with the committee,
Yeah.
how,
I think that was the originating resolution. And at that time, they had very specific things they wanted them to do.
That makes
And,
sense.
we don't do resolutions like that anymore. So.
thank goodness.
Yeah, thank goodness.
They're problematic, aren't
Yeah,
they?
absolutely.
Okay, sounds good. And then, let's see, moving down, we also, to add site visits, was the recommendation to add site visits to the resolution or to put those under the goals?
Yeah, it was to add it to the resolution as a goal.
But if we're moving the
If we're moving them
goals,
out,
it might make
yeah.
sense to put that in the goals rather than resolution. I mean, I like the idea. I think it's solid and leave it up to the committee to figure out how they might want to
Or
arrange that.
perhaps we should revisit the bylaws and see if that's a responsibility of the members. So we'll revisit the bylaws
Okay.
when we do this too, I think, right?
Yep, makes
Okay.
sense.
Perfect. And then the final recommendation that I'm seeing here is to reduce the frequency of meetings from, every month to quarterly, which would certainly, I think, help with the membership and also quorum challenges. So are we in agreement with that?
Yes.
All right. Was there any other suggestion or recommendation that I missed?
That covers it.
Hi.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, Rogers.
No.
1 second.
Okay, county council's.
County council.
Suggesting that we.
Could I ask if there's an understood time frame as to when the board would expect staff to return back with these revisions.
I think we liked Supervisor Parlin's recommendation that these recommendations go back to the Cemetery Advisory Committee.
Right.
What is the time frame that you're suggesting?
Are they going to be able to meet with a quorum or not? No.
Yeah,
Time frame.
yeah, I mean, but as of right now, we generally meeting monthly, so that's not gonna, so we can easily, or we could schedule a special meeting as needed, so that's not gonna be a problem.
Okay.
And we'll keep scheduling until we get a quorum, so.
Back by like by
I
the
mean,
end of the year, is that kind of what we're thinking?
I think that's
on this?
doable. Yeah.
Reasonable goal.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
And was there another addition from County Council?
Roger was suggesting that we include a direction that we revise the bylaws and come back to you with
Oh,
some
include
revised.
that.
bylaws.
Excellent. So we also staff or the board provides direction to look at the bylaws in conjunction with the resolution and look at it in its entirety and bring it back for the board for consideration. I like that. Excellent. And this is not on the resolution, but the one other change that I noted that I had made, and it's under our minimum standards for cemetery maintenance as proposed by the Cemetery Advisory Committee. You have provide twice annual weed abatement. And I would ask the committee to maybe consider having a goal to have that twice annual weed abatement prior to perhaps Memorial Day and Veterans Day, because I know we often get a lot of, community
Visitations,
concerns about our cemeteries being presentable for Memorial Day and Veterans Day.
So where are you looking at?
It was an attachment on the Cemetery Advisory Committee report. Is that, oh, that was opposed in 03. I didn't just saw that. So it might not be current. Anyway, I asked the board, the committee to consider that because I know we've gotten a lot of community comments.
Yeah,
for your
and I agree
goals.
with you, Wendy, because that's what we do with our cemetery.
But do we have the
Especially when-
staff that can do that? I mean,
Well,
so a piece of work and a
just
piece
as
of
a goal,
work,
as a
nothing in
goal.
between?
Yeah.
So the maintenance is not an operation of the advisory committee, though. They are just
Okay.
advisory. They
Okay.
could advise that, I mean, and I think,
Twice.
I
yeah.
think the board has advised staff that we want, them to do maintenance before those major holidays, but I'd be careful on saying that the advisory committee should do the maintenance or. you know
Oh, I
what
didn't mean,
mean?
Yeah.
okay, got it.
It's a weird thing because we always have to remember that, because we have very active members on this
Yes.
committee that do a lot of hands-on. And so we always have to remember that separation. Does that make sense?
Oh, it does. And I was not intimating that the committee should do it. It was this report as proposed by the
okay.
Cemetery Advisory Committee, but I just saw that it was from 03.
Ah.
I thought it was a current one. So
Okay,
just
gotcha.
food for thought as you take these under consideration.
Yeah, I'll comment on that. As a general rule, that is our goal.
Okay,
We
good.
recognize that, leading up to Memorial Day, there's a lot of remembrances in our county cemeteries, and we always
Right.
would like to see our cemeteries in tip-top condition when folks are visiting, so.
Okay,
absolutely.
great. All
Yeah.
right. Are there any further discussion or direction by the board?
No.
All right. All right. So I think with that, we are adjourned. Thank you so much for bringing back this discussion. Look forward to it. And thank you for all your efforts. And so
We're
with
we're
that,
not adjourned. We said adjourned.
we are not adjourned. Thank you for that. Thank you. No, we have a lot more
Long
business.
day, I know
to-
already.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Turnbull. We will now recess to lunch.
Recess, there
We'll
you
be
go.
Back at 1 p.m. for open forum. Thank you all.
Darn.
See you soon. All right. Good afternoon, El Dorado County. It is 1 o'clock. If we could please ask conversations, excuse me. Okay, thank you. Welcome. We are back from lunch, and at this point, we are now at the open forum portion of our meeting. So Kim, could you please call that into the record?
Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. For those new to the meeting, our timer is only partially working. You'll hear a sound go off at 30 seconds, notifying you have 30 seconds remaining, and then at 10 seconds, but there will be no visual.
Thank you all for your patience. Hopefully we'll have that fixed at the next meeting. All right, so at this time, the time is yours. If anyone would wish to address the board for open forum, come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right, let me see here. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Terry Gattro. I am the Director of Administration and Finance for El Dorado Hills CSD. I'm here today to make sure you are all aware of the current situation regarding the assessments of our LLADs. First, to give you a little history, landscape and lighting assessment districts are set up as a funding mechanism to maintain, repair, replace assets within the LLAD boundaries. We have several different types of LLADs. They include parks, entryways, landscaping, playgrounds, restrooms, different elements that enhance the beauty and lifestyle of El Dorado Hills. Each year, my office works with park staff to create a budget to maintain these assets. These are reviewed by outside assessment engineer firms for accuracy and to make sure we do not budget more than the maximum allowed assessment per government code. We take pride in being strong stewards of public funds, making sure our budgets represent the true work that needs to be done at the level expected of our residents. The final step is for our board to approve a resolution that allows the assessment to be sent to the county auditors to be placed on the property tax bill. Last year, the auditor did not place the assessment on the property tax bill, so the district provided a loan from our general fund for the 24 LLADs totaling 1.5 million. Thankfully, we had the reserves set aside to do that. Now we are back to the same situation, and I'm here to make sure you all are aware of the consequences of what will happen if the assessments are not put on the property tax this second year in a row. The district does not have the funds to carry another loan, and this time it's 1.8 million. As required by the auditor's office, we've submitted our assessment roll, actually 3 different times. We did it through our assessment engineer. We did it a second time because we hadn't got a response with a wet signature from our general manager. The third time, I actually came down to the office here and delivered it myself. We have not received any notice from our auditor's office on whether it's rejected or not. I'm hoping they're approved, because if not, then the district's going to have to make some tough decisions. We may have to close parks, playgrounds, restrooms, turn off water to irrigate, to irrigation, turn off streetlights, landscaping. All of these actions will not be well received by our communities. We have sporting groups that are relying on us at Promontory Park. It's going to be difficult to tell 2,000 soccer kids that we don't have fields for them to play on. The district has been using the same process for the past 40 plus years. So we struggle with what has suddenly changed. As the Director of Admin and Finance.
The 3 minutes are up. I will tell you, we will definitely look into this.
All right.
Thank
I would
you.
just like to say that
Thank you.
it's truly our residents that will suffer if this is not done.
We really appreciate you bringing this to the board's attention. Thank you so much. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board on items that are not on our agenda this afternoon?
This is on.
Okay, yeah, that we'll address that when we come to the agenda item. You bet. Good afternoon.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. Every American citizen has the right to demand transparency and accountability from their government representatives. Supervisor George Turnbull, who professes to be a pastor, was a speaker during yesterday's Taxpayers Association meeting where I have been a member since 2008. Many of the association directors are public officials or BOS appointees bound by their constitutional oaths of office. The association is required to abide by all state and federal laws, including those involving discrimination and retaliation for whistleblowing. Compass to Truth is a whistleblower organization founded in 2009. However, Carol Lewis once again singled me out and announced that only those in good standing, according to her liberal standards, would be called upon to address George Turnbull. She then abruptly called an end to questions at 8:14 a.m. as George practically ran out of the room. Similarly, Carol publicly discriminated against me when Assemblyman Joe Patterson was the guest speaker at Taxpayers last month. The Taxpayer Association claims providing a voice for El Dorado County taxpayers through advocacy, voter education, and weekly public meetings. The association is required to abide by all state and federal laws. Meanwhile, Carol Lewis, Andy Nevis, Todd White, Chris Payne, and several other directors of the association have colluded with county officials to deprive me the blessings of freedom and censor my voice, which is representative of many EDC conservatives. In so doing, they egregiously harm me by conspiring to suppress my inherent right of free speech, preventing and/or restricting my access to government officials and depriving me of information or services necessary to assist my efforts for redress of grievances. All lawful actions on my part that fall under the protections of the First Amendment. There is a plague of anarchy creeping across America. Anyone who dares to challenge the woke status quo by speaking truth to power is subjected to ridicule, censorship, and retaliation, such as the BOS and Taxpayers Association unlawfully demonstrate. No individual or organization or government entity has the authority to censor, discriminate, or in any other way deprive another citizen of the blessings of freedom. Every American should be upset and concerned about the lengths to which government officials are willing to go to violate the rights and liberties they've taken oaths to uphold. George, the public deserves some honest answers. For starter, what seminary did you attend, if any, that teaches that it is okay to lie and deprive constituents of public services? What about your support of Todd White's vulgarities when he called me a bitch, a trashy whore, and go F yourself at taxpayers meeting? Please tell us how your policies comply with moral, ethical, and biblical standards. Madam Clerk, these documents are to be entered into the public record, and
please turn off the
a
microphone, Kim.
response is requested.
Is there anyone else like to address the board? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Carol Lewis, President of the Taxpayers Association. And I would like to read into the record a letter to the editor in response to Chairman Wendy Thomas's letter to us. It says, we, the Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County, reviewed your letter to the editor dated July 19th, 2023. Our response is as follows. We, the Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County, are not into the game of we win, you lose. Our goal is to produce a better government and produce better services to our residents and businesses. We respect those who serve in county government and intend to aid them any way we can in providing the best to the general public. Any institution needs adjustments time to time to produce more efficiency in day-to-day operations. That is our goal. The Taxpayers Association helps to work with the Board of Supervisors to improve all aspects of our county government on behalf of the business and people you serve. We view this as a partnership, not competition. We are here not to cast blame in any direction, but to change what appears to be a pervasive culture that has developed over decades. We look forward to working with all departments, electeds, and you, the Board of Supervisors, in the coming months. I believe we all have the same goal, and that is to provide a cost-effective government with better services for the collective good and for all of our citizens of business. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in the boardroom? Come on down. Good afternoon.
Hi, we're not as prepared as everyone else.
That's
but,
okay.
We're coming here to you for help because we don't know where to go. We're residents of Placerville. I'm Kathleen, this is Dwayne. We have a Progress House transition house on our street. And for the past 15 years, we've dealt with the issues with it. They're doing a major overhaul to it. And we reached out to the director, executive director. So she did come to meet with us, but in the same breath, she said that if basically we didn't get along with what she was doing, that she was going to rent the space out to the shittiest people she could find so that we would have them as tenants.
Neighbors. Yeah.
As neighbors. And so we were trying to work with her in a very respectful, neighborly way. And that's not what we're getting back from her. And so we started doing research on what they're doing, the permits, everything like that. And we can't find that it's permitted, licensed, and we don't know what our course of action is. So two things. What is our course of action to make sure that it's compliant if it's going to remain, that it's doing the ordinance and everything? We called to complain, to file a complaint. And the gentleman's in the permit department, code enforcement says, oh, we're not doing those ordinance anymore. Okay, well, what ordinances are you doing? Like, we can't seem to get to where we need to go to figure out where to go. And the other thing is what is our recourse when a business owner is threatening us?
And this place should have been fenced 15 years ago. I have all the ordinances for traditional transitional housing. Conditional use permit they're supposed to have, an administrative permit. I talked to the state today. They have no record of this facility ever being licensed. The county, I was at the county building department. There's no record of it ever being permitted or licensed with El Dorado County. And I understand you guys are not contracted with them any longer, as she stated in our meeting with her, but apparently she owes you guys $160,000, which is, I think, us taxpayers, because that's what funded before you guys cut off the contract. So I think they're paid through the drug Medi-Cal program is where they're getting funded. They're not, there's so many ordinances, and now they're remodeling. So I've had to contact the state, the HCD department. There's no permits there. They're doing all this work. They've ripped down walls, took out windows, put in new windows, built decks that are supposed to be permitted through El Dorado County. The decks and porches, because they're
All right.
but they're not.
If I can ask you to go into the Board of Supervisors room right there and leave your name and number. This Placerville is in my district, and
Correct.
I would be happy to follow up with you.
Okay.
All right. So just,
I've called, left 2 messages, and I came in last week. That's why we're here today.
Okay.
And I gave them all the info, but I'll do it again.
please, I will look for that. Thank you so much, and I will follow up with you. Is there anyone else? All right, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Hello, last call of the day. I'm going to talk really fast because I have so much to say. One is, thank you, John Heidel. I heard a really nice comment about you at my hairdresser's. Apparently your wife goes to the station next to me. The owner was talking to me about the struggles and the difficulty they are having with the El Dorado Hills Fire Department and recent permitting issues. Poor young girl in the middle there put all of her life savings into opening a cute little dog spa on Francisco and Green Valley. She is now 9 months into oblivia of not meeting what I think are very petty, not petty, but you know what I mean. It's now trickled into the 2 exterior tenants, the Montessori preschool and the salon, that are now also on the hit list. This is what keeps us in a bad light with developers and small businesses when they are hearing stories of the El Dorado Hills Fire Department keeping them in permit limbo for a very long time. So she did mention that your office, John, had reached out. I obviously understand those are 2 agencies, but since ultimately we want to make sure we are a business friendly, especially small business, and all 3 of these are very small, long-term businesses in El Dorado Hills. The second thing, to the couple who just talked, if you can hear me, I would love to hook you up. Joe Patterson and myself have been working in conversation about the group homes and the misuse, in my opinion, of licensing. These are medical facilities. They are distributing medical services and do not necessarily meet the criteria for being a group home of non-medical use. You can find me at info@edcgop.com. Two, I want to invite the public, all of you, anyone interested. We're having a huge event on August 29th at the fairgrounds. It's a family and freedom event featuring elected leaders in El Dorado County. We'll also be joined by a keynote speaker, Chloe Cole, to share her story of her victimization and grooming of the transgender ideology that is spreading throughout our state, especially through assembly bills, stripping these children's protection, and most of all, stripping parents and families of their God-given rights of authority over their children. That again is August 29th at 6 p.m. Thanks very much, guys.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon. Mr. Greenwood, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
Thank you. Anyways, Ken Greenwood from the Triple Junction out here, where PG&E just can't seem to keep the power on, but that's not important to you. Anyway, gosh, I'm looking at those two Christmas trees again. You know, one's bright and shiny and the other's a green, ugly shaft going you know where. Speaking of which, I attended the Town and Country Village scoping meeting the other night. Supervisor Hadal was there, along with some other folks that go back to 1993 and 2 regarding the Bass Lake Hills specific plan. This project is it's just wrong. It's beautiful, and you know, and that's the good looking Christmas tree, right? But they're also kind of hiding several hundred units of proposed housing that would really take away from the beauty of this hotel or event center or whatever what they're proposing as part of this. As I said at the meeting, Harriet Siegel, and a few of you probably know who that is, but she was on the El Dorado Hills Design Review Committee or something like that back in the day, very active. And part of what the design was on the Bass Lake Hills specific plan was to keep that space open, to create community separation between the sprawling masses, if you will, of Cameron Park and the sprawling masses of El Dorado Hills and Folsom, et cetera. And this proposed project would fill in that gap, and it would just be, it just goes against what we planned for that area. Plus, there's some real impacts on potentially a sewer line running down the Lincoln Highway. I drove down it that night, and guess what? It's got the 100-year-old or 70-year-old surface still fairly intact, and they want to put a 12-inch sewer main down the middle of that. Traffic issues, et cetera, which I will outline in a contact with the planning department for the scoping purposes. But once again, we're looking at this cute Christmas tree, you know, kind of like a cell tower, if you will.
Thank you, Mr. Greenwood. We appreciate you being with us.
We're always glad.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Barbara Rogers.
Good afternoon, Barbara.
Good afternoon. I just want to bring to the attention of the board and the Cameron Park community that may be listening. We have a board meeting tomorrow night at the community center at 6:30, and we're going to be discussing the budget. And you're right, the budget, which has not been approved. This is the latest I've ever seen any public agency approve a budget. I don't know what it's going to take to get people involved in our community. We're losing our ambulance service as we know it. Someone else will come in and take it over. We are going to lose our fire service as we know it. It will be annexed into either Rescue El Dorado Hills, El Dorado County. And this is not something new. People want to jump up and down, point fingers, go, oh, CAL FIRE charges too much. Well, everybody costs money. But I just want to bring to your attention that over the last 10 years, Cameron Park Fire, CAL FIRE, has come underutilized of their budget to probably the tune of close to $3 million. None of that money was ever put away. It was used, I believe, to balance the district's side of the budget. And on top of that, we took in approximately $1.6 million in rental equipment money, which there's no tracking of, no transparency of where that money went. It's supposed to be used for new equipment. So I just want the people that do live in Cameron Park to realize when we lose our CAL FIRE partners, we are going to be losing a huge, huge part of this community. They have been the best partners ever, but I'm quite sure someone else will come in and provide, comparable service. And George Turnbull, this is to you. I still have not received that report from Joe Harn. I need to have the report, the general ledger, the County of El Dorado for Cameron Park CSD restricted funds. And I would love to have that report before tomorrow night. I'll be glad to come pick it up. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Barbara, and best wishes on that critical meeting tomorrow night.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Sorry about that. Leo Bennett, Koshan, District 5. I really wish I could be there, but, I have a benefit that you great elected officials don't. As a lowly citizen, I can put family first. But thank you for providing the option of the Zoom. I wanted to do a little to and from as a citizen since we've been apart for a while. And it's just a shout out to your libraries. I've always loved going to their children programs with my grandchildren and their displays. Just an awesome organization you have. Also a shout out to probation, which unfortunately I didn't know is my neighbor to my Shingle Spring property. There's just like a quiet ivory covered building back off the street, and they invited us all in there. I came a bit late. They had pancakes still available for the public along with berries and all the fixings. Such a wonderful group you have in your probation department. I want to give a shout out to my new supervisor. I took the beautiful drive to Lake Tahoe, had a great conversation, just kind of getting to know each other, similar to how much I benefited from my conversations with Supervisor Lane and Supervisor Turnbow. Usually I go to Tahoe either for your public health department, getting my shots during COVID, because it's so backed up here, or also for wagon train events. But this time I had extra time, and Supervisor Lane, as you probably all know, is very hospitable to the non-human constituents. And so she pointed me at Bijou, and that happens to be my first dog's name that my dad gave me. So celebrations all around. And then I popped in on Supervisor Heidel. I had questions, as you all know, about the Christian Heritage Proclamation. I just thought it was great that he was able to make time for a pop-in, drop-by citizen. Try to monitor it. Hopefully I do not take too much of your time, Supervisor, but it was a great exchange. We certainly have our points of difference, but it's just great to talk out and understand that we have a common ground, which is that, this country certainly needs help from a higher power with all the things we're doing to just bring us together like I and Supervisor Heidel were yesterday. And since I was on county property, I also chatted up your security. Wonderful gentleman walking around, redirecting the navigation folks and just glad to see that you have that extra help and how well it's working. And then I went to the planning department, moving to Pollock Pines, had a few questions about my 4 votes.
Thank you,
Wonderful
Leo.
department.
My goodness, you've been very busy. Thanks for filling us in. Appreciate your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all. So at this point, we will move on to our 1 p.m. time allocation, item number 39, Kim.
Item number 39 comes from Planning and Building Department, recommending the board consider the following. 1, receive and file a draft fee study report and presentation prepared by MBS Government Finance Group Incorporated, including recommendations to adjust current fees charged by the Planning and Building Department for a variety of land use permits and projects. 2, provide conceptual approval and direction to staff on the desired level of cost recovery and implementation timeline and any other alternative fee adjustments for each Planning and the Building Department division if different. And 3, provide direction to staff to return to the board for the first reading and adoption of the Planning and Building Department's fee schedule.
Good afternoon, Karen.
Good afternoon, Chair Thomas, board members. I just wanted to kick this off very briefly because there's a lot to cover today, but just first of all, to say that this has been a long process for us. This actually started before I came on board. So about 2 years that this has been in the making, but when you consider, I'm pretty sure that planning and building have more permits and fees than anybody else, and every single one was reviewed and looked at and analyzed. It's not hard to imagine why it took as long as it did. Big thank you to our consultant, Nicole and Lauren with NBS. They answered so many questions time and time again, and I'm sure they feel like probably answered the same question about 10 times on occasion. I'm very sorry for that, but we wanted to make sure we understood and got it right. And I will tell you, my experience with this is, when we get into this, I mean, we got down into the weeds on a lot of these, and sometimes it's very hard to kind of come up and see the forest for the trees when you're down in the weeds like that. And we tried to do that, and that is what our recommendations and kind of our questions to you to get feedback are all about. And then also to get feedback, if the public has some questions as well. It is a lot. It is huge. It is like I said, a big undertaking. I don't expect anybody other than maybe Nicole to fully understand all of this. So that's why we are all here, both Nicole and staff and representation from all our divisions to help answer any questions that you may have as we go through this. Also, thank you to Chris Perry, who managed this project from the beginning, and he will be doing the majority of the presentation. So with that, I'll turn it over to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Appreciate it.
All
Hello
right.
again, Chris.
Hello again. Thanks, Karen. Good afternoon. Chris Perry, Assistant Director, Planning and Building. We won't introduce everyone at this moment because I think everyone will filter through at some point in time, but this is Jennifer Morris on my right, who's came in and has been an integral part of helping bring this across the finish line. So hello. We have a long list of attendees here today and all are eager to speak. As a procedural matter, if your board's amenable, we'll open here, we'll turn over to NBS for their presentation, open up the questions, obviously, and then we'll come back to Planning and Building, and we'll walk through with our presentation, division by division, what some of our recommendations are and things for your board to think about and consider, if that makes sense.
That sounds great.
All right. So obviously, this is the initial workshop to present findings and recommendations to your board and commence this dialogue about our path forward on how we're going to update this fee resolution. It's a 3-step path. This is number 1. And after we receive direction from your board, we'll get to work on updating the resolution itself on each fee enumerated within this report. That resolution obviously will then go back to your board for first reading. And the final step in that process would be, the second and final reading. After that, it's a 60-day implementation period. Just so we're trying to wrap our heads around what this window might look like to accomplish this project. So again, yeah, first reading, second reading, 60-day implementation. You can imagine we're probably looking at, close to a new year arrival to put this into place. But we'll talk more about that later. So just a short history on this project before we bring Nicole up. In FY 2021, the board allocated $70,000 to conduct this fee and next study to analyze current costs of providing services and determine what an appropriate cost recovery model might look like. NBS was awarded that contract in May of 2021 to render those services. As Karen mentioned, a significant amount of work went into this. The process is very iterative. One question leads to another question to another question. Very much an onion, peeling that back to make sure we have the best information to provide to your board. There's a large number of experts that looked at this data, and I'm eager to have you hear from them today as well. So we thank you, board, for giving us the budget allocation to look through this and the time needed to complete this effort. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Nicole for her presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Nicole. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Great to be here. Such a beautiful part of our state, really.
Thank you. We agree with you.
All right, so my role here is to present a very high level summary of our report findings and how fees work in California and just overall methodology. And then obviously the devil's in the details about how you would like to implement policy as pertains to the results we've presented. Okay. So Kim's got me. All right. And can I control this myself?
You've got the power.
Do I need to point it at something? Oh, there we go.
It was working. Let's see.
Would you mind? Would you mind? Oh,
Of course, I'll move it.
would you mind running it for me? Okay.
That's
Thank you very
easier.
much. Okay, so first slide, please. I think I kind of already stated what the goals of this presentation are. It shouldn't take too long. I know we have a lot of public feedback and so forth that we want to get to. So go ahead. So a goal of any fee study is really twofold. First is to understand what the cost of providing fees for services are. And then the second is to actually go through a process to update your fees accordingly. We spent a lot of time on step one, and step two is just the end. So I'm going to go through a little bit more about what that means to understand the full cost of providing services. Fees in general are cost recovery opportunities. These are items that can be adopted by the board. And it's always good to clarify, we're really not talking about taxes, fines, penalties, impact fees for new development. These are really regulatory fees, permit fees, service request driven fees. And sometimes there's a gray area perception about that. So we're really focused on the body of fees that are related to regulatory efforts or service requests from somebody to the county for a service, okay? These fees are governed by our California Constitution, Article 13C, which was most recently amended already, I think more than 10 years ago by Proposition 26. And Article 13C, Section 1E just basically defines what the difference between a fee is and what the difference between a tax is. So it's very clear about that. And all of the fees that we are looking at here in this study, they meet one of the 7 stated exceptions to the definition of a tax, which means they are fees. And this one here, Article 13C 1E3, is the majority of the types of fees we're looking at here, which is inspections and regulatory permits. And those are not taxes as long as they're not charged at an amount that exceeds the cost of providing service. And when we go below that constitutional authority, then there's tons of different codes, education codes, government codes, et cetera, that all kind of mimic and repeat that language. And this is one of the most common ones that's relied upon here that is relevant to your building and planning fees. Also, you can see it's mimicking that estimated reasonable cost language. And that's important because our entire approach and the approach that's been used in California to evaluate fees for years and years and years, longer than I've been doing this, is all based on determining that estimated and reasonable cost. So these are the fees that we studied: current planning, building, airports, some fees in stormwater, your VHR program, code enforcement, and cemeteries. And obviously your planning and building areas are going to have the majority in terms of number or volume of fees. The approach that we take is kind of a 7-step approach. I'll go through these in a little bit more detail, but really what we do is we collect financial and organizational information. We sit down with each area of focus about their fee program, what's working, what's not working, are there fees that you want to add, are there fees that need to be removed? That's really the more the art of the fee study. What is the industry doing now? How are fees being charged? And then from there, we do a cost analysis, which looks at costs on 3 different levels: per year, per hour, and per unit of charge, which would be per fee. And then now we're at this last step here, which is we have outcomes and we're working on policy. So what is the data we use? We use fiscal 23 adopted budget and staffing information. That's the basis, the financial basis for the fee model. We look at workload, projected annual workload, usually by looking at the last complete year. And then we do rely a lot on time estimates or level of service estimates. So we talk a lot about how long on average does it take to provide each service. And of course, we need data on your current fees, otherwise we would have no baseline to compare to. So you hear the words estimated reasonable cost, full cost, understanding the full cost. What does that mean? Well, in the industry, it means that there's different categories of costs that we're looking at, just like you would look at any business. So the county has direct costs, which are the salaries and benefits of the staff that are providing the service in real time, reviewing an application, doing a plan check, inspecting in the field. You have the operating costs that go along with that: pens, paper, pencils, a building to work out of, a vehicle to drive. And then you have certain types of indirect costs, and those can be multi-layered. Those can be indirect costs at the divisional level, such as if you had a separate division for plan check from inspection. They can be at the department level for planning and building, and they are also at the county level for services like HR, legal, et cetera, that are overarching and benefit all countywide departments, which is your CalCap. And then we also looked at 2 other types of common costs. We looked at support costs where, for example, if building needs to review, or if planning needs to review a building permit for compliance with the zoning that they set forth during the initial entitlement, right? So there's some support review going that way. And then we also looked at a couple types of common systems and maintenance costs related to the countywide general plan update and technology needed for permitting. So I talked about kind of looking at costs on an annual basis, an hourly basis, and a per unit basis. So that slide that we were just on is more about the annual basis. What are all the costs we're looking at? We translate those into a fully burdened hourly rate for each individual program that we're looking at. So you can see here, our outcomes are kind of hovering, between $100 and $200 low high. These are typical within the range for other governmental agencies that we would look at. There's no sticker shock on our end in terms of what we see when we do these types of analyses in similar departments and similar agencies. And again, all costs are reflected. It's a fully burdened rate, so all costs are reflected in that rate calculation.
Can you tell us roughly what the burdening is on top of the wage?
Yeah, if you want to go back one more.
It's just a percentage, just so I have a feel of compared to private industry. Is there a percentage?
I don't have a percentage. It'll vary by department. They all
Okay.
have different ratios of direct and indirect costs. Somebody here might know what the average.
That's okay. I can dig it
countywide
up.
rate is,
That's,
but
thank
I
you.
don't know. Sorry. Okay, so on a per unit level, the methodology is pretty straightforward. It's what is that fully burdened cost per hour times how long on average does it reasonably take to provide the service? Seems very simple. I would like to note that consultants like myself, we build models that, well, I do build models that have cross checks. So we make sure that comprehensively the fee program is not structured to run away with revenue recoveries beyond what the inputs are. So we're really looking at a fiscal year cost recovery basis year over year. I think that's really important to note that, we can say what we think the level of service is, but really we're not trying to structure something to make a profit or over recover our costs. We have benchmarks for analyzing that.
Actually, I do have a question on this last
yeah.
slide. Or would you prefer to hold all questions until we go?
Flexible.
What's best with you?
I'm flexible. I can take questions at any time.
All right. Well, thank you so much. All right. So to that degree, when it takes time to complete, so how does efficiency figure into a reasonable cost estimate? Or is your analysis what in other agencies? Or how do you figure out what exactly the cost estimates is for El Dorado County, and how does efficiency figure into that?
It's a really good question. I'm glad you asked that. We stay very quantitative in our studies. So we provide a framework, we collect information, we calculate a result, and we don't make judgments about whether or not planning and building is staffed appropriately, whether or not they're staffed with the right management ratios, whether or not they're providing the right cycle times for review. I have done that work in a past life. Sometimes the perception is that those two things go good together, but really when you make process change for efficiency, it takes a while to take effect. So long answer to just say we really keep it quantitative, and we make sure that we're providing a framework, we're collecting the information, that the outputs match our cross checks. And we're also looking at it through the lens of our experience, but not necessarily saying that El Dorado County's time to process a certain type of building permit should match Stanislaus County or, San Bernardino County. So we are able to say, hey, this looks out of range and why, but we don't make that a focus. Efficiency or qualitative calls on the information.
Well, that's just, I think, really helpful for us to understand the framework of what we're dealing with. So thank you for that.
No
Appreciate
problem.
it.
It's a really good question. So this is a pretty hefty report. You probably noticed a lot of appendices and a lot of spreadsheets in the back because we looked at every single fee, right, across the entire fee program. Just some terminologies, the cost of service per activity column, when you're looking there, that's the maximum fee that's been established by the study. That's the full cost of the service. The existing cost recovery percentage is just measuring performance as against the current fee amount. And sometimes you'll look through there and you'll see some that are over 100%, some that are under, some are about right. And I just like to offer that that's a typical outcome of any fee study. That's, we're recalibrating your fee program to not exceed the cost of providing service at the individual fee level and at the total level. So that's common to have that kind of an outcome. And then the recommended cost recovery percentage, we did put that in the report to give you a sense of, where revenue might go with the recommendations from staff, but they're obviously really prepared today to talk through that a little bit more. Appendix B is a comparison, and I would just like to offer also that comparisons are a little tricky, right? Because we don't always know what the cost recovery practices are in other agencies, like when was the last time they looked at their fees? How deep did they go when they looked at it? Did they call the same services by the same names that El Dorado County does, right? So it's very high level. Please keep that in mind. Is there anything else on here? Oh, here's the results. So this is the annual picture. This is the annual picture. So the detailed appendices at the back of the report are providing the fee by fee that roll up into this table. And basically the high level outcomes of the analysis are about a 68% cost recovery rate across all these different services. And you can see that varies. Planning is different than building, et cetera. Nothing really alarming here. This is pretty typical outcome for most of these programs. And then of course, with the recommendations on the table, there's $4 million subsidy, looking to get about $2 million from the initial recommendations.
The recommended.
I know Supervisor only had a question.
Just quickly, I'm trying to rack my brain around why stormwater and vacation home rentals are one category.
Because of the way that you're organized, you have a current planning division, and then you have a Tahoe stormwater vacation rentals unit. And so that's the way that the fee models were built. But really, it's all planning, correct? It's really all planning. So you'll notice when you look in the detail of the report, those two rows are discussed under planning as divisions within planning.
So then just to clarify your answer, because I'm very new to the county, so sometimes this stuff doesn't make sense to me, but are you isolating just the Tahoe program in this category?
Yes.
And so you're saying that in Tahoe, stormwater and vacation home rentals are both under planning?
Yes, they're under the Tahoe Stormwater and Vacation Home Rental Business
I've
Unit.
never, ever heard that name before, ever.
What did you
Is that
guys
a
say?
thing?
I see Brendan.
No,
Is that a
That's
thing?
true. That is the way it's
Yeah,
characterized. Yeah,
thank you,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, that is really just a product of how we organize
Yes.
our entire department. So we have under Brendan, he oversees VHR, stormwater, Tahoe planning. However, if I'm not mistaken, each individual fee was looked at separately. So even though we kind of grouped it together just for the sake of matching our department organization, each fee was looked at individually and analyzed individually.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
Supervisor Heidel.
The recommended cost recovery percentage on the far right,
Mhm.
did that come strictly from staff or did you make an input to that? And if you didn't make an input, did you do some comparisons with other counties to look at how they're, assessing their fees?
It comes from staff.
Okay.
It's an optional feature of the report.
Okay,
You can leave it in or take it out. Most of the time, clients like to have it in because it shows how much revenue gap we're thinking we're trying to close.
yep,
But the only thing that we would really provide there is just to say, what are common recovery rates for different types of fees within a fee program? We might provide that type of information. For example, a water heater permit in building
yep,
might want to have a different recovery rate than a new commercial building or something like that.
okay.
Right.
So you did make some inputs, but they were
Yes.
primarily, the numbers we're seeing here came directly from staff.
Yeah,
Okay.
my input would be mostly the framework on that.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this
Yeah,
one?
I have.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lori, you first.
Well, okay, so when I looked at this slide particularly, it has the existing cost recovery percentage column and the recommended cost percentage column. What I wanted to try to understand though is when I look back in all those tables that you said where every single fee was listed and analyzed, there are the hourly ones that are in here and they list a deposit. And then you go across the column and it uses the deposit amount as the percentage of what we're recovering. And I just want to understand, were those ones left out of this chart or are they skewing this table in
We
front of
took
us?
great care to make sure they weren't skewing. Actually,
Okay.
Jennifer and I worked on that a lot.
Okay.
So what we're measuring there on the fee by fee level is how much on average your deposit recovers of the full cost recovery, but we've actually shown the total hours differential down at the bottom of the table. It's a little, your planning department is heavily driven on an hourly cost recovery model. So I can understand why you have that question.
Okay, so like the one that says, we're only recovering 6% because the deposit is only 6%.
Yeah, because
That's not
$1,000.
skewing this 52%, right?
No.
Thank
we-
you.
We made a specific adjustment in
Okay.
the fee model to make sure that wasn't happening.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Do you want to add anything to that or? Okay.
Just to clarify back on the VHR/Tahoe stormwater, just to clarify, the stormwater fees and VHRs is countywide. It's not just strictly in Tahoe. I just, in case that got lost somewhere in the discussion, wanted to make sure that that was clear. It says Tahoe stormwater and VHR, but it's countywide.
Well, that's clear as mud. That's
Okay.
very helpful.
The fee is assessed countywide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Supervisor Turnbull, did you have
I
questions?
just got a question on this, and it kind of bothers me a little bit, especially some of these projects, that takes 5 years to be completed, and especially when there's no callbacks to these, people that want to build a house, and they've waited 5 years and there's been no response. So can you give me an idea, especially when you're talking about this, when these deposits, you're talking about these fees and stuff, does that impact these fees by waiting so long?
So on a deposit-based recovery system, you're drawing down the deposit or replenishing that deposit at the time the work is done. So if the planning department collects $1,000 up front in year one, and then for whatever reason, there's no billing on that project until year 5, those funds, I understand, are held in a deposit and not accessed until then. So we're looking at revenue realization on an hour for hour basis during a fiscal year period. Does that answer your question?
Well, it does a lot. I mean, but there's just some questions. It just bothers me when some of these projects, these people are sitting out there 4 to 5 years and there's been no response from building and planning. And I'm just kind of concerned about that. So I just don't want it to end up reflecting on them.
Do you want to respond to that?
Well, I mean, and Tom might be able to speak to this too, Tom Burnett, or Rob, but obviously everything is a project by project basis, right? But in general, I mean, if you have a permit for a project, permits last 2 years. We had an extra year given for COVID. So I'm not sure about necessarily the time frame you're suggesting with 4 or 5 years, but certainly within that 2-year life cycle of a permit, they can come back in, obviously renew their permit. But I'm not sure, because every project's a little bit different. If you're saying there's a lack of communication, obviously we'd have to dig and figure out what the reason why that would be. But
well, I think the biggest part of the problem I have is, especially when some of these projects and stuff, and there's been no response because they're sitting waiting for a phone call and they don't get it and they don't know where their project even is. And
Sure.
So can you, Rob, go ahead.
Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So yeah, when the initial application is taken in, they sign a time and materials agreement for those projects that are billed on a time and materials, and they submit a deposit. That deposit is taken against the hours that are worked on the project. So I understand your comment about, not the communication piece, but that doesn't have necessarily any, other than if a fee were to change like we're proposing now, billing in the future would be at a higher rate than it's been since 2015. So over the last 5 years, as an example, or 8, since we did the last fee study update, those fees have been relatively flat. And so they're billing, every hour worked on their project is being billed at that rate. If a project has delays, particularly in response from a staff member, there's no charge. So they're not being charged for that time that they're sitting.
Okay.
They could be incurring other costs, right, on their side of the house, where they might have, taxes on the property and other things that they have in play on that project. But it's not like the monies, as was stated before, are submitted into a deposit for that project. And so they're billed against that deposit, and then they're billed thereafter if the deposit is expended. So,
Okay, so you actually, are you in communication with that?
I'm
particular-
directly responsible for the discretionary unit and the planning review of the permit side of the house. So any delays to that are, yeah, absolutely and I'd be happy to talk offline if there's a particular project you're talking about, or if there's a particular situation. But yeah, absolutely.
Well, there's been some of the projects that we solved, you and I have,
Mhm.
and talking to Karen, but there's been issues in the past, and I think that this needs to be addressed, especially when people don't know how long their project is, and how long it's going to be taken before it gets to that other stage. So-
Yeah, and so I understand that too. And one of the things that folks have about time and materials projects that they struggle with is exactly knowing how much is this going to cost me, right? Versus a flat fee.
Right.
We've gone to a time and materials model because some are very complex and others aren't. And so one single cost becomes difficult for us to capture both the higher cost projects and the lower cost projects evenly. But I think that what we're going to do on this new fee schedule is to try to provide a range, so that when someone comes in the door, they know they're being billed, but the range of activities is going to be at the low end here, at the high end here. And so they know relative to the complexity of their project, how much they're going to get billed.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate your comments. All right. Thank you.
I think,
All right.
I think did anybody else have any other questions? I think there's only one more. Oh, do you want me to keep continuing or?
Please keep going.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, so now we're moving into the policy. We're kind of segueing into the policy side of the discussion. So obviously that previous table kind of looked at what's the difference between our current fee revenue and our full cost recovery potential is about 4.3 million. That's that red arrow there in this graphic. And I think it's just important to remember that when we don't charge 100% of any fee for service, then you need another funding source, whatever that might be, usually the general fund. So that's kind of, that red arrow is really what you guys are working with today. How much of the gap do you want to close? I think I touched on comparison, don't need to dwell there at all. What's the next one? The timeline Chris covered just a minute ago, so we can skip that slide. And that's it.
Great.
That's it for you.
So on the comparison, that information was provided to all the staff that was reviewing this and making a recommendation, correct?
Could you ask that again? I'm not
The
sure. I understood.
comparative analysis that was done, I presume it's a table that lists it by the categories we have with the various counties. Is that the way it was
Yes.
presented? And that was given to all the staff that made inputs in terms of their recommended fee recovery?
I'm not sure to what degree staff took the comparison into play, but the
Okay.
way that that's done is a simple, high-level comparison of fee schedule documents by NBS, except for the airports, which staff did. So I don't know how much you guys used that when you were assessing your initial recommendations, but
Yeah, I mean, it's a factor and each of the respective divisions looked at it and gave it consideration, but I mean, first and foremost, the driver obviously was the results of MBS's fee study and what it meant for cost recovery for us. That was the main driver. But it's
Okay.
certainly a factor when we want to look at it for way.
There
up
was no
here, so we can
ahas
do
or
it.
anything else in there, right? I mean, it's just pretty much what was expected.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Excellent presentation, Nicole. Thank you so much. And just stand by if we have other questions.
Thank
So
you. Thanks
Really
for the great
appreciate it.
questions. All right,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Okay,
So Chris, you're up.
yeah, so now Kim's gonna pull up
Our decision points.
our
here.
decision points. That's correct. Right, and you'll notice that some of them are very high level. But we'll walk through that. So go next slide. All right, so we'll start in planning. So the fees evaluated for planning were both current planning application review and approvals and review of building permits by planning staff. The cost recovery analysis were converted to a time and materials basis from flat fee and remain were increased based on the new hourly rate and or time study provided by NBS. So obviously you'll see if you look through the multitude of exhibits that were in there, kind of what was flipped to a flat fee, from flat fee to time and materials, and then time and material deposits increases. You'll see all that reflected in the multitude of appendices that was in there. Based on the increased hourly rate, the plan services recoup an estimated $2.4 million compared to approximately $1.3 million, assuming we go up to a 98% cost recovery. Also on long range planning side of the house, NBS evaluated them as well. And the recommendation right now is to go up to $188 per hour in planning services. Again, there's a number. So for each of these, the overarching question is, what's your board's level of comfort with cost recovery on specific divisions and then specific items? And some of the items we'll specifically pull out as we go down, like general plan implementation fee, the tech fee, some other fees we'll pull out. But in general, are you comfortable with the level of cost recovery that staff is recommending in here? Are there any particular questions, any of the fees? We have a enumerated list of, again, what has changed from flat fee to time and materials, increases in deposits. We can go any direction your board would like on this. I assume you have some questions about it, so we'll kind of let you drive on that.
So Chris, on this, I'm comparing, actually what we're looking at is the annual cost recovery evaluation from NBS. As far as the recommended cost recovery percentages, are those the decision points that we're asking today? For example, currently planning services is at a cost recovery percentage of 52% and the recommended percentage is 98%. Is
Correct.
that the decision point for the board today
Correct.
based on these recommendations?
Yeah,
Okay.
a great exhibit for us. We tried as staff to try to summarize it best in what would be our exhibit D on the item, and that's just our simplified table. It's gonna mirror sort of what MBS has, and you'll see that we just pulled it out and put it on our own exhibit.
Okay, perfect.
So exhibit D, that's correct. 52% currently, recommendation to go up to 98%. You can see there the estimated fee revenues current, and then the estimated recommended fee revenues if you were to go up to that level of cost recovery.
So do you want to walk through the whole thing or do you want to go division by division?
I think we can go division by division, and then as questions arise, we have each of our managers here that can answer questions as well, whatever you may have in those. So I would recommend we go division by division because it might get a little wonky if we go. Yeah,
That's a technical term.
yeah.
Sounds good. All right, so we're on planning division. Any comments or?
What are we looking at? What list are we looking at? Which criteria? You said there was a summary list somewhere, and I
Yes.
remember seeing it in
It's
one of these
appendix
documents.
It's appendix
A1.
D on the,
So appendix D is our
No,
cost recovery summary table.
Yeah,
That's just a table.
right.
To see the enumerated fees, it'd be A1 in in the fee study report, which is item B, exhibit B. That's MBS's fee study report.
The 82-page report with all the
Yes,
tables in the
that is
back.
correct.
So you're not asking us to look at that.
No, I do. I mean,
together.
No,
you
let's
are
don't go
certainly
there.
free.
But you
So-
had somewhere in one of these, there was a summary of the things that changed, right?
Well,
Wasn't there somewhere?
no, I was mentioning that if you
Oh.
look through the appendices, you will
Oh.
discern that this has changed.
Oh.
Flat fee to time and materials. And I can walk through that with you. I can give you the summary of what has gone from flat fee to time and materials. And then time and material deposits where those increased, our fee additions. We can go through it that way if that makes the most sense for you.
What
If you'd
page
like
are
to
you
do-
on the report?
Page number, 1 second. A1 starts on page 40 of NBS's report. And that would be exhibit B.
Little clunky to work through. so-
Yeah, it's
Yeah, no,
so
there's-
much.
I like the staff report summary. I mean, that kind of gives you the summation
the
of
high
what's
level.
going
Yeah.
on. And we
Yeah,
we
that's-
start on page 4 of 8.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it is. And, you know, in the end, we're looking to move from 52% to 98% cost recovery. And
Right.
what that's going to do for you is it's going to increase revenues by $1.1 million.
Right.
That is the top line kind of question to be answered. So we can go through and parse through individual fees if you had a question about them or if there was a challenge to any of those, but
Okay.
does that make sense?
Yeah, except for there was some, when you read the intro part, I think it said there were some fees that we don't want to raise to the point that people won't get permits for the easy one is water heaters.
Oh, so that'll
Right.
be in building. So
Right,
we're in
that's in
planning. Yeah,
building.
Okay.
yeah.
So
we're
there's
in
none
planning
of
right
those
now.
in planning then. None of those would be in there that we wouldn't want to increase.
So an example of a permit we wouldn't want to go 100% cost recovery on would be an appeal.
Okay.
Because appeals, you have an equity question there. Obviously, you want folks to be able to appeal as they need to. If you want to walk around the appendice, it's actually item number 2, which is on page 40. And if you follow that across, you can see the appeal fee. The current fee is $239. Recommended was $450, and that's from 4% to 8% cost recovery. If we went to 100%, you can imagine that's just not
Wow.
even going to work, not even close.
Okay.
So.
If I
Sorry, go
may,
ahead,
Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So I wanted to add a couple little pieces to this. One is that part of the working with MBS was to establish how much time it takes us to do each thing. So in some instances, those time metrics have been increased because we found what we were charging for and the amount of time we were taking either increases or because of the complexity of projects getting more and more, what might have taken 2 hours now takes 3. So when you add that to the amount of the increase in the rate to try to get to the cost recovery, we've now sort of increased that gap because now you've added hours to some of those activities. I have a bulleted list of all the sort of the changes, but the highlights are, we've added some new fees to respond to legislative things like Senate Bill 9 and SB 35 and some of those.
Yeah.
So those are new fees, but we don't have data on how long it will take. So we've made estimates based on, our best estimate, and that's been included in there. We've converted things like parcel maps to time and materials because what we found was it was taking us more time than we were taking in. And so when we add that time and the fees, that delta becomes even larger, right? So the cost recovery seems low, but it's because we weren't taking in the fees at the right amount of hours. So we were already sort of not recovering all the time it took us to do those activities. Does that make sense? Okay, so, and then, and we've consolidated some of it in the fee schedule, and we've added some things to take care of items that we were doing that we aren't taking fees in for. So I'll give an example of improvement plans. Historically, planning division reviews improvement plans that come through the Department of Transportation, but we haven't charged for that activity. And so we've added a fee and we've estimated time. And so that's all, the time it was taking us versus the time we would be capturing through the new fee study. That's all that delta between the two numbers.
Okay.
So
I know. So
I know.
I read through this, but
I
it's
did too,
like, I
but-
just don't know how to tackle it as a, and are we really basically just being asked philosophically? Do we want to go 100% for, let's say, planning? Because that was the recommendation.
To some degree, I mean, we were asked what would it look like if you got as close as you could to cost recovery to cover your actions, right? So this is us working with the consultant to try to show you what, we can't get 100%. There's always going to be some portion of it. We do a lot of services at the counter and things that we don't charge for. And so, and again, some of these other metrics we discussed, but our effort was, what does it look like if we try to get as close as we can? And this is the number that we're delivering to you.
And I think that might be helpful as we walk through this division by division is for each staff to come up and kind of philosophically say, tell us the areas. Now we've read these, but there's still a lot to digest here. What areas we didn't recommend full cost recovery and why? Like you said, we want to encourage folks to come in and get water heater permits and those kinds of things.
Yeah, well, so one of the exercises we did for projects that are discretionary in nature, we're trying to get 100% cost recovery. So that's somebody coming in with a project and we want to make sure they're paying for 100% of their project.
Right.
For things like helping folks with general inquiries at the front counter, we're not charging folks for that, right? So there's an offset to that. So we tried to estimate the amount of time at each planning level senior associate that they're spending doing that versus working on projects. And that's where you get some of those the non-recouped fees. Now, that's estimates based on the best information we have, but we're trying to give you if we could get as close as we could and cover as many fees as we can and certainly cover the fees for projects that are coming in the house that should pay their fair share in the whole cost of theirs. That's that discretionary side. On the permit center side, where we're reviewing permits, for that work, we are trying to get all of our costs back, but there's a piece of that where we're helping citizens at the counter and other things like that, general inquiries, and then the overhead and all of that. So that's all sort of in the numbers, but it's our best effort to get as close as we could get, understanding that we can't get 100% because we have some costs upset that we don't charge for.
And having both a building and planning department that is very customer focused and, user friendly. These types of services are what the public often really engages with. And I think it's important for this board, for there to be that effective public interface that, doesn't just charge it by the minute for simple inquiry. So I think that's important.
I guess philosophically, the planning division would like to get as close to we can as cost recovery when it's appropriate,
Right.
but understanding we have
Exactly.
some services we provide that just shouldn't be
Right.
covered.
Those are the operative words,
And I
when
think
appropriate,
when
right?
appropriate.
Because there's cases where it doesn't make any sense
Right.
to try to charge a fee for something. But I look at this very, very holistically as if we're subsidizing planning functions or building functions or whatever with taxpayer monies out of the general fund, we're really subsidizing somebody's private project with the general tax revenues
That's
that we
correct.
all pay. And that isn't fair and equitable. Everybody should pay their fair share, right? And
that's
this is
what we've
trying to
come-
get back
yep.
closer to that fair share within reason. That's what I read into it. And I applaud you for this. I think we've needed this because obviously there is substantial opportunity here depending on how the board decides, but
And we'll continue to monitor because we've made our best efforts, but we're continuing to track our time spent better with the new, some of the new programs that we have. And so we'll continue to look at those numbers. When you talk about efficiencies, if we're doing something and it's taking us less time than we've identified here, we'll certainly make corrections as we move forward. But this is our sort of best effort to deliver particularly for the projects and permits that we review 100% cost recovery with those offsets for the other things that we do.
Excellent. So at this point, does the board have any other comments on the planning division, recognizing that we are looking to move from 52% cost recovery to 98% cost recovery?
I have one other question, because it seems like some of these are significant increases, and I totally agree, Supervisor Heidel. It's one of those things that we all struggle with, but the people are coming in, they're getting a service specifically for their project. It isn't fair to ask others to subsidize. I get that. But then when we have these huge increases, it's kind of shocking. And we have in other programs incremented over a year or two or something like that when the change is so big. So just something to tuck away for our
Right.
conversation, because that's a huge jump, 50% to 100%. That's big.
The last piece of it too is the deposit amount that we've taken in, right? We've
Yeah.
recommended $1,000 deposit amount. There were lots of conversations about should it be our whole estimated amount, which is a big sticker shock to have to put up right at the front. If your project takes 2 years, this is where you're paying incrementally over time, as opposed to paying right up front. So there's all kinds of ways that we could have went about it, but this is what we think is the most, appropriate for our customers and to fund our staff. And so that's why we're here in front of you with it.
All right. Appreciate your expert recommendations. You're the ones that are living it, David. I wanted
Anything
know
else
what
for me?
your recommendations are. All right, thank you,
Thank you.
Rob, appreciate it. All right.
Yes, one quick question.
course.
Was there any consideration of stepping these in instead of going from 0 to 100? Good question.
In certain cases,
Yeah,
yes.
not all, but some.
Yeah, you'll see that particular recommendation potentially on airports, for example.
Yep.
You'll see that come up here in a couple divisions. You'll also see that on cemeteries, of which we'll get into that a little bit later as well. So yes, in certain circumstances, there can be a step up over a course of 5 years. 5 years, why 5 years? Because generally speaking, that's how often you should refresh your fee schedule and make sure you're still within, compliance and within state standards. So yeah, the answer is yes, but I think we'll be getting to those here pretty soon.
And I want to add something in context. When I look at the percentages, we haven't changed the fees in 2 years. Ends up being a 21.5% increase over 2 years, 10.8% per year. And we know what we've done to try to increase salaries and benefits to properly reward the employees for what they do. And so I don't see this as a huge jump. It is. And we might, in some cases, want to talk about doing it over, a couple of years or something, and maybe ease into it a little bit. But again, like some of the other things, we need to talk about an escalator at some point in time, because once we set this in stone, it'll change again, next year, and then we're behind already. So that's got to be part of the discussion as well.
Yeah, and just to put on the record as well, the last time we did the time study, a time study was 2015-16.
Okay.
So there's been a lot that has changed, obviously, as you're alluding to. So that's our last time analysis, and only since then have we changed the rate. That's the only thing that has changed. So we have a time study. Now we're updating our time study per NBS. So now we're kind of putting that back together as a full package, and that's what you're seeing today.
I have a follow-up to Supervisor Heidel's question. Do we have the ability to apply an escalator to these fees, or does each increase have to be based on a study? What are the regulations around that?
Yeah.
I'll defer to Nicole on that question.
Sorry.
A lot of public agencies have an annual increase. The way that you would implement that, I would defer to your county council, because there's a couple different practices out there, but it's a very common practice.
It is a practice to have an escalator applied.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Oh, that was very nice. Thank you, sir.
My office has expressed concerns about imposing escalators for a development impact fee.
Okay.
Yes.
Obviously, that's not what we're talking about
Right.
today.
Right.
So, of course, if it's done in accordance with industry standards for such an escalator, I don't think it would be too much of a concern.
That might be an excellent consideration. Thank you for that, recognizing that costs go up all the time. All right, thank you. So are we moving on to stormwater and VHR division?
That is correct. All right, so stormwater include review of VHR permitting services and new fees for stormwater quality review and inspections. All of them, again, were based on the time study data that NBS put together. I don't want to steal Brendan's thunder, but we do have, and we'll be able to very directly point to the changes on this one. There's a lot less to consider here than planning.
Yeah.
So Brendan can talk you through a new fee for the HDL program, increasing our cost recovery on VHR permits. So again, I don't want to steal his thunder because he's now standing at the podium. So please.
Brendan, it is nice to see you on the west slope.
Yeah, exactly.
What brought you down? Maybe the rains? No.
I made it down. And you can blame me, I suppose, for the awkward name of this division. It's just a legacy of the things that I've done as I've worked here and have carried with me. So it's Tahoe Planning, comma, Stormwater, which is countywide, comma, VHR, which is countywide. So it's awkward.
There
you go. There's some commas in there.
Grammar
So-
matters.
All the planning work that Rob just talked about, we perform planning functions in the Tahoe office that could be the same. We also have the TRPA add-on, which adds some complexity, which you may talk about with Tom Burnett's portion, because most of those fees are applied in building. But for my particular section, I think it's pretty straightforward to focus on vacation home rentals. We have these 4 fees as they exist, and we are recommending that these 4 fees increase. And you can see the numbers hopefully there. The biggest jump is in the new fees, and we estimate, currently we've been charging about 1 hour of time, and that's just far insufficient to what it takes to issue a new VHR permit, we're finding. So we, through the time estimates that we worked with Nicole on, we're recommending an increase there. We're recommending a small increase for permit renewals as well. And then we have the permit modification fee, which is, I think actually staying the same. And then we have the waitlist fee, which is a slight increase just due to our hourly rate bumping up from 140 to 190. So that one, we are recommending full cost recovery. That's a service that clients come to the county to obtain a vacation home rental permit for their sole benefit. They have an opportunity to make a tremendous amount of money by renting their home out. And I think for me, it's a pretty easy decision that we try to recover our costs on that one.
Yeah, makes sense.
So.
Great. Any questions or concerns with that? No.
Can't go over 100%.
No.
Darn.
No premium time, no.
Yeah.
Mr. Ferry, I do have one question for you. And you look very refreshed. So congratulations on your 2 weeks off.
I am tanner than I usually am, I will admit.
Talk to me a little bit about the estimated volume of activity on specifically the permit application fee for vacation home rentals.
So by and large, our work is renewals.
Right.
Almost wholly. We are issuing new permits, but as the board knows, because of our clustering program, the new permits have substantially fallen off. You know, we'll issue roughly 5 to 10 in the Tahoe Basin this year, I'm guessing. And on the western slope, it will be higher than that, but not to
Maybe
exceed.
20.
Yeah, it probably not even
Yeah.
on the west slope because the numbers are so much less on the west slope.
So that's on the estimated volume of activity, it says 506.
Uh,
583 for renewals, which we already know we have 735 plus.
Right.
So, I
So-
mean, that probably doesn't really matter anyway. It's just showing.
That's
the
probably
change,
incorrect. I
but-
don't know exactly where that.
I think because what you're looking at is 21, 22 data, and what happened was in that row that you're reflecting on versus, sorry, what was that number? The
506.
506, yeah.
Mhm.
So that would have been, sounds like the volume of activity in that given year. So now
Probably
what Brendan is
not.
saying is it's going to transition over to more renewals than anything else because we're not going to have that volume. Because this is just a snapshot in time when we were analyzing this data. So
Right.
2
but
years
we've had-
later.
We've only had a decline. We have not had an increase.
Sure.
So wherever that number came from, it's not a good number, but it doesn't, for the purposes of what we're talking about, it's perfectly fine. You
Sure.
could put any number in there. It wouldn't matter.
I think that's. a good-
Reality is reality.
I
Okay.
think that's a fair point. Yeah.
Okay.
And a good catch. It'll be much more renewals.
Mhm.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments on this item, Supervisor Lane? All right, because this is your baby here.
I know,
This
I'm
is your backyard.
Trying
here.
to hold myself back, hold the reins tight.
Two of the three, the rest of us.
Well, that's true. Correct. Any other comments or questions on this division? All right. Sounds
So
great.
do you want to talk stormwater?
Sure, let's
Just-
talk stormwater.
Just quickly, I know it's
Eh,
one,
Who cares?
comma, stormwater, don't forget.
Don't forget. comma.
So this is a new fee.
Okay.
But I will say that Amy Phillips, our West Slope Stormwater Coordinator, has been recovering costs through large DOT projects. And she used to recover costs through the building division, who had a time and materials program that has gone away to a flat fee. So she's actually not able to recover costs on plan check for some building projects that she really should recover costs on. As you know, the state does mandate stormwater regulations for the county. We pass those on to our customers. And so we tried in an effort, many other jurisdictions have stormwater fees, and this has been something that I've wanted to add for quite a long time, and now we have an opportunity to do so. This is a service that we provide. And so we tried to be, I think, fairly reasonable on our rates. You can see nothing exceeds 1 hour. We could go out for another reinspection fee, which would be an additional hour of service, but we really try to keep these fees reasonable in an attempt to conduct the service and recover the revenue. And these fees, I should say, are solely focused on development type projects and review there. So this is something that this is something that a developer would want from the county, a plan review, field inspection, et cetera. We have other parts of the stormwater program that the report talks about briefly that we cannot recover fees on, doing modeling and water quality, monitoring, all kinds of stuff. That's our responsibility as a municipality. So these fees are not focused on that.
My question is an hour enough? for every project?
We think, we think so, and we have the ability to add those on. If we need to go out for another reinspection, we can add another fee.
Okay,
We'll add another hour.
okay, so for a complex project,
Yes,
okay, great, perfect,
yes.
great.
And we work with Jennifer pretty extensively on that.
Okay, great, yes. Not all projects are one size fits all. so,
Right.
All right, great. Any other questions or comments on this?
No, not this
All
one.
right,
Thank you.
great to have you on the West Slope. Thank you
Yes.
so much. All right, Building Services Division.
Building services, okay.
We're
May
looking
not
at going
be-
from 104 to 100. We're going down here.
That's right. May not be quite as simple as stormwater and VHR, but so you'll notice in NBS's report, this now we're on to Appendix A3 for those that are tracking, that would be page 47 of Exhibit B. You'll see what is known as a tiered model evaluation. So this is, and Nicole can speak to this as well. This is the recommended model that NBS gave us. The reason that we're going to be recommending something different at this point in time is that we did some early testing in Track It to make sure that our software could handle the tiered model and all the kind of iterations of that. And we were not having great success in our initial meetings. That's not to say that it can't in the future, but there may be some new routines that may have to be built into it that could make the tiered model work. So I say that only because you'll see actually on the next slide, we'll get there. On the next slide, there's a breakdown of what we are, it's okay, what we are recommending, at least in the interim for right now. And that is keeping the current building fee multiplier methodology. And so right now we use the methodology as permit valuation times the building fee multiplier. Right now it's 0.0139. We'd be recommending that it goes to 0.0130 based on a 5-year average. So what we did is we went back to 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and we looked at our permit valuation, and you'll see that in this table whenever we can click over to it. And I'll let Tom come up and explain this as well. So what we plan on doing with this is we're recommending, there it is.
Thank you.
Supervisor Parlin, face it down. All right. So you'll see we tracked from 18 up to our most recent fiscal year, budget expenses, construction value recovery, and you can see the percentages on the right. 0.0163, 0.0151, so on and so forth. That's how we got to the 0.0130 multiplier. So even though the multiplier technically would be going down, the cost of labor is actually going up. So it's not going to drop the revenue as like you would think it would.
Oh, I
It's
see.
gonna be from 6.7 to 6.5 million. So it's we're going to concurrently run, well, this will be, if your board accepts, we'll keep the multiplier methodology, but we'll concurrently run to the best of our ability NBS's recommended tier valuation model. And we're going to work with IT to see if there's a way to get this integrated into Track It. So I'm going to look at Jennifer here for a minute. be tracking consistently what buildings permits are doing inside the new tiered valuation model on the side, quietly on the side, just so we can compare it to what's actually going on with this methodology. So I'll go ahead and pause there. Tom might have some
Mr.
additional
Burnett,
comments
I
that he
see in the
wants to.
wings. Come on down. Good afternoon, Tom.
Good afternoon. Tom Burnett, Deputy Director of Planning and Building, building official for, 13 years now. Last time I was here, it was on a fee item. We converted time and materials fee to fixed fees on grading permits. I think to understand this, I want to take a little step back so you can look at some of the terminology and the regulations. The state, through the building code, defines how we're supposed to handle fees. And so the way that it's defined is that we take the valuation data that's provided by the building code, and it's a table, and it lists the per square feet fee for valuation based on occupancy and type of construction. And so you might look up a house, which would be an R occupancy. And then you might look up the type of construction, which typically would be type 5. There's 5 types of construction. And you go into this table where they intersect, it gives you so many dollars per square foot. You multiply that times the number of square feet, and that gives you what they call a valuation, basically the construction cost for building the house. And then once you take that valuation, then the state law leaves it up to a local jurisdiction how to implement the fees, which is where you come in making these decisions. So there's a process through the International Code Conference where you take the last 5 years of your valuation, you average them out, and you divide your cost, and you come up with a multiplier. So what he was referring to as a multiplier is going to go down if you decide to go in that direction. And that's what we're recommending, that you lower the multiplier. So that's how we get to where he's talking about. And unlike, say, planning, the building department's supposed to fund themselves totally. We're not supposed to take money from the general fund for the building department. So it's key that you know that this is all through a separate level of regulations. It's been done over and over again. Then the decision comes up to you as to what percentage of recovery you want to make and how you want to do that. So let me open that up to questions for you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Yes.
So
Track it. That's a comment, I guess.
Say no more.
I know.
You don't have
So I'm hearing that this tiered approach, we don't do currently. NBS is recommending we do this. And they're saying that most other jurisdictions do that. I've been told that most other jurisdictions, there's not a lot of different software options out there, and a lot of them use Track It. So if we're going to something that most everybody uses, and Track It is what most everybody uses, why does it not work? Everybody knows how I feel about Track It. So what, I don't understand.
Track It's a permitting system.
Uh-huh.
And there's probably a dozen permitting systems out there on the market that's continuing adding permit systems. And so Track It's one of the older ones. It's been around. It's probably been around 20 something years and had multiple levels of iteration. I would guess a company called Acela is the most common one in California, not Track It.
Okay.
So depends on which software you purchase and what the advantages of one software are over the other. So all of them have advantages and disadvantages. So some of the Track It issues we do workarounds for,
Right.
which we try to fix the things through Track It. If we can't, then we figure out a way to work around it and still get to the same solution.
I just feel that, I feel like we're gonna have to make a decision at some point, either go all in and fix Track It or move to something else, because it impacts not just your workflow, but our user our residential interface it's terrible. Even in our offices, when we try to interface and find things, it is cumbersome. And if it's an obstacle in our workflow and production, it just seems like we're gonna have to figure this out and really. I know switching software systems is not fun. It was terrible the last time, and nobody likes it. But if this thing's getting in our way, we got to figure this out. I don't know what else to say. It's just been.
So I'll just add in, IT is working really hard on this.
Yeah.
I know they are. And there is a difference, and I don't purport to be an expert, and Karen might know more than me, but there's a difference between a hosted version of Track It and a cloud-based version. And we are on, I believe we're on the hosted version. It doesn't have the same capabilities as other portions of the program, but I'll let Karen speak to it more.
Let's say IT is in the process of contracting to get with Central Square, a business analyst to look specifically at our issues. Tom's done a great job of listing what all those issues are and what the workarounds are. So we know we have a very good understanding what our problem is. We just need someone to fix it now. And so we are trying, IT is working to get an analyst, a business analyst to look at that, develop solutions. We'll consider those. If that doesn't solve our problem, we'll probably look at outside consultants, someone that's not tied to Track It system. Central Square is the owner of Track It. And if that doesn't work, then we will consider, do we start at square one? I want to exhaust every possibility before we get there because a new system is literally millions of dollars. So, if we can make what we have work, we'll do that. Understanding that Excella and all these others, if you go around to any jurisdiction, everybody's got very similar issues and complaints. I don't know of anybody who says my system works perfectly. So we have to try and get what we can out of it. And we're going to be working on that hard over the next year.
I really appreciate that, Karen, because, right here is a great example. We're going to be doing double work, basically, to see if what we're proposing is a good idea or not. And it's like, that just seems ridiculous. So
yeah,
thank you for.
This in fact will be a good test case, if you will, to present to the Track It folks to say, this is what we need you to do.
Okay.
And see how they perform.
Yeah, one of the things that just is frustrating is what it is, especially trying to find stuff. And we just got to make it user friendly, especially for us and our residents. So.
Well, thank you for that update to the board. And it's gratifying to know that this is well underway and wish you well on that. All right. Any other questions or comments for Tom? All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tom.
Are we there's two choices here, right? There's MBS's recommendation and then there's what staff is recommending. And I'm in favor of staff's recommendation from the standpoint of simplicity and carry through until such time as we have the capability within the software. So I just wanted to weigh in in support of staff's.
Is the board in agreement with that?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're all together.
We are. Sounds good. Thank you. All right. So that's it for the Building Services Division. On to code enforcement.
Code enforcement.
All
Okay.
right.
So there's a couple, a new section was added for code enforcement related to VHR, including fees for appeal processing hearings, complaint investigation, and pre-site inspections. The pre-site inspection piece, this may sound vaguely familiar to you because we talked about it in our first conversation related to the Code Enforcement Amnesty Program, which I know we've continued out for until next month. But obviously now would be, if we're going to add a pre-site inspection fee of $107, which is basically one labor hour, that this obviously would be an appropriate time to give that consideration. So we don't have to come back and do that again. So that is one question. And on the VHR piece, I mean, because of those additional sections, that would actually raise our cost revenue up to 82% based on what staff is recommending for the new fees. So that would be a bump from 155,000 to 287,500. So you'll see that again, back to our tables here to be page 55 in Exhibit B. You'll see that captured in items 1 and 2 in those rows on that sheet. You'll see vacation home rentals, complaint verifications, appeals, so on and so forth. And that's obviously because we are stepping up enforcement significantly on VHRs. We'll have that conversation probably even more this afternoon again on the enforcement item. So we want to be able to have all these tools that are in our pocket to make sure that we're collecting and asking folks to pay for the result of their code cases if they're not going to follow the ordinance. So
We'd agree with staff's recommendation as presented.
Yeah, I just didn't understand one of the fees in here. It's a non-vacation home rental here. It says non-vacation home. What does that mean?
yeah, so we have, okay, so yeah, we'll clean this up. No, what that's saying is so VHR kind of now has would have its own fee section under code enforcement, and below that you're going to find the non-vacation home rental appeal hearing would be $200. That's like any other code cases that are not VHR. So you have VHR,
All
and
the
then you have every
others.
other type
Oh,
of
I
code
see.
case.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll enumerate
Thank
this.
you.
on the fee resolution, so it's a little bit clearer.
I
for-
thought I understood before you started your explanation. And
So-
now I'm confused.
So,
It's in
so-
other categories.
So you have,
But it still has to be VHR, right?
so no, so there
No.
are,
Categories
so there's
VHR.
VHR, and let's say you have a VHR code case open with us. You'll now have your own appeal for the VHR fee. You'll have the inspection fee, the investigation fee, all those will be for specifically for VHRs. Separate from that, every other type of code case there is, any life, health, safety, anything like that, we have a different fee on it. It's $200 for that appeal fee.
Yeah, so that language really does need to be cleaned
Yeah,
up.
we'll clean it-
It's
we'll
code
clean it up.
enforcement, it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
other code.
That's
okay.
a fair critique.
Okay, all right, that's
Okay.
good. Yeah.
Does that make sense, Supervisor
Mhm.
Leahy?
Yeah, that
Okay.
does. But you know, one of the things that this is demonstrating is that with regards to the vacation home section, the appeal application,
Yes.
it's only at 48% cost recovery. Why aren't we going for 100% there?
You are, let's see, where are you?
46.
Oh, on the subtotal, okay. That's probably because you're not seeing a recommended cost recovery on that appeal application, but
There's something odd with that one. I
yeah, let
remember.
me, do you remember what we,
Well, we can get back to them on this,
yeah,
or
I don't
That's
have a
fine.
clear answer for you at this
Okay,
point,
that's
so I'll have to look at that for you.
I remember there was something different about the way we had to show that in the spreadsheets, but I'd have to, I'll look at it. Maybe
Okay,
get
we can
back to
circle
you.
back around it. All right, sounds good. All right, anything else on that division? All right, so on to airports.
Sorry, we're still talking about that code enforcement. All right, airports. So on airports, as Nicole explained earlier, we're looking pretty heavily at just our general current cost recovery here. As reflected in MBS's report, we're seeing a 25% cost recovery in current dollars. You know, this has obviously been a tough one. We had a meeting with the Airport Advisory Committee back in December of last year. NBS has actually prepared a memo, a 6 or 7 page memo strictly addressing some of the challenges they saw at the airports, and reflecting that, you know, the reality of we're not achieving that full cost recovery. As we went through this process, you'll see, and some of the airport users have pointed out, obviously, in NBS's report, there's a different cost recovery recommendation than what you see in the staff report. It has, just like everything else in this project, the iterative nature of it, as this went up the approval chain and we had additional conversations about, you know, what are we doing with our other divisions? Does it make sense to include airports and moving them up to, you know, 100% cost recovery as well? Now, if you see, as you can see with the staff recommendation here, that answer was yes. So that's why we're coming to you with that today. I mean, obviously that would raise an additional $800,000 at the airports. You mentioned kind of a multi-year phase-in if your board is going to go with that cost recovery. You know, for something like this where you're going to bump 75%, if that's the direction we want to go, certainly you could phase it in over a matter of years, you know, over 5 years or whatever your board would see fit. You know, there's a couple other things in there that were, one of them was an ask from the Airport Advisory Committee that was related to the fuel flowage fee of 10%, 10 cents on each gallon of gas. And that's, in practice, that would be mostly related to emergency situations where we get US Forest Service and CAL FIRE coming in and they don't use our fuel. They have their own fuel trucks, but it would also go with any third-party fuel truck. Just to clarify, I had that conversation with the chair. So it's not just for emergencies, it's for any third-party fueling entity that does not use our fuel at the airport. So I just wanted to clarify that because I don't think it was that clear in the staff report. I'm looking at some of the airport users right now. So again, we'll revisit the emergency land use aspect of this probably in September or October. We're still waiting on CAL FIRE and Forest Service, but we at least want to get that fuel flowage fee in here because it's something staff agreed with the airport advisory committee that we should have that in there. I'll go ahead and pause right there. There's a lot to unpack in airports, so.
So Chris, so you met with the Airport Advisory Committee in December 2022 and recognizing that, you know, we have an engaged group of airport users because airports are kind of their own thing. It's an interesting entity. And I know our airports are woefully underfunded, and it's been a, you know, a long concern for us. Have you engaged with the Airport Advisory Committee throughout this year on, as you've been walking through this study on the proposals? Have you had an opportunity to talk with them before you've, you know, brought this to us to get their recommendations?
We have not talked to them throughout the year, because there was nothing new to report. NBS had essentially finished the airport section of the fee study when that memo was created in December. The only thing that has changed since then was the cost recovery percentage. I mean, we had talked about the fuel flowage fee and we hammered it out and got the 10 cents in there. The other one will be the commercial landing fee of $25. But other than that, nothing else in the fee study had changed. So the thought had always been, if there's any substantive changes to the fee study, we could bring it back to the airport's advisory committee. But that the meeting they had in April, there's no new information to give them at that time. So once the decision was made to go from 25 to 100% in the last couple of weeks, and once the agenda was released, I notified the committee, and the airport users were separate with a separate email. But there's no ongoing engagement as far as, yeah.
From my perspective, I think it might be warranted to, especially if we're looking at going from 25 to 100%, to go back to the committee and, you know, at least meet with them regarding these proposed changes before you come back to this board, recognizing we have a little bit of time frame to get their engagement on this and to see how we might best roll that out.
So fair enough, absolutely. And I will just say, the fee study itself had been a topic of discussion all through last year at almost every meeting, but we formally agendized it and had Nicole, one time we had technical difficulties, but we actually, again, put together that memo, which was an early look at the fee study that, to be honest, no one else got to see.
Okay.
So we did share pretty openly and honestly with them early on in the process, but I'm certainly happy to go back and have the discussion with them about cost recovery.
All right. Any other questions or concerns?
Yeah,
on this side?
if I go to slide 12 where the summary is.
Sure.
And it shows on airports going from a 25% to a 26%, and you're saying 100%. So I'm assuming the table just didn't get updated, or is that NBS's recommendation versus staff?
Versus staff's recommendation.
No, so that may have been a typo. Originally what it was the recommendation was go to 25 to 40% with the 3% increase each year over 5 years to cover that 15% gap up to 40%.
Okay.
So I think there might have been just a typo in there. It should have been 28, not 26. And
Still.
Nicole was reflecting just year one. So I'm not trying to, yeah.
Okay.
But I think that's what that was.
The
That's
year
the-
one of a 5-year ramp up?
So the original ramp up, and that's why there's some confusion between MBS and what we're recommending, was to go from 25 to 40%. And to phase that in over 5 years at 3% increase per year to close that 15% delta from 25 to 50.
Still doesn't match the 26% I'm seeing in the table. So there's
I
something
think it was
disconnected
just
there.
I
Typo?
think it was just a typo.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
It should have said 28 for year one, because we would have gone from
28 for
25
year
to
one, okay.
28% with the 3% increase. And the next year would have gone 31 to 34 to 37. to
So that's
40.
NBS's recommendation, and you guys are recommending 100%, if I get it right.
Well, actually, both those recommendations came from staff. As I mentioned, as we went through the review process, because everything works its way up, in conversations with myself and Karen and CAO, we started thinking more, and county council, we started thinking more about our FAA regulations and guarantees. And there was a cautionary note about having our rates set too low, because our airports are supposed to be self-sustaining.
Agreed.
They are not
Not even close.
self-sustaining at
Yeah.
this point in time. So that is a considerable factor when, Karen and I were discussing this, is how do we make sure we're not running afoul of FAA rules and regs and making sure we're a self-sufficient airport, not wholly reliant on funding from the federal government and the state.
I will say too, I'll take the blame for this last minute to 100%. This is what I was talking about earlier, kind of, we're so in the weeds and then you take a step back and look at the forest for the trees. This is one of them where, when I'm looking, we're trying to achieve 100% cost recovery on everything else except for very specific reasons like appeals or we talked a little bit about on building. We want to make sure people get their water heater permits. So we're keeping those artificially low. This is one where, I in my mind, it's like, well, what exactly is the justification for keeping this less than 100%? And knowing exactly what you were just saying, that we continually are having to take general fund dollars to pay for critical repairs and replacement of equipment. We need that funding. It's important. Totally understand that airports do serve a larger purpose for emergency operations. And, that is certainly very important. But, to me, those are kind of two separate purposes for the airports. You've got the private users and what they do and the fees they should be charged, and then the airports as a base for emergency operations. So that was my mindset when making that final recommendation.
Do we know the cost of the emergency operations on an average annual basis? Is it significant? Is it 20%, 50%? What percentage of the total would you guess it is? I gotta guess it's pretty small, but I don't know.
As far as the cost to us.
Right. The cost of operation for emergency services.
I think, I don't know if we've ever put a cost to it, but they have varied. So for example, and Chris knows this better than I do, the difference between the mosquito fire and Caldor had affected different airports.
Right.
In one case, shut it down for a much longer time period. I think with mosquito, the tenants were still able to get onto the airport, whereas Caldor, they weren't. So there's very different effects depending on exactly the nature of the emergency.
My only thought is if you're looking at total operational costs and part of it's emergency services, that should be designated to emergency services and not charged back to the renters of the hangars and stuff. I mean, it should be separated out, right?
So we're still, I had quickly glossed over US Forest Service and CAL FIRE and trying to get those agreements.
Right.
We're still working with their council to finalize the language. But we very much are trying to get that together with them because it will literally break down section A, B, C, D, and E on the ramp and the runway based on what they're using, how much they're going to pay back. I mean, that's very important to have that for years like 21, 22 and 22, 23. So that, because right now we just charge tie downs and parking. And we've had that conversation many times with the airport advisory committee as well. And we agree we could do better than that. We didn't have a mechanism on the current fee schedule. That's moving separately from this because we have to get agreements from legal on both the state and the feds. But we will have that in place. My only caution on that, I agree we can budget for that, but it's tough because we don't know when that's going to happen. It just so happened in the last 3 years, we've had 2 major events. And, obviously that has been an impact to our airports. And God willing, this year that doesn't happen, but we can't, it's hard to plan for that and make that kind of a line item in our budget, right? So it's kind of an accessory cost that would come once in a while, so to speak. It's
from a
difficult
base
to
cost
capture.
perspective, we have history and we should know, I would think, how
We
much
do.
of the total cost went into emergency operations or an estimate of it, an allocation, something, and that could be taken out of the total cost that's assigned for the airport use.
I mean,
Two categories, right?
Right. In this case, if you're just talking Caldor, it was just shy of $11,000. I know it
Okay.
sounds really low and
Yeah.
we had that conversation, but that's again, because it was tie downs and parking. That's what we charged because that's what was on the fee
Okay,
schedule.
all right.
Our fee schedule.
Got it.
Right.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
More work to be done. I got it. Yeah.
So, airports are so special. I have concerns about doing anything with the airport fees right now today. Because there's a lot of questions about the airports. we're doing an economic study right now. I think it's
Just
fair to
starting.
say that the county historically hasn't done a fabulous job of promoting or improving or, anything like that to make our airports more attractive and to get more users. And so my concern is that until we do this economic study and really know where we're going with things, I don't think it's a good idea to increase fees. And my understanding is it was explained to me, and I could be wrong, but the grants the federal grants that are available are based on your operations. Well, if we're not taking care of our airports and we're not putting money into them and our operations are slowly decreasing, then we're kind of like causing this decrease ourselves. And there's fewer users because we're not making improvements and promoting. And so then the costs are being borne on fewer users. And it's kind of because we're not doing anything to help with that. Do you know what I'm saying? And so I really have concerns about doing any changes to the airport fees right now until we really look at, and we've been doing this since I got on the board. Prior to that, I think the county really needs to know where we're going with this. And I kind of liken it to kind of what we were doing with the fairgrounds for a while. I mean, that's a county asset and we weren't putting any money into it. And until it got so bad that we realized that's our asset. We need to invest in it to help our fair association promote it. So I hesitate to do any changes right now. I do agree that we got to get those contracts in place, with Forest Service and CAL FIRE, get the flowage fee in there. That's a no-brainer. But beyond that, I really think we should wait. This fee study is supposed to be coming in September, right? Is that right? No. When's the economic study coming?
So we met last week with the consultant to just hammer out any last questions on their scope and their timing. So now the contract, it's already been awarded. Now that we have that conversation under our belts, they just have to have the final signed scope of work go through PNC, procurement and contracts. And then we're off to the races. And they gave us they can complete their work, they believe, in 7 months. So, and that includes,
we've been waiting years for this, years. I know, I think you guys, I got this. So I'm just saying, I just think that we need to get our ducks in a row before we do any increases. That's all I'm gonna say. So
let's suspend this conversation for a minute. I mean, but the question, get some public comment after this. And so would there be an ability to bifurcate the airports out of this, add the fuel flow perhaps in the emergency provisions and address it later? Or does this need to be all one kit and caboodle, so to speak?
it does not. We can pull out whatever you need us to pull out. I agree. I would urge the fuel flowage fee to stay in. Because that'll dovetail with the emergency land use agreements.
Okay.
But everything else, no, it's cleaner to do it this way and it goes into effect, but it's the will of your board. That's why we're here.
I wanted to see what our options were.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, great. So more conversation about the airports division, and let's move on to a similar kind of entity, cemeteries.
Well, different users, you guys.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. We can't have conversation from the public right now.
We'll have public comment.
We'll have public comment in a minute. Love to hear what you have to say.
All right, so on to cemeteries. So this is another one of those divisions where we 100% cost recovery probably is not going to be the most advisable thing, but I will say off the top, this is probably the least studied of all the divisions, just because the NBS did the administrative fee on the bottom. That's the fee they looked at, but as Nicole explained earlier, there are certain types of fees that we assess that NBS does not assess with their study, and cemetery fees are on that list. So they provided a benchmark on several cemeteries, but our plan of action with cemeteries is do a full benchmark for your board. And just like we do with airports, you're gonna have to come back at a different time where we have more information for you to give you on cemeteries, because we don't have all the information we need for you in a benchmark at this point in time. We'll take some of the information that Nicole's team provide for us, and we'll give you a nice full benchmark study. We've had this discussion before. Cemeteries for us is very different than other jurisdictions. Other jurisdictions do not manage 17 cemeteries. So it's hard to get good comparisons because, you know, we could look at another district, Amador, they have, I think, one cemetery that they manage. I mean, there's a lot of apples to oranges comparisons. So we have to weed through that in an intelligent way before we make any recommendations on what we're doing with niches and plots and anything else in our cemeteries. Because we have 8 active cemeteries right now. And we don't, our cemeteries, we pride ourselves, I know your board agrees, on being an affordable options for families in the county. And, you know, but at the same time, we still have to pay for the cost of rendering services. So where is that sweet spot? I mean, we can't charge $8,000 for a plot. I mean, that's just similar to an appeal fee. That just seems a little bit untenable. And that's just one fee on the fee schedule amongst many. So the only thing we addressed here is the administrative fee, which currently is $100. That's the only fee we're looking at this point in time, and the rest we can come back and we can even, if you want to take a step back from that and just do cemeteries completely separately, we can do that as well. Well, it's whatever works best for your board. So.
Okay, any comments or questions on this one?
What does administrative fee entail? What does that mean? It's not the cost of actually, you know, digging and all that. What does that mean? What do we?
Yeah, so Julianne probably explained this better than anyone, but hi, Julianne. Come on out. Sure.
Come on up, Julianne. Help us understand what this is.
The administrative fee was an attempt to capture some costs back. Our plot fees, our fees for the sales of cemetery inventory, which is plots, niches, crypts, hasn't been addressed for many years. So a few years ago, we did apply the administrative fee to try to capture some of our administrative costs. So
It takes that
some of the
cost to
costs
administer the whole program.
Yeah, we have to do paperwork with every burial, you know, we have to submit information eventually to quantify our burials in cemeteries. And so that's what the administrative fee was to cover.
So they would pay a burial fee plus an administrative fee with it to kind of.
Yeah, our burial
overhead?
Overhead, I guess,
Okay.
in a way. Burial fees that are a pass through for us. When somebody pays our fee to do a burial, it just covers the contractor's costs. We never had a markup on that to cover the cost of staff.
Oh,
Wow,
okay.
okay.
That makes
That's
sense.
a better
That's
way to do it.
helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Julie. I
You're
appreciate it.
And going to 19% from 10% would give us basically the full recovery or just an approximate?
On the administrative.
Administrative fees
itself,
only.
No, that would not go up. I was trying to find the table as you
I
were
think it
saying that,
went
but
from, I think the recommendation was to go from 100 to 1,000, which is,
yeah, it only goes up to 19% cost recovery in year one.
yeah. Because the other fees weren't considered.
Okay, good. Again, I'm
I
looking
mean,
at
we
table
can-
12. It says cemeteries, parentheses, administrative fees, and it says going from 10% to 19%. So I'm reading that's only administrative fees that would double. And so the question is, does that give us close to full recovery for that estimate of what those administrative costs really are? Or is it just an increment of 9% or 10% in this case?
No, as it listed out, I mean, the cost, it's $1,041 roughly for what would be a full administration fee. So
Okay.
right now, we're only at 10%-ish. So going up to $200 will only equal about 19% of full cost recovery. So again, it's that we go up to $1,000 to pay an admin fee for those types of services. It's again, sort of like an appeal. I mean, is that where we want to go?
So once again, you're going to come back. with
You're
full
going to come back with a benchmark study. It just seems
We
like it's better to
understand.
wait everything before it
Yeah.
comes back to the benchmark study because I'm not
I kind of think so
getting the
too.
differentiation I'm looking for yet. So Maybe
We're
it's deeper in
working-
the numbers.
Okay.
One of the questions I have, does that include private cemeteries too, or no?
No.
No, these fees would just apply to the 17 cemeteries that the county
Okay,
manages.
that's all. I
The
just wanted
8 active
clarification,
cemeteries.
that's all.
Right.
And only 9 are active, right? That we actually
Eight.
have 8.
8
Okay.
active cemeteries.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Julianne.
That
Appreciate
helped a
it.
lot. Thank you.
Yeah, it does.
All right, we good with cemeteries right now?
Yeah, and we're done.
Yeah.
Technology.
Okay, tech fees. Now we get into a couple very particular types of fees. MVS did evaluate this tech fee. We had a lot of back and forth between the tech fee and the general plan fee, which you'll hear after this one. The tech fee is assessed on building permits as a percentage of permit valuation. And that's an effort to recover costs for use of land management permitting software, track it, essentially. Currently, we charge 0.0356 or 3.56% of construction value. We have minimums and maximums. 3 is the minimum, 300 is the max. There aren't many that fall outside of those parameters. I think we did back to napkin, it was like 41 under the 21, 22 numbers fell outside of that maximum. So technology fee raises about $206,000 a year from us. For us, it's about 41% cost recovery, because the cost to run the services is about $347,000 a year for our portion of Track It. So, MBS recommended changing the methodology of the fee to be a percentage of the fees charged rather than as a percentage of the valuation. So percentage of the fee versus the valuation. So, we're recommending going to 3.2, moving forward 3.2% of the annual permit, taking that into account, 3.2% annual permit and project revenue. And we'd like to remove the minimums and maxes because it's, again, we did some math on this and there aren't only the largest projects that you could think of are actually going to go over that max. So that's the first piece of it. The second piece is looking at what would refer to as a kind of a future technology fee. And this would be around 2.45% of permit revenue for building permits only, and placed into a special revenue fund. So this could be for either, a new software at a future date or improvements to something like Track It. So again, there are two fees here. One of them is a new fee. That's the future tech fee, and that's 2.45%. And then back to NBS's recommendation, 3.2% towards existing Track It services. And that's just changing it again back to a percentage of the fees charged rather than valuation. I know it's a lot. There's a lot going on there, but the two fees.
So, this is a dumb question, but I assume recognizing that, fees are to meet the actual cost of services, we have the ability to charge a fee on something that new into the future to put into a special fund?
Yes. Yes, we can put into a special revenue fund, but we have to be able to, again, it could be for new software, but we also want to have the flexibility to use it for software improvements on our existing
And
software.
upgrades, recognizing that we have some deficits in this arena,
Yes.
and also recognizing that the county is investing heavily in technology and, getting us elevating that critical aspect of our infrastructure.
Correct.
So it's to support that. Okay. Any questions or concerns with this item? What's that? I know. Okay. All right, and the last one, general plan fee. Couple options, it looks like.
Another one we bat around quite a bit, as you can see from a few of the options. So the fee we currently assess, it's assessed on building permits only, our general plan implementation fee, and it's charged at 2.67% of construction valuation. Again, we have the minimums in place. We have $2 minimum, $300 maximum for the permit. So very similar to the tech fee, minimums and maximums. Currently, it raises about $140,000 per year. In practice, what that means, if you can imagine, that fee was in place for the past several years to cover, TGPA, ZOU, and it's in practice, it's going to our long-range planning unit as they conduct the work that would be related to the general plan implementation fee. So that's good. That's about a 9% cost recovery. We as staff would like to actually go up to a 25% cost recovery and use the delta, the 16%. So take 9 from 25, you get 16 left over. We would like to use that to fund the future coming general plan update within the next 5-ish years. We're not going to raise enough money to pay for the general plan in its entirety. But having something to pay for that effort coming up is going to be in the order of $4 or $5 million and rising as each year goes past. So what you see here, NBS, as you see these options here, we have option 1, NBS suggested fee recovery method. So what that is, NBS is recommending that the basis of the fee be changed to a percentage of the department permit and project fees charged rather than a permit's construction value. So again, a percentage of the department permit and project fees charged rather than the permit's construction value, which is how we currently do it. So then what you see here, and there is a chart, I believe it's on the next slide, Kim. There's option 2. Option 2 is showing you every time and material plane project would be charged $500 for the general plan fee, and then flat fees for plane and building charged at 7.59% of the flat fee. And we gave you a calculation of what that would look like on a typical building permit or planning project flat fee or planning time and materials. You'll see those listed out in that option. And similarly, we gave you a third option, which is the next slide. Not to get too confusing here, but we wanted to at least provide some options. And this one is every time materials planning project is charged a flat amount of 7.59% on the average hours worked for each application type. And that's based on the time estimate and flat fees for planning and building charged at that 7.59%. So I think Rob's going to elucidate this a little bit for you, so you can see how this works in practice.
Can we go back to?
Yeah, can we go back 2 slides? Kim?
So, so Rob Peters again, Deputy Director of Planning. So currently we have a general plan implementation fee that's been used. Well, it was used to basically pay back the cost of pay for the cost of the TGPA ZOU, and it's offset staffed costs thereafter. What we know to be true is that at some point we're going to have to update our general plan, and we were looking at other jurisdictions and the cost of doing so, and it's getting more and more costly, and it's not a small price tag. And so we were trying to find a way that we could continue to offset our staff costs, but put some monies in the coffers to try to do our part to pay for a general plan update if and when that comes. We looked at the next 10 years, and we think within the next 10 years that's going to happen. We don't exactly know what year, and you'll get more information when we come with our 5-year report, which we acknowledge is late, but we're trying to determine where we actually stand and what we have to do about it, right? So this special revenue fee would be twofold. It would be to help offset the cost of an update to a general plan. Now, planning and the constituents that provide, projects to us are not the only ones that have an obligation to pay for an entire general plan, right? Land use is a component of that, and others, transportation and safety element and all of that. We're doing some updates now, so we don't know, but a comprehensive general plan is going to cost a lot. So we're trying to be fiscally, responsible by trying to put some money away for that later date. But also to continue to offset our costs. Now, the difference between options 1 and 2 and 3, I want to go through really quickly. The recommendation and from MBS, and is a sound recommendation, includes all of the same variables as options 2 and 3, with the exception that we can't charge this fee on projects that are being conducted by our consultants through our on-call contracts, right? So if we can assess that fee for staff's time. So when we take in our deposit for the staff that's processing the project, but it doesn't allow us to assess that same fee through those contracts. So some of our largest projects, for instance, are utilizing on-call contracts And so we can't apply that same fee. So staff was kind of like, well, that seems like we're missing a component there where if you're in the bid, if it's a largest project and you're using, consultants that you're not really paying the same as you would if you were paying staff, give or take. So we kind of looked at some other options of how we might charge that fee to these types of projects that are time and materials, understanding that we would still take the fee in for the initial deposit, but that under option 2, we would charge a flat fee, just no matter what the time and materials project, that we would add this flat fee. And so we would be recouping some of those costs for things that would maybe be, that could end up being in a consultant's lane to help us manage the project or pursue an extension of staff or that sort of thing. And so we looked at another option, which is option 3, which would be that we would, and I told you earlier that we're going to try to provide we have a recommendation of the total amount of hours we believe each project takes us. And that's what we use to create the planning fees, that we would assess the fee against that average cost for those projects. So instead of a flat fee, it's for each individual. We've created an average amount of time, and you take that times our hourly rate, and that becomes a cost of a project. We could assess it against those. So those are the 3 options, basically. One being that we assess it on all the, building permits. Now, another change to it is we've been applying that to all building permits. And so, in working with MBS to determine what's appropriate and what has the proper nexus for applying a general plan implementation fee. Some of those lesser permits, we've been talking about water heaters a lot, so I use that as an example. Probably not appropriate to charge a water heater a general plan implementation. However, if you're building a single family residence, the general plan identifies a certain amount of residences we're going to be able to build. And as you chip away at that, those folks are helping us to build this nest egg to do the next general plan, right? So those types of projects, we put a threshold of $100,000 for those building permits, and we have not typically historically charged discretionary projects, and so we're adding that in. So we're sort of covering the other side of the house and then offsetting, not charging everyone on the building side of the house to try to make it work. And so our recommendation is this 25%, which allows us to continue the offset we've been having for staff, and allowing us to put some of these monies again to try to create a fund to help offset the cost when I come back up and say, hey, I need $3 or $6 or whatever $1 million to do a general plan, but I have this much, as opposed to I don't have anything. But those slides kind of showed you what the amounts would be on the options 2 and 3, basically looking at a standard single family, a standard typical sort of project on the planning side of the house, and a time and materials project.
From staff's perspective, what would work best, do you think?
Good question. I think from staff feels like we ought to do something about the bigger projects that we can't assess the fee
Makes
if they're
sense.
utilizing our
So
on-call
option 2 or
contracts.
3, right?
Right. So
Right.
2 or 3 is kind of where, and so those aren't in the recommendation from MBS, but that's because we were looking at it. Okay, those are the numbers to get us in a cost recovery scenario, but then are we doing enough to make sure that everybody's paying equitably across the board?
Right.
So
So what is the easiest to apply, or what makes more sense from your perspective? Because you live this. Sorry to put you on the spot.
I would say, no, that's
alike.
okay.
I
That's,
mean,
we talked a lot about it, and I don't know that we had the exact answer, and we wanted to have this conversation to get some inputs on what you were all were thinking. I think a flat fee is probably the easiest, but it would be, for folks to understand that are paying that fee.
Right.
I think a fee based on the total amount of what the average cost would be would make sense to some degree, but folks that are on the lesser end of that might say, hey, I paid more than the person that was on the higher set of that range, right? Because we're working on averages. So I think, in ease of use, probably a flat fee. In recovery of total amount of dollars, it would probably be the percentage of the hourly, estimate of that project cost.
But is that clunky to track and or is it?
I know, I was thinking option 2 seems pretty
I
straightforward.
don't think, I mean,
Option 3 seems like it gets into the methodology of how do you track it? How do you get
Yeah.
everything accounted for?
yeah, I
A
mean,
little more complex.
Jennifer and the fiscal team are very good at tracking time and materials projects. And so
Okay.
if
Oh,
we
there's
had
nothing on their skill, that is for
No,
sure.
no, if we had, but I mean, so the difference would be, as an example, if you had our fee estimates on our fee schedule saying a variance is going to cost you, and I'm just throwing out numbers that aren't in this table, so between $8,000 and $12,000, right? So we're going to charge everybody for 10. some folks will go, wait a minute, my project wasn't as difficult as this other one. And so it might
Could be problematic.
allow them to kind of question that. If we go flat fee, it's very simple across the board, but you might not capture some of those more complex projects that are at the higher range.
Okay, thank you for helping us think through that.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah, that makes good sense. Any other
Does
questions?
option
on that?
3 take a lot more staff time to track than option 2? I would think it's flat fee is one number, it's done, right? The tracking of time and material seems like it's more
I
burdensome.
think it would take a little more effort to put.
No,
I think it
huh?
would. Well, I think it might take a little more effort to put it into our tracking system because then each fee has to have its calculated amount entered. But
Okay.
I think you're entering an amount in either way. So,
okay.
I don't know and maybe Jennifer could help. if
But
she knows.
applicants won't know what they're going to, it'll be open-ended for them.
No, either way, they would have an exact amount. It would be, so on our fee schedule, if
It'll be
you were doing a
itemized.
variance, it would be this much.
Contribute.
If you were doing a tentative map, it would be this much instead of all of them being the same.
Okay.
Right, so it might be, you might charge a little more on a lower cost permit that's time and materials and a little less on a higher cost because you're not going off of that average amount of that exact project type.
Okay. Do you have anything else to add, Jennifer, that could be helpful to us?
I swear I wouldn't talk today.
Oh, no, we want to hear from you.
Jennifer Morris, Senior Admin Analyst for Planning and Building. There is a way to put these fees in to track it to where they do charge, it will be like set like a fixed fee, but it would be a fixed fee based on the average hours of the process of the project. So just like the $500 flat fee across the board, I think like a parcel map, I'm just throwing that out there, $9,000 times that 7%, that each one would get, because it's, let's see, how many, was it like how many hours for a parcel map? Like 100?
So for so for the variance fee under option 2,
variance, yeah.
The flat fee at $5,471, they pay $415, right? But if we went 500 for everybody, that would be a little bit more. Now, however, if you were in a tentative map, that's more like a $17,000 project or a parcel map, then that 500 fee would probably be less than what you would pay at that 7%. Right. So it could go either way. We don't, the difficulty in trying to assign exact amounts is because every year we get different project types submitted to us. So we can't say we're going to have 15 parcel maps and 15 variances. So, either way, it's doing better than what we've been doing. And so we provided some options to try to, I think the flat fees is a reasonable approach. I think that if I had to guess, I would say the percentage of total cost probably brings in more, but we're already kind of increasing it. So, we just wanted to provide some opportunity to have this dialogue.
All right, that's really helpful. Thank you. All right, anything else?
Nope.
On the board? Okay.
Do we need to provide direction to them on option 2 or 3? Because it seemed like option 1 was not the preferred.
Correct.
Yeah, so
Yeah, you're right.
Option 3, would you?
I mean, it was
what's the board
encouraging to
thinking?
hear that track could do something. I appreciated that. Thank
Yeah.
you, Jennifer.
And if it's that easy, I'm in favor of option 3, I think,
Option
rather
3,
than
yeah.
flat fee, but I'm not that close to it. It's hard to
Yeah.
judge.
That's why I wanted staff's expert. I think.
Yes.
It seems like option 3 might be more, I don't know, fair. I don't know. Okay.
If track can really do it easily,
Right.
Yeah.
then option
that
3
easy?
seems the way to go.
I think
It's-
so.
Yeah, it's just a matter of programming
Kate-
a
Okay.
fixed amount per the average hours at
Okay.
that
You
percentage.
You can fix
so.
track it for us, all right?
I wish I
At
could.
least
I've
on
been
there.
trying.
All right, well, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so at this point, are we done with staff's recommendations then on this? Is there anything else before we move to public comment?
I will just mention, because it was mentioned in the staff report as well, the GIS support
Oh,
fee.
that's right.
Yeah, that's.
It was not enumerated on our presentation per se. I've had 3 separate conversations with Brian Fraser about this, and this is another one of those we want to take another look at, because we're just not 100% sure on exactly how much we don't have this tracked in track it. And the time study is not going to capture how much we're utilizing the GIS service. So we want to do a little bit of a deeper dive to kind of do a self-assessment and see how much we're actually utilizing the GIS software through Surveyor. I don't want to speak for Brian. I know he's probably listening. But he said, completely fine. Let's take this offline and see if there's a path forward, if there needs to be a path forward on this. So you'll see, we talked a little bit about, the base year 21, 22, and one of the big projects related to VHRs and the mapping of VHRs. We're not sure how much that might have, contributed to the percentage of usage with our department. And that was kind of a larger project that's not, I wouldn't say common for us. I mean, we use it on an individual basis for our planners and whatnot from our bigger projects, but that was a really heavy lift to get that VHR project off the ground, and Surveyor was integral in that. And then of course, lot line adjustments going over to Surveyor. We don't, again, know exactly yet what that impact is on our use of the software. So we didn't necessarily have a good recommendation for your board today, but we pledged to work together to try to figure out if there's, a better path forward and how to address this. So you'll see it's kind of left a little bit open-ended on that item.
So that's not part of our decision point
I-
today.
We just wanted to point to it only because last year, when you were considering the surveyor's portion of this fee study, it was a topic that came up.
Okay, great.
And it was going to be, well, let's talk about this in the context of planning and building too. And then ultimately we said, well, we really need to study this a little bit more if we're going to recommend to the board, an actual fee for this. So it would be our request that we pause that one for now and take that one offline with the surveyor and figure out if there's a better path forward. So.
Okay.
Thank you for at least bringing that back
Sure,
to our board
of
for
course.
consideration.
Yeah.
Okay, so at this point, I think like to get public comment, then we'll bring it back to the board to close this out. Then we'll take a little break before we move on and push through. So.
Yeah, I just ask if you're speaking to a specific fee, like the airport fee, please recognize what it is so we don't get lost in this maze. So thank you.
Sounds good. A lot of moving parts here. All right, Kim.
Not taking public comment on item number 39. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. And for those of you that have just joined us, our timer is not working as it usually does. So you will receive a 30-second notification with your remaining time and then 10 seconds, but there will be no visual.
20 seconds is all we're using on the first buzz. The clock up there on the wall, it's only 20 seconds. It doesn't get somebody 30.
Okay, all right.
We'll
We'll
note
make
that.
sure we
Thank you.
get, we'll make
Yeah.
sure we get 30 seconds. Thank you.
Is there something I should know?
No.
No,
Okay.
you're good. All right, go
All
ahead.
right.
Chris. We want to hear what you have to say.
Chris Payne, Devon Springs. So what I see from my perspective is that, yes, we are using time studying in a large amount to determine what we're trying to get to on all of these categories.
Mhm.
So I can match that up. But here's the problem with time studying. It's the variability of time studying. So for instance, it's going to be based on education, knowledge, experience, healthiness, family responsibility, supervision, plus direct management versus indirect management responsibilities. So if you take all of those factors and you give it to Chris, I take Chris and I have all those factors assigned to him, he's going to match up differently than Rob because of all of those factors, they're different. So therefore, to do a job, if I assign one over another, then I have to be thinking, I got to look at all of them in a broad perspective, because I can't just focus my attention on an individual.
Mhm.
Now, does that make sense? Okay.
Using an averaging approach. Yes.
Okay. So I look to the consultant who has a broad perspective of this subject. And I say, can we guarantee that we're looking at time studying in this broad perspective as we look at assigning costs to it? And if we can say yes, then show why it's that way, now we're getting closer to the solution of what we need to be. it's not going to be 100% recovery. It's never going to be 100% recovery. We're trying to get to some point where we are approaching something which we feel is acceptable. Now, I'll give you an example. We talked about this one just a second ago. Oh, and AI is going to be in the future. So the general plan fee seems like we're charging today for what we will spend in the future. And in that regard, I don't think we can do that because I don't think we can meet the nexus.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate your comments. Thanks for waiting with us all afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Dave Lugert's a longtime Placerville Airport user, and I was hoping to maybe get a little interaction going on some of the questions that were asked earlier and some of the answers that were asked. And if I could just get a little extra time.
No, everyone gets 3 minutes. I'm so
Well,
sorry, Dave.
the gist is that there's been a lot of misunderstandings with regards to the sponsors' obligations for the FAA grant assurance programs. And one of them is the interpretation of what would be the appropriate percentage and for what reasons. And the assurance, the program calls for, as I think Karen said earlier, that you be self-sustaining as possible, but that's consistent with the FAA grant assurance requirements as are in the federal registry. So should the board adopt all of the services, this is the NBS language here. Should the board adopt all the services based on 100% of the cost of the activity, increased fees in airport across the board, it would be $800,000. So that's a 400% increase fourfold over whatever period of time is selected. That quick. Options for updating fees for the use of the airport facilities include an across the board percentage and or a comparison of market rates and for other municipal airports. Federally obligated airports such as those at El Dorado County must comply with the FAA policy airport rates. Charges per the Federal Register of the United States Department of Transportation FAA policy regarding airport rates. So the airport proprietors must maintain a fee rental schedule that is circumstances of the airport makes the airport financially self-sustaining as possible, consistent with those regs. So the interpretation of that language is very important, and how you apply it becomes very important. But if you're out of compliance and you're out of market rates and so on with all the other airports in the area, obviously you're going to get called upon it. So what's really missing more than anything is the use of the airport, as Lori was saying earlier, or airports. And we've had so many opportunities in the last 20 years to do so many more things with these airports, and we failed. And just as an example, the addition of the fuel flow fee we've been asking for since 2014. 6 fires since then. We've missed all of those revenue opportunities on an emergency basis as a windfall. I understand that, but it's still a revenue the airport could benefit from. And then we've been trying to get the East End done for the last 17 years. And you guys haven't done anything.
Thank you, Dave. And I recognize this is a, clunky process, but, and this is not an opportunity to go back and forth with staff on this. So, that's exactly why we suggested we have the opportunity for the Airport Advisory Committee to engage with our staff on this item. So, but come on down.
Supervisor Thomas, I would just like to provide some clarification because I'm hearing some things from the audience. The timer notifies you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and then also again when you have 10 seconds remaining.
Okay, great. Oh, thank you, Kim. I was thinking the final buzzer was the final buzzer. Thank you. Great.
Okay.
All right. I think we have clarity now. Thank you. Good afternoon.
I'm Dana Murphy. I know some of you, a longtime airport user, long-term El Dorado County resident, longtime pilot. Mr. Turnbow will remember the original fires that were up on 50. I was a commercial helicopter pilot. I am uniquely aware of how fires work, how fueling, all these sort of things. I worked for Westwind Helicopters for 8 years as a commercial helicopter pilot. I fought the original Khyber's fire and several things. First, let me say, I want to ask you all a question. Why is the airport in the red? We have 9 other airports on the West Slope that I've contacted. Why are we the only ones in the red?
This
Chris?
is, this is no, it's a public comment period, so it's not
Okay,
back
well,
and forth.
I'm very curious because Chris and I talked about this and I mentioned Auburn. He said, well, Auburn has all kinds of things going on. Auburn didn't 25 years ago when I flew in Auburn. It was a little nothing with a dirt road going to it. Ms. Barlin is on the money. We have missed so much. We've got wine tasting. We've got rafting. We've got people that have come into the office and say, can we camp at the East End? Hey, make it a dry camping, do whatever. People would pay. But I can tell you, we talk about the 75% increase, and Chris and I have been through this, and we're working on revenue recovery with me. The bottom line is that since my lease, which is now 7 years old, has already gone up 82% in 7 years. Okay, that's a bit much. I suggested to his predecessor, let's do a CPI. Let's look at a CPI thing. Everyone I talked to at the airport said, that's much more reasonable. Come up 3% or whatever percent a year. Don't throw a 50% increase, which was my last increase at me, in one go and expect me to do it. Creighton Avila, when I talked to him before Chris said, Dana, don't worry about it. And I didn't. And I didn't pay it, as Chris knows. So now it's gone to revenue recovery. I got counsel on this and what have you, and I talked to them. I've also had a lot of conversations with the FAA and a couple of the attorneys back in the FAA about what's going on. As you all know, this airport, the final boss is the FAA here. And all the grants that you've received for the last 20 years have stipulations in them that must be followed. One of them is negotiations on every single owner of any property, okay, like a hangar, has the right to have a one-on-one conversation with Chris or whoever's managing the airport about the rates and new leases. We've not seen that. And that's just, I'm just tip of the iceberg here, okay? And I've talked to you guys about this a little bit, but it's to the point where the FAA will, I got 10 seconds. I don't want to go that way. I don't want to be involved in that. I really don't. But raising the rates right now, there'd be nobody at the airport.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate your insights. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Anyone else before we go online? All right, come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's been a long sit.
It has.
My name's Todd Sprague. I've been a user of the airport since 2003. I was really happy at the time that it looked like there was going to be some hangars at the east end of the airport. They leveled it out and they put taxiways out there and they've never done anything with it. At the time, I moved to an airport that was vibrant and had a lot of excitement. There were shows going on. There was their ramp was full of airplanes. And I'm sad to say, it's like a ghost town now. And I think a lot of the excitement has gone out of it. And I think there's a lot of potential, like Ms. Parlin said, that you could bring that all back and would be really important to the community and the users of the airport and bring more users. So that's all.
Thank you so much. Well said. Good afternoon.
My name is James Johnson, former firefighter here in the county, active user of the airport. Actually just came from a meeting down with the Fire Safe Council for the state of California this morning. We were addressing and talking about fire safety. I'm bringing this up about the airport fees and the airport itself, and specifically as how important of a resource it is to the county. We've seen over the last 20 years, the number of wildland fires have been increasing, and it's a singular greatest resource that we have to protect our community. I've seen it from working here locally that not only affects the fire side of our community and how we protect our citizens, but what goes unseen is also law enforcement uses it for their helicopters, CHP. CHP-1 uses it for rescue. You also have military doing their operations out of there as well. So there's these underlying aspects of the airport that aren't billable, but that are so crucial to understand that 100% recovery, especially from those folks that are renting hangars or having leases, can't subsidize by those increases, that there's a value there beyond. We don't expect 100% recovery from fire, police, or EMS. We shouldn't expect the same with the airport. And there is such potential, as so many have talked before, to bring that up. We really should not settle for good enough when we can do better, because it's not something that we can replace. Once that airport's gone, there's no other land in our region on the West Slope, especially in El Dorado County up the 50 corridor, that we can replace it with. And the cost to replace it, saying just relocate it, that is untenable. So let's say what we have, be smart, implement the fees that are there that we can reutilize and recover from CAL FIRE and the Forest Service. And it is public transportation and commerce go through there. It is a bottleneck for going through the Sierras that would impact in such a way the community at large, above and beyond those folks that just happen to have their general aviation plane going in and out of there. And we can do that by, as said, promoting it more, bringing it up, and bringing it into a resource that can really benefit the county, because it is underutilized and could be one of those nuggets that we can be proud of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Appreciate your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Terry Campbell, District 4. And, I just want to add something a little different from what other people are saying, and basically sort of an add-on to what James just said, that this is not simply a recovering 100% of the costs from, tenants and so on isn't really practical, I don't think. Although I generally agree that we should try to get recovery from services that are granted, but this is a service for every single citizen of El Dorado County, the fire protection. And so I think that it makes sense to have some portion of it come out of the general fund and not just from recovery fees. As well, I understand that we're not getting reimbursed from firefighting, and I think that we should look to that as well as, the tenants there. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
My name is Gabriel Tyler, and I'm part of the Airport Advisory Committee. As was pointed out, the NBS report suggested a 3% annual increase, and we're being suggested a 400% increase, or a 100% coverage on this. That is a 400% increase, as noted, and there just is no way that our average users at the airport can cover that. Most of our users are about 65 years old, flying airplanes that are 40 to 60 years old, and they're being housed in hangars that are probably around 50 years old. They're on fixed incomes, and this is their passion. And what you're seeing here is a lot of fear, I think, that their passion will be taken away from them, or they won't be able to afford it. The rate increases that are suggested, if they're made to carry it, which is I think what they're really afraid of, maybe that's not what's intended, but they're afraid that they'll have to carry it all. It'll make it untenable for them to be able to fly. And when you take away people's passions, they get really scared and they get really upset. And we don't understand at the Airport Advisory Committee how these numbers are come up with, or why NBS numbers are accepted in some areas of the county, but not in others. It seems rather arbitrary. If we're going to trust an advisor, we should probably trust most of what they say, or at least look at it very closely. And most of us on the Airport Advisory Committee have no clue what's going on and how these numbers are being reached. If we were to raise those rates on the airport users, they would be paying about 3 times as much as someone renting a ground lease in Marin County or anywhere else in Silicon Valley. It's just that doesn't logically make sense. We have to go back to a little bit of common sense here, I think. And so I'd ask all of you, as Lori Parlin said, don't make a decision, just defer it. defer it until we can actually get some understanding of what's going on, where all those funds are going to come from. I believe we can come up with the funds. I think your best resource is to ask the Airport Advisory Committee. We have access to a lot of very smart people that can say, hey, let's make some money here. Let's make some money here. Let's make some money here. Let us present that to you guys because we're more familiar with the airports and how it can make money than anyone else. We haven't been asked. I think we can help a lot. So that's all I really have to say. So, and please hold off a decision until we get some.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else in the boardroom that would like to speak? All right, come on down. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Foster.
I've been on the airport for almost 40 years. And the last gentleman that was up pretty much speaks the truth. It seems like nobody listens to anything that's said by anybody at the airport. I don't know the last time that any of you have been out to the airport. I do know that Charlie Knobloch and myself set up Airport Appreciation Day. It was a complete success. We had hundreds of people from town and that came to this. And approximately 2-3 years ago, if I stand corrected, the rent on my hangar was $728. And talking to people at the airport, it's going to go up 5-6%. It went up to $1,078 because we didn't come to the meeting to protest as we are today. I don't think a lot of things were taken into consideration about the airport. I think it's wrong that people park there, but a friend of mine flies up and boy, they run right out with that $9 tie down fee for the day. But yet you've got thousands and thousands of dollars that staff could get through flow fees and other things that just, I've been there 40 years. I've never seen it. I don't even know the last time they even sealed the runway. It's like they just let it go. Nobody cares. Somebody has to step up. And I think you ought to listen to the advisory board because we go to their meetings, we tell them what we need. And where does it go from there? Anybody know? See? Thank you.
Mr. Foster. Appreciate it. All right, seeing no other comments, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Oh, I guess we just didn't get off at public comment. This is just right up my alley, being in the building and construction industry. So I'm gonna take a little detour from the airport. I loved everything everybody said. I think it was very well said. One thing I would really love to know, after we've probably spent a small fortune that I don't want to know on all this beautiful contracting of analysis, is why haven't we, and the planning department had thought it was such a great idea and then nothing happened. Why haven't we had a community workshop with builders, with architects, with small home builders, with contractors, subcontractors, people considering building, small businesses, large businesses? Because I think you're missing the point, and I respectfully say, Supervisor Heidel, when you say that it's somebody else's private matter, they should pay all the costs. Well, let's think about that. When I bid a job, if I were to actually charge my clients what it takes me to bid a job from start to finish, contracting, certificates of insurance, certified payroll, all of that, I would not be working. But the fruits of the job is what produces the income. If we're going to out permit fee, building fee, inspection fee, people who are going to be discouraged to come here, to improve their homes, to build a home, to open a small business, to open a large business, they bring in revenue, they bring in property tax. An improved home brings in a higher value if they're deciding to sell. Small businesses, large businesses bring in sales tax revenues. So I think we're missing the ball in thinking that we're supposed to be dollar for dollar in the planning department. Secondly, I would like to say, I'm not sure who thinks it's user and customer friendly, But two fellow El Dorado Hills citizens and I made an appointment to get to know how it works. That system is so unuser friendly that actually the employee of the planning department that was assigned to sit with us for an hour could not find the projects that we were trying to understand. So I think I heard you echo that you guys realize it's not user friendly or customer friendly. I know they're very overburdened in the planning department, but when my architect told me in jest, I'm going to have to charge you 10% more to deal with El Dorado County and their planning department, I get what he means. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Vance Jard.
Actually, we're on virtual comments right now. We're online, sir. Thank you.
Vance, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, good afternoon, supervisors. Vance Gerard with the North State Building Industry Association, representing the more than 500 members we have in the home building industry. I appreciate all the work that has gone into this extensive proposal and the time that you've taken here today. I also appreciate staff's willingness to give me a heads up that this would be coming forward. In general, our membership is still diving deep into this document. We tend to, as was previously discussed, try to avoid sticker shock whenever possible. Large jumps in fees do tend to make our builders rather uneasy. So for that reason, we do appreciate any opportunity to phase in any type of fee increases, especially when they are large. To that, we also appreciate the ability to have those tied to some type of annual escalator going forward. That way we always know what's coming down the line for us, and that's something that we can prepare for in our budgets. That being said, we're still going to continue to look into this. We will certainly be in contact with staff as you work toward your second workshop on this item, and happy to talk with any of you should you have any questions of our industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vance. Appreciate your comments.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Leo Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. What a fascinating workshop. Thank you for holding it, the kind of stuff I love. Great comments that you've heard from many different stakeholders. I just want to call a little attention, as has been pointed out, that, full fee recovery is not the only variable for you as policymakers. I'm reading from the California State website, housing development, and this all goes to what we talk about so often, which is affordable housing. And it suggests that you analyze the fee trends, that they're not incentivizing having affordable housing, and see whether or not the fee structure is incentivizing a more effective approach in terms of streamlining and consolidating your affordable housing market. And then above all, that it's not suppressing the affordable housing market, because unfortunately, there are many studies that indicate that an over-reliance on cost recovery, which makes sense, unfortunately, in the post-Prop 13 world, can suppress affordable housing development. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate them.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Mandy.
Hi, everyone. Okay. I have been on a roll with this whole kind of just all this stuff with the permit fees and all the things that the county and the city are throwing at its constituents, the people that actually work to pay their bills, the people that actually produce things, unlike all of you that sit there, right? No disrespect. I want to put supervisors that are running for office on call with this too. As Leo said, and I can't, it's like nails on a chalkboard to agree with that man. But we do talk about affordable housing. And when we talk about affordable housing, when I talk about affordable housing for myself, I talk about all the fees that you guys vote to implement on us. You $10 us to death with garbage fees and water fees, and we got fire insurance. We are getting hammered from every direction. And we elected you guys to advocate for us. And that's not what's happening. When I look up Brendan's wages with all his benefits, he's breaking in. Talk about Airbnb's making money. He's making $323,000 a year. So when I make under the poverty level, right, and I'm being hit up for a $100 permit for a flipping window, I'm like, Brendan, kick rocks. When I hear stories from Grizzly Flat fire victims that they have sheds full of building materials because they're stacking up, waiting for the go-ahead from the planning department. Oh, by the way, what happened to those millions of dollars we gave the planning department to facilitate the rebuilding of Grizzly Flats? Huh? What happened to that money? Where are we at? 12 houses out of almost 500 that burnt to the ground? No, y'all don't deserve any money. Y'all should shrink your departments. They're full of bureaucratic sandbaggers. That's the word, sandbag. Bureaucratic sandbaggers. And I am so sick of being $10 to death. I have had it. You want to talk, these prices should go but stay at 2019 because people were making more money at 20 in 2015 than they are making, or at least bringing home in 2023. Everybody's wages should be cut and all these departments need to be condensed. Great thing about the airport, I had no idea. You guys should support it more. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from Kim Beal.
Good afternoon, Kim.
Good afternoon. Kimberly Beal, Government Affairs Director for the El Dorado County Association of Realtors. When code enforcement causes a notice and order be filed against a property that hasn't completed the permit process on non-compliant improvements, where do the payments for fines and penalties ordered go to? Is it to code enforcement or is it to another department within the county, perhaps even the general fund? The citation cost is $100 per day per non-compliant matter. When I went to Appendix A4, there is a line item for administrative citations. However, there are no numbers for such in the same table. So I'm wondering where those collected penalties and fines, where do they get paid to? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. And sir, I know you've been waiting with us all day. If you'd like to come on, go ahead, come on. And then we'll be done with public comment, but come on down.
Well, I just want to say thank you for listening to all of us and going through the troubles and tribulations that we've had with the airport and with everybody else. There's a lot of it. Many, many years ago, my wife and I, Nancy, both pilots, and we looked all over the world here, Northern California. She grew up in Cody, I grew up in Great Falls, and found this place to be the place to be. And at the time, Janet was here, there was not one hangar place available, not one parking place available. It was at a beautiful golf course with a restaurant in it. Everything was going on a very, very positive way. And over the years, that just kind of faded away. And it's sad to see, frankly. I really don't have a lot I can say about it. I worked very hard with the little EAA, Experimental Electric Association, with a little hangar thing there, and president for a number of years, one thing and another. And other people, I've been a flight instructor for 45, 50 years. And now we're not teaching very many people. We need to do more advertising. We need to know more showing off of what we really do have that we're not using. We're not preparing for that. And so we're putting on a pancake breakfast first Saturday of the month all through. We have display days for our airplanes and we have a lot of things. our particular hangar, we put a windsock on the top and we have a museum in there and you're welcome to come look at it. Back to the Wright brothers days and through the latest fighter military things and a lot of World War I, World War II equipment. People have given me hundreds of magazines that I'll give away to you. That are, some of them are even back in the early 40s during the war. My saying is, let's make it back what it was. Any way you can do it, and you can't do it by raising fees. Thank you all.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. And thank you all. Appreciate you being with us for this lengthy discussion. I'll bring this back to the board to action. All right. While we're speaking on the airports, I appreciate your comments. I went through ground school at the Placerville Airport. We have a hangar at the Placerville Airport for years. So I understand what you're saying. So I've flown around the country 3 times on all the little airports and understand the economic potential of airports. I know the $100 hamburger, which is now probably a $5,000 or $1,000 hamburger. And I recognize that we have a lot of untapped economic development potential at the Placerville Airport, and also recognize what a critical asset it is for the safety of El Dorado County as a whole in terms of fire infrastructure. And so
and the Georgetown Airport
and the Georgetown
too.
and Cameron Park on our network of airports. Yes. So I like Supervisor Parlin's idea to kind of suspend this conversation, have the airport advisory committee interface with staff on these proposals and come back with our have a complete conversation when the economic analysis comes back. So, all right, so we need to work through this very, very quickly so we can finish this item. As far as the item before us is to receive a draft study report done, but to provide conceptual approval and direction to staff on the desired level of cost recovery. So how does the board wish to do this?
Well, we kind of were doing it as we went.
We did it incrementally.
Are we okay? Do we need additional direction?
Yeah, no, I think we're pretty comfortable
good.
where we
Okay.
were, which is, why we did it that way. I think it made it easier to digest. So
Oh, good. That's a really,
yeah, I
if
don't
you have
know
what
that
you
you need
need.
to go all the way
Thank
back
you.
through.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was thinking we kind of discussed
Okay.
each item.
Great.
And
So does the board have any other further comments or clarifications that you'd like to make, or does staff have any questions as far as the board direction on items that you are not clear on where we stand?
Jennifer was just mentioning back to the tech fee where we had
We didn't weigh in on that.
the 3.2 and then the additional kind of future tech fee to be put into a special revenue fund.
yeah, I didn't like it, but I feel like we need to do it since track it is just
mess.
such an issue. We've really got to tackle it.
Okay.
So I don't know what else we could do.
I have angst over it too, because we are greatly elevating our cost recovery, which is painful, and yet it's really important that we do receive cost recovery for the services we provide. Otherwise, this county won't be sustainable, and that's our job to ensure that.
And that's not going to be 100% recovery anyway. We're going to be putting general fund towards whatever system we do, which is also fair because people that aren't building also use it for looking up other things. So, yeah. You just want to go with the recommendation?
That's where I
I
landed
think
on
so.
it.
Yeah, I think
You're
so.
recommending
Yeah.
going to
Sorry, can I just
86%.
ask that people continue their conversations out in the lobby? It's very difficult to hear what's going on up at the podium.
Thank you, Kim. No, thank you. All right. And thank you all for being with us. Okay, any other clarification that staff?
Were there any other ones we missed?
No, I think we're clear. Cemeteries as a whole, we're bringing back. We decided to just keep the administrative fee with the study. Airports, we've determined we'll go back and have an additional conversation.
Great.
With the community. I think we're pretty clear. Just for clarification, option 3 on the general plan
Yes.
implementation fees where we land. Yeah, I think
Yes.
we're good.
Then the GIS fee is the other one.
Right.
That's just suspended right now.
Right.
And I'm sorry, I couldn't hear with what was going on in the audience. What did you decide as far as the technology fee?
We've agreed with staff's recommendation on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, given all of our needs and where we're going. All right. Thank you, staff, for helping us understand this and walk through this. Thank you all for engaging with us. At this point, we still have item number 40, the code enforcement strategic plan, which is potentially lengthy. We have the community funding recipient agreements, and then we have 2 closed session items. Obviously, we'll take a break right now.
Right.
What is the board's pleasure? Is it to push through today? Or do you want to suspend one of the items for
yeah, it's
next
4
week? It's 4
o'clock.
o'clock. What is the board's pleasure?
Next week looks lighter, right? Does it look
Yeah.
lighter?
It
Can we
is.
push 40 till next week?
You want to push the code enforcement item?
Yeah.
And Chris and
Is
code
that-
enforcement has been with us all day today, it seems.
Yeah, give him a break.
I know we have a lot of staff here. Is it, what is?
Um,
would it
I'm
be-
looking at Brendan too, just in case. 'Cause
Oh,
he
and
came down from
Brendan is
Tahoe, too.
here
Yeah.
today.
Uh, Again, it's up to your board.
I
I
think with
know.
Brendan here today, we probably need to press through.
I'm good with that. Let's just press forward and get it
All right.
done.
Let's take 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then on the item that we just finished though, what are the next steps that you guys are gonna take what we?
Yeah, exactly. And so we can take what you have and bring it back for a first reading unless your board wants to do another workshop. So that would be, I guess, the last remaining question, because conceptually, we saw this as workshop, first reading, second reading done. But if you want a secondary step in there for an additional workshop, because if we're going to bifurcate out, I mean, obviously airports and cemeteries are going to be on a separate track. But if
Right.
you're comfortable with everything else, we can push forward with everything else on the first reading at the next meeting.
What do you guys think? I mean,
Well, I'm not sure I was exactly clear on parts of this report where you said you're going to come back. So I don't know. Is this coming back for approval or are you trying to get us to approve
Yes.
it today?
No, so
We're just
so
conceptually
what'll
approving
happen
it.
is
Okay.
we have
Yeah.
we have an actual fee resolution that we will
Yeah, we're
plug
good.
all of this
It'll be
information
all,
into.
okay.
Yeah, it'll be off of the appendices that you saw from NBS and onto our county standard fee resolution form.
and then if you bring it back for a first reading, could we make changes?
Sure.
When we see it, like,
Yeah,
okay, so
Good.
that's probably good. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
All right, good. So actually, I was talking to conferring with our CAO, and we do need to do item number 35 next, which is the community funding recipient agreements. That won't take long.
Oh,
So
Can I ask a
Yeah.
question?
absolutely.
Mr. Ferry, they're all so thrilled that you're down here that
Yeah.
they're afraid that you might not ever return, which I reminded them, I come down every week.
You can always hitch a ride with her, right?
Uh-huh.
Yes, you absolutely could.
I didn't mean to
So-
put that on Brendan. I just saw he was here, so.
If we continue item 40 to next week, would you be able to join us in person? First question, and if not, possibly by Zoom?
Yes, but you have to pay me 380.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. This is why we love this guy.
Well
So
said.
I think we're all tired.
Yeah.
We
have a
did
long
some
drive
big
home.
stuff
Yeah.
and the code enforcement strategic plan is very important. I'd rather
I
push
think
it
we're
to
all
next
we're
week.
all pretty brain fried, I think. Yeah. And so I think let's
go
push
to
item, let's take a break.
35.
Push item 40 till next week,
Okay,
and then we'll come back and we'll do item 35 and then closed session.
we're gonna do both our closed session items today.
I think we need,
Both of them?
yeah, because we have a lot of
We're
closed
gonna
sessions
come back
next
for
week.
twos and
Okay.
froms, or we're gonna wait till next week?
Should we wait till next week for to and froms?
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
wait. Let's wait.
We'll
next
get
week.
long next week.
I know.
It's all
That's
right.
right.
I got a big list.
Okay, 5 minute break. We'll be back. Thank you all.
Okay, all right, cool. Okay.
All right, so before we move on to item number 35, I realize that we need to make a motion to continue item number 40 to next week.
Oh, good point.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, so with that, let's move on to item number 35.
Item number 35 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, approve the use of the Community Funding Recipient Agreement template. 2, authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to execute community funding agreements with entities approved for community funding by the prior board direction. 3, direct staff to return to the board within 90 days with a community funding policy for board consideration. And 4, provide direction to staff on what to include in the policy.
Hi, Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. So the board first created the community funding process during the fiscal year 17-18 budget. And during the budget hearing this year, the board requested that we return with some process improvements. So here is me presenting those process improvements. So the first improvement is the community funding template agreement. We hope that if the board approves the use of this template agreement and that the CAO can sign this agreement, that'll reduce the time it takes to process a board approved allocation for community funding. The second process of improvement is an updated application for potential applicants. This helps clarify what the process is for the applicants, as well as it gives me all the fields that we need in order to use that and complete that template the same day that you all approve any use of that funding. The third process improvement is an internal EDC net site with the template agreement, an application, and a new tracking sheet. We hope this tracking sheet will help the board and your assistants see how much has already been allocated this year and where each agreement is in the process. And then lastly, we're seeking direction on if the board wants to create a policy, a board policy for community funding. When this process was created in 2017-18, really it has remained unchanged since then. And so the direction provided in 17 and 18 hasn't changed. So now this policy would be a chance to update that direction. If the board does want to create a policy, the first thing would be consider is if the funding is distributed across the supervisorial districts. Currently, there's no limits or guidance on this. There's 75,000. It's allocated throughout the year as each district puts forward amounts. The easiest solution would be to evenly distribute the funds across the district. So with the 75,000 in the current budget, that would be each district would allocate $15,000. But the board can provide any direction that you want. The second direction we'd want is the $5,000 limit was set back when this first was created. Really, that's up to the board if they want to limit it to $5,000 or provides different direction. And then really we're looking for any other specific direction the board wants to provide on this process.
All right, thank you so much. Excellent. All right, who would like to go first? I don't see any buttons.
Oh,
Supervisor Farland.
Thank you, Emma. This is very helpful because, well, you know, I had a question. Speaking of, hey, templates, could you also provide the Legistar template for us so that we all kind of do the same looking thing?
That's a good idea. Yeah, the Legistar template is on the EDC net page.
So is it already, there's a, oh, for up. Thank you. You're so thoughtful because we were always kind of winging it and making it up. Yep. So this way they'll be more consistent. Okay, then that's all I got. Oh, as far as the amount, I mean, I think if we're doing our own thing and we have an allocation amount, maybe we should just leave it up to each supervisor to figure it out. It's like deal with your 15,000. That's it.
Oh, so 15,000 per district.
That's what the
District
staff's recommendation.
total. That's
Yeah.
it. So you would have to
So-
decide yourself
Right.
if you wanted to
So
do
it's-
all in
I'm
one.
not gonna say nothing.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna punch you.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, what do you guys
So
think?
you're thinking of removing the $5,000 per? And
Well, yeah, I mean, because really it's per district. If it's, so we never had that before. Honestly, it was down to 30,000 the one year because
Yeah.
nobody was using it. And I'll be honest, you know, John Ashton, when he was CAO, he was actually considering, he goes, maybe we don't need it anymore because nobody was using it. But then COVID hit. And then I really begged, and the board at the time was responsive to it. With the ARPA funding things, we had some of our small nonprofits didn't qualify, even though they lost revenue. And so that's why I was like, can we bump it up so that some of those that didn't qualify for ARPA could at least get a 5,000, you know, to do revenue replacement. So that's how it got back up to 75. It's just been this fluid thing. And so, you know, I think it should be up to the supervisor. If you want to spend all your 15,000 on one thing, as far as bookkeeping though, do you want fewer of them? You know, I mean, what's your thinking?
It's really up to the board how they want to allocate this funding, so.
I think we can go up to 15,000. I don't have to be 5,000 per increment. So if there's a project that we can get 15, why not?
I think having each
That'd be
supervisor
easier.
have the flexibility depending on, because all of the needs in our communities
They
are
are,
different.
yeah.
So,
And I do want to just put on the public record that Miss Supervisor Parlin and I
Yes.
had a handshake deal last year. And she's graciously shifting 5,000 of her allocation this year to District 5.
And I appreciate you doing that for me. I had a time constraint one and
Yeah,
they
and I had
just-
one that wasn't.
Yeah, so we swapped. So, and we'll do that on the
And that's
spreadsheet.
really kind of good because, I mean, there might be something that I think it would be good, appropriate in your district or John's or yours or Lori's. I mean, that
Yeah,
I can
we
get
could work
to
it.
help you guys too.
Mhm.
all right.
And I think we should have that flexibility to do that.
All right, so there's consensus that to take the $5,000, to do an even split for the 5 supervisorial districts, and then to leave up to the discretion of the supervisor how they want to allocate those funds throughout the year,
And
depending on
if
community need.
it's too flexible and we don't like the flexibility,
ramp it
we'll
back.
change it. Cause I am thinking, oh God, now I have to tell people no, you know, now you have
I
to,
know, right?
but I don't know. We'll see.
No, I
So
like
does that include transferring residuals at the end of the year to another district? Because it sounds like that's what was worked out.
No, that was between
No.
Supervisor
No.
Carlin and Supervisor Lane.
No,
No.
we
Well-
both put in funding requests at the same time that
Right,
exceeded what was
right,
available.
Right.
Yeah.
So
So-
when we talked about it, her request was more immediate. The money needed to be spent right away.
Right, so you
My
deferred
request,
yours.
yeah,
Right. So the question is, if any given district has a residual, when you get towards the end of the year, is there any transferring that or is that it? If you don't spend it, you lose it. Everybody loses. Is that
no,
the answer?
Roll it
it's
over.
in the, no, it's in the staff report that it all goes to District 5.
Oh, good.
If there's
Yeah, I agree with
leftover.
that.
Okay, I didn't read that in there.
Wait a minute.
Right here. I did read that fine print.
No, District 4 has been better at using the money. So I think, you know,
District
Okay.
4 still agree.
I'm really good.
Let's leave it simple. If any one district doesn't use their $15,000, it just disappears
Use it
because
or
it
lose
doesn't
it.
roll over next year's budget.
Right.
Well, and I would think that it does not roll over, correct? It does not roll over, which is why it was almost gone at one point because it wasn't being used. But I do think that we're all pretty smart. And if it gets near the end of the fiscal year, when we see the spreadsheet and somebody hasn't used their money, we like go talk to them and we can do that. You know, I don't see why not.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
If she wants me to give her money.
Ooh, I just started this nonprofit. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Dave's over there like, really, Lori?
So I have a comment on the process when we get to it.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
go.
And I reviewed this with Tiffany and I sent you an email about the costs of administering things at a $5,000 check. Looked at me like we're spending $3,000 to issue a $5,000 check. I never liked that for government, right? So with respect to the items that appear from item 6, I guess, on, when we're doing the agreement and stuff, do we have the ability to, you gave me an average number in the email, you responded. Do we have the ability to look at what over a year's period that average cost is? To come back to the board and on an annual basis, when we look at renewing this, do we have some idea of what does it cost us to administer this? Because that's the part that I'm concerned with. I look at all this and know it takes 2.5 months to get a check to somebody. And I'm going, wow,
So we're careful not to allocate $100 for something. You know?
right. If you allocated $100, you'd probably spend $3,000 because I'm assuming that administrative cost is about the same, independent of what the amount is that you choose to give to any given organization.
We're hoping the template agreement will really cut down on the time and we can try to track the time and the
Okay.
cost per employee. The problem is when we're trying to expend taxpayer funds, we do touch a lot of different departments. So not only is it our office drafting the agreement, but we work with procurement and contracts to make sure the agreement's up with all regulations. If anything does change from this template agreement, it'll go back to county council for review. And then finally, we need the auditor's office to issue the actual payment. So we'll make our best attempt to track all the time and see what the cost is per time over the next year, if that's the board's wish.
That's what I'd like to see is just some feedback after a year of how this process is defined is really working relative to the time frame and the cost for administrative purposes. Because your staff's time is important. You got a lot of things going on. And if you're spending a lot of time on something like this, it's a question of, is there really value add to that level?
But really what I do want to note, what's outlined after the draft agreement is drafted is really making any payment in the county. That's kind of the process that we have to go
Yeah,
through.
I'm personally not concerned. I think I've not heard any complaints about it in the past. It's a small number.
2.5
of
months,
things.
I've heard a comment on it. Wow, it takes
They're
that
not
long.
working on it for 2.5 months. Like,
What
it's
did you
not
send me back in your email?
2.5 months of time.
Yes.
There were a few payments.
Yes.
Yes, it did.
Like it would have billed 2.5 months of
Oh,
time.
no. It
What
took
are you
to
saying?
process.
From the time the information is provided to the time the recipient gets their check
Right.
was averaging 2.5 months. If I read averaging 2.5
Right.
months.
Because of the back and forth and that wasn't very clear, but I think the last year even we got the contract and the first years we were doing it, we had a thing where the agreement wasn't in the board's legislar approval and we streamlined that. I remember that. That was a whole nother thing where we had to come back on a separate item. So I mean, I don't know. I hear what you're saying, but I think that you're gonna spend more staff time tracking staff time and
Does it take any significant amount of time to track this?
I would just have to reach out to the other people who touch this and ask them to track their time. I would have to reach out to others and we would spend time tracking it, but again,
So
we
they don't
can do
record
that
it
if the
against a
board
given
wants.
job number or something or other? I mean, their time?
Sorry, what?
They don't record it against a given job number?
In our office, we don't record each agreement against a job number.
Okay.
Well, and
Well,
to your
then
po-
forget it because you're not gonna be able to track it anyway.
And Supervisor
That's
Heidel,
true.
maybe to your point is for us all to be cognizant that there is staff's time in any of our requests.
right.
So
So make sure it's worth it. Yeah.
Exactly. Make sure it's worth it. And then we don't just bring, 30 requests per district to you, to fund, $75 worth of, I mean, we need to be cognizant of staff time. So
Right.
that's a helpful thing.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
Okay, great.
I'm good.
Sounds good. I did have one question, Emma. In the staff report, it says that they don't have to be a qualified nonprofit in order to receive these funds. But in the funding agreement, it says, whereas the grantee is a nonprofit organization that operates in the county. Just want to make sure our funding agreement is consistent with the fact that it doesn't have to be a nonprofit.
Yeah, we would update that little section. I
Okay.
think that's the only mention of the nonprofit is in the little top part of the template agreement. And it'd be a community association if it is.
And
a
under
community.
recitals, it's the top part and then under recitals. So just kind of make sure that that is consistent with.
I'll clarify with
Okay,
council
great.
that we don't need to come back.
Perfect. All right. That's the only thing I had questions on.
And I'm just gonna add, when I go to events and things, I get thank yous.
Yeah.
That, I had a list of them in my to and froms, but they're just, we keep delaying, fine. But I just want you guys to know how important these grants are to the community groups. They
are.
really appreciate, and they stretch those dollars really far. So there is a true benefit and I so appreciate that we have this
I
opportunity.
do too.
really
I
do.
love this. Yeah,
Yep.
it's really important to each of our districts to be able to support the good work in our community at our discretion. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you, Emma. All right, Kim, let's call public comment and have Chris come on down.
Now taking public comment on item
30
number
seconds.
35.
Yeah, that's
Individuals
it.
will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. So earlier we had item 11 on consent, and that had to do with Supervisor Lane and the Lake Tahoe Historical Society efforts to preserve a historic cemetery. Now, my question is this practical perspective. She got that item approved under the current policy, which would not be this policy. And so I'm not sure that anything would change, but obviously today we've seen something with a template that would be simple and easier because it says here in the second, approve and authorize to sign a funding agreement. And I just wanted to check in with you on a practical perspective. Is that what we're talking about? Is that template
approach versus who knows what you would have had to do earlier on item 11. But it also says you have to make a finding. So I wanted to be clear on that finding. The finding is essentially that there's a public benefit that is derived from doing what we're doing. So I wanted to be clear for the record that that's inclusive of the public's benefit. Now, your question, Chair, related to nonprofit status. If you think of it in a broad perspective, nonprofit takes effort to become nonprofit. It takes management to make sure you don't lose your nonprofit status. To give to anybody that doesn't have to go through that effort or didn't go through that effort, I think you got to be really careful because you got to assess what is it, and then that finding of public benefit, making sure that that takes care of. I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris. All right, Kim, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants.
Okay, I don't see anything. We'll
No,
close
no,
public
no,
comment.
just one public.
All right. All right, so we need to bring back a motion on this item. Do I hear a motion?
Almost staff's recommendation.
I'll second it.
All right. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. That's great. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Emma. We're
Emma.
glad to
Thank
get
you.
that
Thanks,
done.
Emma.
Appreciate it. Before we move it into closed session, does the CAO have any update? I do not. Okay. All right. At this point, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 41 and 42 as specified on the agenda. And anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 41 and 42. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. This is quick. It's to County Council. You had described why there isn't more additional information in closed items, especially the ones where there's a lawsuit involved. You've made that statement. I've heard it here at the in the room. Can you repeat that again? Why there isn't additional information available to the public? Because I got asked that question and I couldn't remember what you had said. If you could do that, please. That's my only question.
Thanks, Chris. We'll take it after public comment. Is there any other comment online? I'm not
There's
seeing
no
it.
additional public comment.
All right, we'll close public comment. And County Council, if you want to once again provide a little clarity on that and then answer, do we expect any reportable action?
He's really not asleep.
To begin, no, I do not expect any reportable
Okay,
action.
thank you.
The Brown Act specifies when you have to include on the agenda the facts and circumstances giving rise to the potential exposure to litigation. If it would affect your ability to provide service, or if it's based on facts and circumstances that are pose a threat to the litigation that are not yet known to the other party, then those are the circumstances where you don't have that information. I think when I discussed it previously, I noted that I think it's fairly obvious that there are certain litigation exposures that we will discuss that would not be to the county's advantage to have to disclose the specific nature of that litigation exposure to the public and thus to the party on the other side.
Thank you. All right, so with that, thank you all, and we will see you next week.